out that I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these.
RP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. The apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliff extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate. All of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete with. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good Saturday morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. Thanks for joining 365 Saturday Project Management. We're going to have a fantastic day today. So we're going to run 2 tracks of project management, awesomeness around tools, methodologies. We're going to have speakers from MVPs, from Microsoft, from our community. We're just going to have a blast today. So pretty much, without further ado, I'm going to present our first speaker for this morning. We had a bit of a switch, so we switched places between Neil Benson and Jussi Roine. So Neil's going to come on the stage a bit later at Jussi's original slot. So we're going to get started with Jussi. Before I hand over to him, just a couple of words about this guy. I've known him for a couple of years, and when I got into this industry, his trainings were one of the first trainings I ever attended. And I remember thinking, if I would even take 10% of his knowledge away with me, I would be a rock star. So this guy is amazing. He really knows his stuff. He's an experienced speaker. With that, let's hand it over to Jussi Roine.
Thank you, Antti. Can you hear me okay? The audio is good? Excellent. Very kind words. I think I'm already done with my presentation with that kind of an intro. So let me share my screen first, and can you kindly give me a thumbs up if you can see my slides? Let's see. Excellent. So good morning, welcome everybody. I am happy to be here. Well, I'm actually in my home office, so I'm super happy to be in my home office, but I'm also super happy to get to present to you. My name is Jussi Roine. I'm based in Helsinki, Finland. It's nice and sunny today, so I think summer in Finland is today and tomorrow. Then we're done and we can get back to work. So what I'll present on is GitHub for non-developers. And the goal of this session, which I'll spend about 48-50 minutes in total on this, the goal for this is to get you, to give you a 360 picture on all relevant GitHub related things without really going into actual code, because that's not the point here. The point is that you understand the service, you understand the tooling, and you also get started with this one. I work at Microsoft Western Europe as a developer audience lead, which means I try to reach out to communities. I try to understand what's happening with events, and I also try to understand what's happening with partners and customers. So if you have any questions, later on, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter. There's also a short link to my LinkedIn. I'm happy to get connected. So let's get started on this one. As all of you probably know, there's a massive disruption happening in almost every industry now in terms of software and also in terms of the public cloud. So software development teams must pick up on the pace, in the sense that back in the day, let's say 10 years ago, it was common that we would spend 4 or 6 weeks installing a piece of software. Then we would perhaps spend 6 months planning and designing and implementing a custom solution, perhaps based on Project Server or Project Online or Dynamics 365 or something leveraging Azure services. But today we don't have this sort of luxury anymore. It feels that whenever I visit with customers, the first question is, how long will this take? Because we only have until lunchtime and we expect this to be ready in about 2 hours. And it doesn't mean everything needs to happen in 2 hours, but it means that the things we do, we have to be capable of sharing those results, and we also have to show the business value and the business results on all actions that we actually do. So some of the lessons from some very well-known players here, the idea is to ship faster and experiment also in production. And there's plenty of different approaches for this. And if you're a developer listening to this, some of these things might be super clear to you. If you're not a developer, perhaps you are a business user, perhaps you're an admin or an IT pro or anything in between. The key here really is that you get to collaborate, especially on times like these, that everybody's at their home offices and thinking how to produce value for the company and also for your customers. And one of the things here is that you need to leverage what's already out there. So this might be open source. So you find interesting packages, you find scripts, you find interesting approaches people have built. And if they have been open sourced, you can leverage those, of course, based on the license that's usually attached to those open source bits. And also, if you do inner source, meaning that you build code or solutions, perhaps on Power Platform or Dynamics 365, but you don't have any intention to share those publicly, that's also perfectly fine. And that's sort of where GitHub comes into play. It acts as the fabric for all things that your teams will do. Microsoft acquired GitHub in 2018. And I didn't work at Microsoft at the time. I joined in late 2019. And it was interesting to see the news from the outside on what's going to happen with GitHub. Plenty of companies have their own on-premises solutions. They might be using cloud-based solutions for storing their source code, for storing their different build pipelines. And plenty of people said, well, now that Microsoft acquired GitHub, we don't want to use it anymore because we don't feel it will be the same anymore. But after 2 years, I'm super happy to see that GitHub is excelling and the pace of innovation they are introducing every month is quite staggering. So developers really are at the core of innovation. And how I like to approach this is I like to augment the thinking on what a typical developer is. So when I got started at the ripe age of 13 in 1990 by setting up my own company, I did sell dial-up connections to companies. This was before companies could afford or could actually purchase fixed lines. So they would dial in with a modem to a Linux box I was hosting at the time, and then they would get access to the internet, mostly because of email. And I did a lot of scripting at the time. I needed to do all sorts of backend tooling to support my billing and ticketing systems, and also for kicking up servers when they crashed. And I didn't really feel I was a developer at the time. I just did scripts and tools that would benefit me and my business. So today, about 30 years forward, I like to augment the thinking in developers that a developer is not only the person who opens Visual Studio 2019, clicks File, New Project, and starts to splash out code 3,000 lines a day and say, I'm done and I can code anything. A developer really is somebody who can create new tooling, new software, new solutions that benefit a business. It might be your own business, it might be your customer's business, it might be a partner you work together with. So extending this thinking to Power Platform, to Dynamics 365, Microsoft 365, Azure, on-premises, all of those benefit from these sort of skill sets. And some of the trends that we are now seeing, you can see the sources from 2019 in the bottom of the slides, is that 99% of code bases that companies use include bits and pieces of open source. And the idea really here is that we don't need to implement everything ourselves. We can lift and shift and see what others have been building and benefit from those innovations. What I often do myself is when I'm building something, I go and see if somebody else already fixed this problem that I have. Often I find something that kind of moves me forward and gives me bits and pieces for the solution. But then I need to implement my own skills and implementations on top of this to actually build something. One of the things that I built, I think last week, you can see it from here. This is a super small Windows application that turns on the three busy lights in that corner. I'm worried to say if it's left or right because you're seeing the opposite and I'm horrible with directions. And I built this based on stuff I found on GitHub. So I'm using Philips Hue lights and I found the library for connecting with Philips Hue, but I built everything else around this. So I would say about 50% of my implementation includes open source and the rest is something I added on top of this. And with DevOps then, and the idea definitely with DevOps still is, as it has been for about 10 years now, is to connect developers with operations. And too often when I meet with customers, Microsoft MVPs, partners, too often I hear that developers actually get global admin permissions on Azure and Microsoft 365 and Dynamics 365. And developers sort of become the ops at the same time, but often developers don't really want to be the ops. They just want to get their code up and running and their solutions deployed. And the idea here is that regardless of what tooling you use, if you use Azure DevOps, if you use GitHub, if you use Xcopy deployment between two virtual machines, it's perfectly acceptable if you have a framework and you get to run your business and you can produce value through those. So DevOps isn't about a specific tool, just like collaboration isn't about having Teams or Zoom or Slack. They help, definitely, and they might be the backbone, but they are not the thing that enables collaboration or creates collaboration for you. They support the organization's culture in getting to collaboration, just as GitHub supports the organization's culture to get to DevOps. So the end-to-end DevOps idea that GitHub supports us in is that it allows us to create code solutions. And when I say code, don't get too tangled on the idea it has to be something super complex. Often what I see is somebody builds a 3-line PowerShell script or a 3-line Windows batch file, but it has this sort of innovation in there that's useful for others or for the company actually using it. So it might be just inner source, and that's perfectly fine. There might be a build process. It could be something simple or something uber complex. Testing and getting to releases so that you know which one is which, and also deploying if you have different environments. And then operating and monitoring on those. Often you leverage Azure, Microsoft 365, something perhaps in on-prem, and then some sort of planning needs to happen as well. And often you have plenty of tools on this. And when you deploy, regardless of the complexity of that deployment thinking, you can deploy anywhere. On-premises still very much alive with many companies. Azure, AWS, Google Cloud Platform, it doesn't really matter. Whatever that platform is, you get to deploy there. So often in top performing DevOps companies, time is spent a little bit differently than in companies who haven't really thought through how do we actually deploy, how do we manage, how do we upgrade, how do we make new releases, how do we move from test to production, how do we mirror whatever we have in production for testing so that we can actually test on things. So this is a report from 2018, and you can see with the blue bars that top DevOps performance actually get to spend half of their time doing new work. And all developers, IT pros, business users that I know prefer to create new things and work in new technologies and create exciting things. And I don't know too many people who actually enjoy working in customer support, even if it's a crucial role and it needs to happen. But the amount of time you need to spend on this varies quite heavily. So on those companies that have low DevOps performance, could be that there's a lot of manual tasks, or it could simply be that they're not leveraging what they already have in terms of licenses and tooling. They might spend up to 15% working on these mundane tasks that could be automated. And the whole thinking with automation, in my worldview, is that when you automate things that can be automated, that frees up time and focus and skills and energy to work on something more interesting, something more complex, something that brings more value because it cannot yet be automated. So GitHub is used widely and largely. It has about 50 million developers now. And once again, I'm stressing the term developers. So often I work within Visual Studio, but then I might hop in to a PowerShell prompt just to do 2 lines of code to fix a business problem. And I can still consider myself as a developer when I'm within PowerShell or doing a shell script or even a Windows bat file. It has about 100 million private and public repositories. So when you create a place to store your own solutions, you get to define if that's private, so that's for you and your team, or if it's public, so anybody can see what you're working in there. And you can flip between these two. The key here is that if you create a private repo, you often think this is private and you might be storing sensitive data in there, perhaps private keys, passwords, credentials, certificates. And then when you flip the private to public, those will still remain in there. So be super careful when you create these repos that you know actually what's going to be private and what's going to be public. 4 key practices, I did discuss a bit on these. So collaboration, obviously, if you use Teams, if you use Slack, Zoom, what have you, definitely keep on using those. But in addition, once you start enabling work through GitHub as well, it brings you additional collaboration features. Workflows and automation, I will have a demo on that coming up shortly. And security, and do we trust the platform? So definitely now that Microsoft owns GitHub, it brings perhaps an added trust in the sense that we know it's a huge public cloud service, so it needs to be compliant, it needs to be trustworthy, and whatever we store in there, we need to trust that that remains as we've defined it should be. And GitHub as a partner for your business, it's all about DevOps and team collaboration. But one often overlooked thing is developer talent. So I am not advocating that you go to GitHub to hire your future developers, but that's certainly an opportunity in there. You might have a public repo with a public project, and you have freelancers and skilled developers working together with something you've built initially. And that might allow you to get connected with people who are really skilled, and then you can work on future projects as well. So I often encourage people to share what they've built and also to be active and support others through collaboration, but also by growing the talent of others. So let's first have a quick demo on getting started with GitHub. So the whole session is about getting started. So let's get started with GitHub then. And what I'll need to do is I'll have my browser in here. Let me just crank up the font size a bit so you can all see this. So I am logged in to GitHub with my own account. So you can create an account at github.com. It's free. You don't need to pay for anything. And you can define your usual profile data. My biggest worry always when I deliver webinars is that I do not have the same shirt on I have in the profile picture. And thankfully today, I was considerate enough to have a different shirt on. So you have your details in here. And you can see that I do have 13 repositories. So different places, different projects that I've built. And then I've decided I want to share this with others. And perhaps others will benefit from this, but perhaps others will also add to whatever I've built. And this way we can combine our talents and build something new. So let me highlight something here. This is something I built over a year ago. And it's a custom Power BI connector that connects with the Aura smart ring. So that's a smart ring you wear and it measures through its sensors your heartbeat and the variance in your heartbeat and comes up with interesting statistics about your health and activity levels. And they have a great cloud service, but they also have a REST API. So I wanted to connect with that API and get all the data that I've produced and have that in Power BI. And in order to do that, I needed to learn how to build a custom connector for Power BI. It does say PowerShell, but when we open this repo, you can see that this is a test tool that people can use and the actual source code I have in here. So this was the first time for me to build something for Power BI at the time. So this was about 16 months ago. And if I open the source code, so you can see this is using the M language. I'm a Microsoft C# .NET Framework assembly developer back in the day. So M language was something I needed to learn on the fly. And I built this. I figured out how to authenticate, how to get everything out from it. And then I shared this. So one of the things that people can now do, if we back up a bit, if somebody's using this, they can also propose fixes. I can see there's been 8 commits, so I've mostly fixed things and added documentation and whatnot. Nobody has issued any issues in here. So if somebody finds a bug, they might click here and say, hey, you see, I'm using this. It doesn't really work. Could you fix this? And it's up to me to decide if I want to spend the time on that or if there's somebody else within the team who will take a look into this. 7 people have favorited this and 4 people have forked a copy of this. So when you fork a copy, you get an exact carbon copy of everything in here, including the README that I've created. And then you get to work in your own copy and you don't necessarily have to share that with anybody else. So that could be your private inner source copy. And often the idea would be that you would take into consideration the possible licenses that people have added. 2 contributors, so that's me and my twin brother. I have 2 different accounts in GitHub, but it might be plenty more if somebody wants to add in any on this. So when we want to get started, let me click on new repo from here. And this will be called the PSA repo for today. Let's add interesting stuff in here. And I could to define if this is going to be public or private. So this will be a public one. And I want to have a README file in here. So whoever opens this repo gets some sort of info. What's this all about? So let me create the repo. And it only takes a couple of seconds. And we have the repo in here. We have 1 commit already because this is what I created. Let me edit the README file. So I'm clicking in here, and here we go. I can edit this, and the formatting syntax is based on Markdown. So remember to get more coffee today. And let's save this one. Updates to README. And let's commit directly to the main branch. It's called master branch. Let's commit this one. And we can see those changes are immediately available. If anybody listening on this or later on listening perhaps on the recording jumps in and wants to open this repo, you can find it with search. And you could come in here, you could propose changes. It's up to me as the repo owner now to decide what I'm going to do. So if some of you wants to edit this, it will show up as a pull request. Somebody wants to push a change and I need to pull that change. And it's up to me to accept or decline or perhaps work on it, collaborate around this. So this is the repo. What if we have a quick look at something more interesting? So one of the great tools that Microsoft released is the Microsoft Power Choice. Let's search with Microsoft instead. I should be able to find it from here, but if I'm not, I'll just use something else. Well, there's Azure Architect content on Microsoft Learning. So this was updated yesterday, and I can actually have a look on what sort of content they have. Let's have a look at all files. And there's the module content, and I can see that there's different sorts of source code. This is probably for a classroom type training and on a hands-on lab. So these are the technical files for that. So if I find a problem in here, I can once again open this, and I can actually click edit and fork this and say, well, let me edit this because there's a typo in here. It needs to be like this. And it's up to the repo owner to then see what I'm suggesting as a fix in there. So this was a really quick look on some of the basics in getting started with GitHub. Let's see about the tools in a bit as well. So security in the sense is crucial. We already spoke a bit about the developer talent and collaboration here, but with security, the idea is that we simply cannot go through all of the source code manually anymore. We have to automate a lot of things. Once you open source things, or if you keep it inner source, but you share that more widely, it also enables more pairs of eyes actually looking at your code and figuring out different problems. So in terms of open source, the idea is that over time, your code will become more secure because more and more people are using it, more and more people are spotting the problems. It's the same that if you build something yourself, it seems flawless. But when 5 others are having a look at it based on their skills and experience, they might spot an issue and say, perhaps you want to do this like that. And then it's up to you to decide if you're comfortable with those type of changes. On shifting left, the idea here is that when we create our solutions, when we deliver and deploy those to production, and then when we start operating, oftentimes in operations, we start managing things, we start looking at security, we start monitoring, and then we start fixing those issues. Oh, we're not validating this sort of input from the form. Perhaps we fix it now in production. This will only take 20 minutes and nobody will notice. That's still something that's often used, but when we shift left, the idea is that we start doing all of these activities already when we start building the solution. Before we deploy to production, we already start worrying about security and governance and how do we monitor, how do we test against all of these different solutions. And to help in this, GitHub has dependency insights. And the idea here is that when you pull different third-party code packages as part of your solution, they might pull additional packages. And before you know it, your 3 lines of code is depending on 200,000 lines of somebody else's code because you're simply using somebody else's open source package. and you cannot possibly go through all of that code every time. So GitHub has a dependency insight that in real time goes through and starts alerting you if there's a vulnerability in any of those. About 3 years ago, I did one book on SharePoint Online development. And that was the time when SharePoint framework had just became out, and I figured, well, I need to learn a bit more on this, so let me do a book on this. And I did the book with a co-author. We were quite satisfied with the book. We did a lots of sample code. We shared all of that code on GitHub. But with SharePoint framework, one of the things is that it depends heavily on open source code. So once you start creating a simple web part in SharePoint with the modern framework, it pulls a lot of code from different places. And even today, on some of the code we created 3 years ago, and some of that hasn't been updated anymore because it's not relevant anymore, I keep getting weekly alerts from GitHub that you need to fix this, this, and this, because you're using this version of this third-party package that has a security issue. So you need to upgrade that package in your project, and then you need to fix whatever you need to fix in your own code. The other interesting thing here is CodeQL, and this is for security researchers. So it has its own query language that allows you to go through all of the public repos and search for upcoming vulnerabilities or security issues, and then perhaps reach out to those repo owners and say, well, we kind of identified this sort of problem. But the thing you are most interested typically is the first one. Whatever external code you're using, you want that to be secure as well. On code scanning, this is how it usually looks. So depending on code, you might be injecting or removing bits and pieces or upgrading the code. And this is often part of maintaining the code as well. And once again, this is about collaboration. So you get to work with the community, and there's always somebody with more talent or insights on a specific issue. And if you build a nice community around your solutions, then you get to benefit from those. Automation with GitHub is a big thing, and I have a better slide here. And actions in GitHub is all about automating things. Perhaps you are using Power Automate now. It used to be called Microsoft Flow back in the day. That's perfectly fine. Within GitHub, though, you can also leverage actions. It allows you to create automations or workflows that work with your repos, your code, your files, but it also allows you to deploy to different places, or you can pull content from different places and then work with the content you have in GitHub. I have a quick demo coming up on this soon as well. So now we had a quick look at GitHub by using the browser. You go to github.com, you create an account, then you create a repo, and that's mostly it. How do we actually create something that's for real? And I thought I will show you Visual Studio Code, and I do realize this is a session for non-developers, so I'm not typing any code, but I want you all to understand how easy it is to get started here. And what I'll do is I have a Windows terminal open. So this is the one that just got 1.0 version, and it's generally available now. I have the classic command prompt open in here. And just to verify, let's open my Windows installed software. It's in a small font, but still I don't have Visual Studio Code installed in here. What I'm using the Windows Package Manager, which was also released in 0.1 preview version, so it's mostly stable now, in May during build. And what I want to do with this, I want to install Visual Studio Code. So first what I'll do is I'll do winget search. Let's search for Visual Studio. And it goes to a repo to see what software package I can install from here. It tells me that I have Visual Studio Code available and the different commercial and the community version as well. I want to install Visual Studio Code, so let's do winget install VS Code. I trust that Microsoft supports this shorthand. It pulls the latest bits from this address, 53 megs, and it does a sort of a silent install. I don't have to do anything. And this should be done fairly quickly. And once it's done, it opens Visual Studio Code for me. So this is open now, but I can close it for now. The other thing that I do need is Git, not GitHub. So Git is the tool and the protocol, how we move files back and forth within the repo and to the repo. And in order to install Git, it's not a native tool in Windows 10. In order to install that, we need the Git tools. So what I can again do is winget search Git. And we can see there's plenty of tools in here. And the one I want is the first one. The ID is git.git. Let's try. Winget install git.git. And it says, hold on, I'm not sure what you're trying to do because I can find git.git, but I can also find git.git LFS, something else that I'm not interested in. So what I need to do in here, I need to do exact. So let's tell I want exactly git.git, nothing else. So it pulls 44 megs from github.com. It's hosted in there and wants me to approve the installation. This takes a couple of seconds. If you install this manually, it prompts for about 10 different things for you. This goes with the defaults now. Let's see. And Git is almost installed. Okay, that took about 30 seconds. I can live with this. Let's try opening a new command prompt, ramp up the font size. Git not yet working because I have Windows Terminal open and it hasn't refreshed the environment variables. So let's close this. Let me open Windows Terminal again. Let's try Git. There we go. So Git is working now. And what I also should be able to do is I have Visual Studio Code installed. So there we go. I have Visual Studio Code. I have Git installed. What I now need to do is click on source control, and I need to open a repo. And the repo I want to open is the one that I created just now. So that would be the PSA repo. I need the link, this guy, and all I have to do is clone this. So let me paste the address, github.com/my name/PSA repo. Clone, please. Where do I want to clone this? So I need a local copy for this. And I need to put this in whatever place I have. Let me create a new folder in here. So this is PSA repo. I just want to keep things organized. And it's pulling everything. Would I like to open it? Yes, please. It's opening it. And I can see my README file is in here. So you can see from Visual Studio Code that I actually have the README file opened locally. It's a local copy now. And the one in the cloud in GitHub is here. So all I have to really do is, and even more coffee. Let me do a small change in here. This should be it. Let me save this. And let's see if I'm happy with this. Let's synchronize, push everything to the cloud. And let's see if it goes there. Usually takes a couple of seconds to reflect in the cloud. Let me load this. If it takes a bit longer, then I can come back to this. Let's refresh this just to see if I have anything. Should be okay. I'll hop back to this in a second in my next demo to see if it updated or not. So what I did is I used winget to install Visual Studio Code, and Git opened Visual Studio Code. It uses Git behind the scenes and pulled my repo from the cloud locally, did a small change and pushed that back to the cloud. So it takes about 2 minutes to install the tools. And you don't have to use Visual Studio Code. You can just use the browser or Visual Studio or something else that works over Git so that you can target your changes to GitHub. On the automations, the idea there is that you can automate a lot of things. So when you set up a workflow, it also means that you don't have to manually do all sorts of different things. But when people add code to your solutions, then it also means that you don't manually have to get these emails on the updates and then try to figure out what's happening in there. And GitHub exposes actions, and it has a set of built-in workflows, or you can use custom ones as well. And as part of this, you want to achieve a good developer velocity. The idea is that we don't spend our time doing things over and over again when we can automate, and then we can also have the tooling work for us instead of us doing things manually over and over again. And that's often what IT pros have been doing for decades now. They install something, a new virtual machine or a new physical server, and they spend a lot of time on that. Now we can thankfully automate plenty of those, and we can focus on more important things. I mentioned most of these already, inner source as well. On mobile, I'll show that in a bit. On mobile, the idea is that you can also work on the updates and the notifications on your mobile phone with the GitHub application instead of always finding a laptop and a workstation. So the other thing that I wanted to show, and this is relatively new, so I'm hopping to my browser, opening a different profile in here. And what I wanted to show is the developer velocity assessment. And this was announced a couple of weeks ago. So you can find it at developervelocityassessment.com. This is hosted by Microsoft, even if it's not at a .microsoft.com domain. And you need to log in first with your organizational account and give permissions so that this can pull a bit of data from your Azure AD. So if you choose, use a test tenant if you don't want to expose your production stuff. And once you get started, you will need about 15 to 20 minutes to fill out the assessment. And some of the questions are fairly deep, so you need to think what you're answering. But I saved you 20 minutes of your life. I already filled out the assessment, and I used an imaginary startup with 2 people and a dog who are building a SaaS-based application using GitHub. And based on those, I get a DVI, a developer velocity index of 3.4 out of 5, which is the maximum. And the industry average on technology is 2.9. The different working practices is 2.6 only. And how the organization enables work for developers is only 3. So what are the questions you can see from here? There's technical bits like architecture, testing, security, what sort of tools you're using. Then there's the sort of culture. How do we actually manage our people? How do we do product management? What sort of teams are we planning to build? And then there's the working practices. How do we do open source or inner source? And depending on those, so if I unclick all of these, we can see that, for example, architecture is 3.35. And when you scroll down, out from all of these selections you did, there's additional guidance from Microsoft that, okay, for software architecture, perhaps don't use monolithic applications anymore. Perhaps think about microservices, or perhaps think about serverless and managing those somehow, or perhaps think about containers. Application testing, perhaps think about Azure test plans or whatever you can do in GitHub as well. So you can go through these. And the thing why I use this tool myself is that when I visit with partners and customers, I ask them to fill this beforehand so that when we sit down or when we meet virtually now, I can actually have them share this, and we can start seeing, okay, we want better results, we want better value for business. So perhaps we focus on integration, delivery, and deployment because it's only 2.5. So what can we do in terms of this? And the tool, the assessment, gives you those additional resources. So you don't have to just come up with those from your head, but you can actually rely on what's already out there. So developervelocityassessment.com is the thing you want to do at some point. Perhaps not this weekend if you have a nice weather, but on Monday, set aside at least an hour to fill out the assessment. So GitHub Mobile, definitely when you start having more repos, or if any of your repos are active, this is something you want to keep as a mobile app as well, so you don't always have to travel back to your home office to actually do some productive work. Codespaces is something I cannot demo yet because it's in private preview. The idea with Codespaces is that you do not have to install tooling locally. You actually have those in the cloud, and when you find an interesting repo or if it's your repo and your project you're working on, you will have this green Codespace button, and it spins up in the cloud. It spins up an environment with the tools you want to use, Visual Studio Code, Git, what have you, and you can run all of this in the browser. And when you switch places, you go to the office in the future, you have the same Codespace in the cloud available. So you don't need to rely what's on your laptop or what's on your local servers, because you can maintain everything centrally in the cloud and have templates on how do we provision these Codespaces that run and allow us to edit the code. Insights give you additional insights on your repos, what's happening, how active they are, how are people working on those. And you also get this average time between when some issue was opened and when it was resolved at the same time. So you can also see what's the velocity, what's the productivity of the team working on the open issues within a project. Developer talent, I already did discuss about this. What I did before I joined Microsoft, I used to be a partner at the local Microsoft partner company. And what we often did is that my team would build something as inner source, but we would use GitHub or Azure DevOps. And then when we figured there's a piece here that we could actually share with the wider community to give something back to the community, but also because it benefits probably everybody else who are interested in a specific topic. So we would open up those, and we could then use our own developers to use their talent to help others, or others would help us and the community as well by fixing issues or bugs or adding new ideas to whatever we would release. One of the things we built, this was way back when Microsoft Teams came out, we built a solution that allows you to run multiple copies of Teams side by side, the Teams client. It was a super simple solution, but we shared that on GitHub. And it was nice to see a lot of people built on top of that their own solutions later on. GitHub One, the last thing, and this is about licenses. GitHub One is a licensing bundle that gives you all of this. So the free version, everything that I've showed you today is available in the free GitHub license. But if you go all in and you need any of the enterprise capabilities, then definitely have a look at GitHub One, because it gives you a bundle with all capabilities for your team and for your developers. So in a nutshell, we spent about 45 minutes on all things GitHub. And as a quick recap, you might need Visual Studio Code, it's free. Git's command line is free as well. And then you just start creating your repos in the cloud. Those can be private initially, and then you can move those as public ones as well. And the idea isn't that you do all the work. You can also find what others have built, just like I showed one repo with the Aura Smart Ring custom Power BI connector. You could take that and build something else based on those findings that you already found on the repo. I think we're doing well on time. I haven't had a look at the chat. Do we have any questions that might require answering? There's one question on docs.microsoft.com. Do the edits run based on GitHub pull requests? And the answer is yes. So docs.microsoft.com content is maintained in GitHub repos now. So, most of those are public, but then there's private ones as well. And I think that's all the questions for now. Antti, I think the next speaker is up in about 12 minutes from now.
Yep.
Should we give people the opportunity to get some coffee and come back in about 10 minutes?
Yeah, we could do that. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to unmute. If you want to show your faces, you can turn on video as well. So we can leave a couple, like 2-3 minutes for questions, and then have about 10 minutes of a break. If no one has any questions, then let's go get a cup of coffee or something. So any questions, people? I do have one. If no one else has any questions, but I don't want to steal anyone's thunder.
Go ahead, Antti. Let's go with your question.
All right. So I think this has been sort of, and I don't really know how this originated, just, kind of like a while back in the community. Yossi, what do you think the future of GitHub and the future of Azure DevOps? Do you think GitHub will someday be sort of the tool that we use for managing packages and managing our Scrum work and all of that? Will GitHub eventually replace Azure DevOps?
I think it's hard to say. For now, Azure DevOps is the platform and the service, both in the cloud, but also in on-prem, that enterprises have traditionally been using. And Azure DevOps has plenty of capabilities that GitHub doesn't currently have. So often what I encourage customers to do, that if they're already invested in Azure DevOps, definitely benefit from those, but also start looking at what GitHub has, because GitHub has the community. And it has the 50 million developers. And if you have your own Azure DevOps instance in the cloud, you're not going to have 50 million developers looking at those. You have your 20 developers, which is great, but then you can leverage the findings from GitHub side. And then if you're not invested in Azure DevOps, definitely start looking at GitHub, but then there might be capabilities in Azure DevOps that you might need. One of those would be Azure boards, that allow you to do proper planning and apply that to your internal project management frameworks. And GitHub often doesn't work with those, but Azure DevOps does. Alrighty, I think we have 10 minutes before the next speaker is up. Thank you for attending. And there's a comment on the chat from Tricia to come to her session on Azure boards. Definitely do join that one. Thank you for attending on a Saturday. Enjoy the rest of the day. And if you have any questions later on, feel free to ping me on Twitter and/or LinkedIn. Thanks.
Thank you, Yossi, for a fantastic session on GitHub. Learned a lot of new things. All right, so let's take a 10-minute break. And after break, we'll continue on the hour, and we will have Faraz Qureshi. Now, I know that's a hard name to pronounce, so you'll correct me on that one when your session starts. But let's take 10 minutes for coffee and then be back. Thank you for a great session again, Yossi. Welcome back, everyone. So our second session of today will be by Faraz Qureshi on schedule goal with Dynamics 365. So without further ado, Faraz, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Auntie. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly also.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Perfect. All right, so I'm going to share my screen and then we'll start immediately. So let me know if you guys can see my screen. Perfect. All right, so we have recording on. Yep, nice. So welcome everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever suits you. I'm sitting in Sydney and it's 7 p.m. Right now. I just took my dinner and I hopefully you guys have to get breakfast or lunch also. So my session is on resource scheduling, and I give the title schedule goal with Dynamics because it's not about only the resources. We can schedule many different things, and we will see shortly today in the session. Before I start, I just want to give shout out to NT and the team to organize this. This is first time we are having for the PPM community, and I hope we all going to learn a lot from these sessions. I have attended few sessions in the past, and because it was more on the Dynamics or on Power Platform, and we miss out the opportunity to discuss the functional areas that actually are more important for project managers or for portfolio managers. And really, this is a nice opportunity that we are getting today. We are going to discuss many different things, but we'll be more focused on the PPM and especially the Dynamics 365 PSA. So I myself, I'm based out of Sydney, as I said, and I'm working as Dynamics 365 and Power Platform Solution Architect for one company called DXC. Before coming to Sydney, Australia 5 years ago, I got the opportunity to work in 5 different countries before and got the opportunity to learn working into different industries on different solutions. But for the last 5 years, I've been focusing more on the Power Platform and Dynamics 365. My background is technical. I was a developer in the past, started as a Java developer and then move on to .NET and then did SharePoint. Have some background on Power BI and business intelligence stack also. But nowadays, like most of you, I'm also focusing on Power Platform. My LinkedIn profile is mentioned here. I will make sure I will put in the chat also towards the end of the session. So if any one of you would like to connect with me or have any questions, please feel free to reach out. And my blog post, I do some blogging also, not very regularly, but I try to share my experience by writing some blogs. And that is also available on fq365.cloud. So before we start, we have the session also getting recorded. I would request if someone has not muted the mics, please do that. But if you have any questions, feel free to put it on the chat. And we have many experienced and professionals who work on Dynamics. And hopefully before I reach onto your questions, someone will answer it already. So feel free, just be interactive, put your questions, put your comments, anything resonate with you, anything you find useful based on your experience, just put it on the chat and we'll talk about it towards the end of the session. And in the last time, I think there will be a survey that Auntie and the team will be sharing with you. So please fill out that survey as well for us. So agenda. So what I'm going to discuss today is resource management and what options do we have when we talk about resource management? Different strategies we can adopt, different processes we can adopt. An organization might already be having something in place, and based on the tool and based on the recommendations coming from the best practices from Microsoft, we can also refine our existing processes. We are going to discuss that. Then the second part of my session is we will see a resource schedule board, and we will see how we can customize that for better usability, for better user experience. And in the last, Microsoft has put a new next generation resource schedule board. And it is in the preview mode right now, but we will see what it is offering, how it looks like, and we'll keep ourselves ready for the future. So what is the resource management? So this is, I mean, this happens a lot of time when you say someone that you are a resource, they take it as an offense that, oh no, I'm not a resource, I'm an expert, I'm also a human resource, and I'm a human being actually, and don't treat me like a resource that you can shuffle around, you can put me in different places and define the schedule for me. But it's not only that. It's if you look at it, the most important asset we have currently is our resources and our people. And if we are not utilizing them properly, if we are not scheduling them properly, giving them the work according to their skills, we are losing. We are not taking the most value out of our valuable resources. And it's not only about the resources, the people, it's also about different kinds of resources. We are going to see that. But the problem we saw while we are speaking about resources is we don't have visibility. And this is very relevant these days. While we are working mostly remotely, we don't know who is working on what, and who is available on different in different time zones, or who is available with different skill set, who can work on our projects. These kind of challenges is very common. It's every organization has to deal with it. We don't know how many people are available to be given some work, how many people are under the pump having more work than what they can consume actually. And we actually struggle also to get the request into the system also, that okay, you are asking for a resource, but have you got a project created already in the system or not? And these kind of issues we face, and this all can be simplified, and can all the complexities around it can be solved or mitigated if we adopt proper resource management in the right tool also. So as I said, this is not only about the people, it's also about how you treat different kinds of resources. Recently, I was working for one event management company, and their business was to provide the venues for weddings and for different events that people hire their venues, like for example some company meetings, for some company corporate events, or sometimes beside weddings they have some other kinds of events as well, some celebrations and things like that. And those events actually, if you think about it, when they are doing those events, they are conducting or organizing those events in some venues, in some of the meeting rooms, or in some of the halls or boardrooms or ballrooms in their venues. And all those resources, all those venues are actually the resources, and they need the visibility. Okay, how many meeting rooms are available for us next week? How many meeting rooms are available in West Sydney? Because when people walk in, come up with their inquiries that we want to organize something, and what is the availability when we can organize that? It is very hard if you don't maintain your schedule at a centralized place, and you don't have visibility. Okay, what is going on? What are the existing bookings? And how much capacity do we have? What we can offer to our customers. And this is one of the solutions that we utilize there, that we started using. We define all the venues, all the different rooms, ballrooms, crystal ballrooms, everything as a resource, and then started booking events against those resources. And the same applies for your equipment also. Yeah, this is quite common, especially in the construction industry. People are visiting sites, construction sites, and they need forklift, they need a crane, they need some sort of excavators or things like that. And when they need that, they need to know what is the current availability of that equipment, when they can schedule that. And it's not only about scheduling, you also need to have an handle that you can charge your customers based on that. So for example, if you are saying, okay, I need a forklift for 3 days in the next week, you're not only going to book it for your project, you are going to charge your customer against it as well, right? So this is just an example. Different kinds of resources you can have. It's not only about the people, it's also about your equipment, your facilities, and even your contractors, even your suppliers. If you want to schedule something that will be working for your project, you can schedule your contractors as well, your third-party suppliers as well. And this is what we can do utilizing the resource scheduling. And this functionality for this reason is very common in Dynamics 365 customer engagement modules. Project service, it makes sense. It is obvious when we are talking about project, we need to have resources, people, and equipment. But what about the customer service? Customer service is also utilizing the same resource scheduling engine, because when you are scheduling a service, it is against a person, or it might be against, again, some of your facilities, service center, things like that. So customer service is also utilizing this resource scheduling board. And then the last one, which is very popular, which is field service. When you have people on ground going to attend the calls to the customers on the field, they need to be scheduled. And it's ad hoc work. It's based on the work orders that you're receiving. It's not a project work, but it has to be scheduled. In Dynamics 365, it is utilizing the same resource scheduling engine for that part as well. And in the last project for the web, this is very recent offering. I think 6 months ago, Microsoft launched it, project for the web, and it is said it is going to replace Microsoft Project Online, which was kind of SharePoint workload. It had a different licensing, but it was project for the web is going to replace that. And project for the web is what? Project for the web is another service which is under your Microsoft 365, just like your Outlook, just like your Word, Excel, but it is running on the Power Platform. And it is, when it is running on the Power Platform, it is utilizing the same resource scheduling engine. You have the same concept applied here. You will define your resources similar what you do in Dynamics, and you're going to utilize the same concepts here. So what we are going to discuss today is relevant for different reasons, for different modules, and for different products. So what are our options when we say that we are going to schedule the resources? What are our options? Number one option is no resource management. Life is easy. You are living in the pandemic. You don't know what is going to happen. People will be utilized or not utilized. You don't know. And people, when you need them, they will be available or not. You don't know about that as well. So this is highly discouraged option, we are going to do the resource management. By the way, when you go with project services, it is optional for you. You can define your resources, but it's not necessary that you are going to utilize the resource scheduling or resource booking. You can assign the resources directly to your project plan. You can assign them task in your project plans, and there's no problem at all. System will work. They can submit the time sheet against their assignments, and no issues. But think about one project manager booking of a resource, an architect, and he's working for the project for next for the entire month. And another project manager comes in and he take the same architect. Who is this poor architect will be delivering work for whom? There will be no control, and it's going to be very chaotic. So what options we have got now is either we'll go with centralized resource management, or we can go with hybrid resource management. As from the name, it is obvious, centralized resource management is about, there will be centralized role. There might be one person, there might be multiple people having this responsibility as resource manager, and they will assign the people or they will book the people on the for the project request or for the other requests that are coming to them. This will be the centralized model. And the good advantage with that is you always know that who is going to book, and when you have a project, you are going to send a request, and you know that what will be the process. Someone sitting as a resource manager is going to look what is the skill set that you need, what is the duration that you need, what is the time frame, what window, what time frame is actually your requirement is, and he's going to find the relevant or best available resource for you, and he's going to book that resource against your project. This is the centralized resource management. But the other model is hybrid resource management. In hybrid resource management, when you go with that, it means project manager and the resource manager both can assign the can book the resources. This is this is something which might create some confusions in the long run. If the rules are not properly defined, you don't know which project manager can book which kind of resource, and if the project managers are not considering that a person is already booked for different requirements and they are still booking them for their projects, that is going to be a problem. But it is still better than having no resource management. And but if you can define the rules, you can go with the hybrid resource management. So we are left with two. We have got two options, which is one of them is centralized resource management, and the second one is hybrid resource management. The problem, before going into the problem, let me say what configuration we have to perform when we are when we have to set up this resource management. So first of all, we are going to check this project parameter, which is this parameter says this option is called resource allocation mode, and we can select either centralized or hybrid. We can select any of these, and as I said in the previous slide, the difference is centralized is with resource managers only, hybrid is with different roles, including project manager. But the problem is, what happened is even when you go with the centralized resource allocation mode, the project managers get additional permissions to create the resource booking. And it is for a reason, because when we assign a resource, when we book a resource on a project plan, there might be some scenarios in which project managers needs to extend the booking. The project got delayed, or there is more work required, or there is a change request. Things happens, and the project manager needs to extend the booking. So for this reason, this permission is by default is available for the project manager. So, but and this is required for the for allowing the project managers to do the extension for the bookings. But what is the workaround if we are hell bent that we don't want project managers or anyone else other than resource manager to do the booking? What are our options? Number one option we have got is create a flow. So that flow, what it will do is look into this entity which is bookable resource booking, and look that if the person didn't exist against this project before, they will not allow, they will remove that booking, and they will not let project manager do that booking. Or maybe they can allow that, but send a reminder or an alert to the resource manager also that someone has done, this project manager has done this booking also. So this is one of the option. Second option is create a plugin. So when you create a plugin, you can attach the event with when the booking before the booking has been added or saved. You can trigger this plugin function, which will be checking, okay, if the project manager is adding a new person which was not present before in this project, don't accept that, and you can cancel that add event completely, ignoring the fact that project manager has done that. So this is another option, but that needs some developer expertise also. The first one, in which you have to create a flow, it does not require any code to be written. You can go with no code or low code solution, writing a flow on Power Automate. But if you're going with the option of creating a plugin, then you might have to involve a developer. So this is one thing. And then for the project managers, what they have to deal with if they have the resource booking already in the system, and then what they have to perform. So first thing is, as I said, resource assignment is independent of whether you are doing the resource management or not. It is nobody is stopping you for doing the resource assignment, and it is different than resource booking. And the difference is when you assign someone in your task, it is shown as assigned, and when you book someone for your project, it is shown as booked. And then obviously you can see that there is another metric which is called booking shortage. Booking shortage shows project manager that if they have assigned a person or a resource on their project and they haven't got the booking, sufficient booking for that person from the resource manager, they are going to see that person as yellow highlighted here. They are going to see, okay, this person is present, has been assigned something, but we don't have any booking into the system yet. And the same concept applies if you have access booking. It means that you have the resource book for yourself, but you have not assigned him onto any of your tasks in your project. And this all actually drives the compliance, better utilization of your projects, better utilization of your resources, and better project management in your projects. And yeah, of course, this also drives better compliance and better governance as part of PMO. And this is one of the reason that Microsoft is giving this matrix under resource reconciliation. Let me show you quickly how it looks like on the system itself. So I'm in the project. I open one of the project here, and if I go into the resource assignments, if I go into the resource reconciliation, I will see, okay, who are the different peoples working on my project and where they are assigned. So I have one task, site foundation, and Sam is working on site foundation in the week of 20th June, and but I haven't got the booking yet from the resource manager. So it is going to be a problem for me if I don't take an action right now as a project manager, because this person might be booked against some other activities also, or he might go on leave, or he might not be available. So I need to know what is going to happen if I going to book that. So first thing, what I can do as a project manager is extend the booking. So when I do the extend booking, as I was saying, the problem or what you call a hole in our solution, which might cause some leakage, is this part where we have the centralized resource management defined. But when I do that, extend booking is going to actually create the booking and is going to impact the resource scheduling for myself. So I'm going to do that, and you can see it has booked that, and it also gave me the alert that you might be interested to open the booking in the resource schedule board. So I'm not interested right now, but what we have seen is I can extend the booking. If I know that a person is working on any of the tasks in my project, I can book him directly from here as a project manager. So this is from the project manager point of view. How it works, the resource management. The next thing I want to show is resource schedule boards. So resource schedule boards is one of the tool that, as I said, is relevant or is coming with different Dynamics 365 modules, and but we are going to look at it from the project management perspective, from the PSA perspective today. So what this tool does for us is you can see it's quite rich tool. It's you can see different options on the screen. Let me quickly go through what it is showing to us first. So on the left side, what you're seeing is filter and map view. It is giving us the option if we want to filter or search the resources, we can do from here. Then at the bottom, this pane is called requirements pane, and what you can see is all the different projects that require resources, or the other requirements that might not be project related, that might be BAU, might be sitting here as well. And so this is there's a pane where we can see the requirements or the projects where we need to book the resources. Then this pane is the main area where you are seeing all the resources, different types of resources. You can see generic resources, even facility. Ballroom is a facility type resource. Then forklift, which is an equipment type resource. Then you can see different name resources or the users like John Smith, Lauren Clark. They are the name resources sitting in one of our departments. You can see different resources here, and this area is showing the schedule for in how much we are utilizing a particular person, where they are working, what assignments they are working on, what is their availability, and things like that. So this is a very high level how this standard resource schedule board looks like, and you can see that it is quite rich and might be tricky if you give this schedule board as it is to your resource manager and say that, okay guys, you're going to use this resource schedule board now, and they are going to hate you, and they might not like the tool itself as well, and for the reason because it is having the functions that might not be required, especially from the project management point of view. For example, maps. We are not interested in looking at the maps as a project manager. Then territories, then organizational units here on the filter maps, and then business units in the filter maps. We might not be interested in that. There should be a way to customize or to remove the features or the functions that we don't need from the user's point of view, and this is available with us. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show different options that are configurable here, and that you can use to customize your experience, to customize the user interface for different roles. And you will see that it is going to reduce the complexity that this screen is offering to us, and it's going to be quite easier to utilize this tool after that. So let's start from let's look how we can do that. So for customizing the schedule board, the options that we have got is we will open this settings, which is the tab settings. So if I click that, what are options it is showing us? It is giving us different options that we can modify related to this schedule board view, and it is itself is quite complex. I mean, there are different options. We don't know what is, if we change something, what is going to happen. So let's look into it one by one. So first of all, let's start from the bottom, with the bottom up approach. At the bottom, we saw that I have the same window open, same view open here in this window. So I'm going to show you first what is present at the bottom of this screen first. This is the requirements pane. So I'm going to customize or reduce. See, this is showing me the columns that I might not be interested. There's so much information from resource booking point of view. What I need to know is just the project name and maybe the start date and finish date, and maybe that's it. I don't want to know the resource will be working on site or off site. This might be relevant if the person is being booked for the from the field service point of view. They might have to travel, they might have to do some work. Usually from the project management point of view, when you book a resource, this is the location is irrelevant. It is location agnostic. You don't know the person is on site, off site. Once he is assigned on the project, he is going to work on that project, and the location doesn't matter. So what we can do is we can reduce this complexity here. So what we can do for this thing is requirements panel. And in this requirements panel, you can see there is an option, hide the default requirements pane. If I do that, what will happen? The two panes that are coming by default at the bottom will disappear. But what about how I will see the requirements then? So what you can do is you can add a new view for that purpose. For example, let's say active project requirements. I'm going to say that it is for the BAU. And if I select that, it is for the BAU and click add. What I have selected from here is the view which was present in the active bookable resources. So when I say that active bookable resources, let me show that thing quickly also. So in the resources, if you go into the bookings, you will see that there are different views available for us. So different in the requirements, sorry. So we will see we have different views available in the active resource requirements. So from this active resource requirement, we might be interested to see a simple view which just shows us few columns that we might need. And this is what we are going to do here. From here, we are going to select which view we want. So we will just select open project requirements, apply, and this is going to hide. It is going to hide the other tabs that were present before, and it is just showing me the BAU that I just created now. So same can happen. I can create multiple views as many as I want, and I can reduce this complexity from here. The next thing is from this point of view, from filters point of view, or let's see from the settings itself, what is next. So the next thing was from the bottom up schedule types. So schedule types, you can see on the left here, none, appointment, project. These are the default options. But as I said, you can schedule anything, any kind of entity. You just have to mention that this is a bookable entity, and you can schedule the resources against that entity. And when you do that, that entity will start appearing here. For example, I give you an example of events. If I created that entity, that events will start appearing here in this list, and I can modify the views related to that entity. So when I select none, it means whatever the settings I'm applying here will be applied to all the different types of entities. But if I just select a particular one, appointment, project, then it is going to be applied onto that particular entity only. So let's say I'm going to do that for entity purpose only, and there are different views available. Booking tooltips view, booking details view. What is that? So booking tooltips is, let's come back to the resource schedule board. If I expand any of the existing bookings, see this is the tooltip that is appearing here. It is showing me, okay, this person Sam is working on this project, and as a tooltip it is showing me some information which are different fields of a view. So that these fields, if I am not interested to see, for example, travel duration, it is not important for a project. I can just get rid of that field from the view itself, and that will disappear. Same thing here on this panel where I'm seeing the different fields that are coming from the view also. If I don't want to see, for example, duration here, I can just get rid of this particular field duration from the view, and that will not appear for us. So this is, again, when you know your user, you can customize, reduce the complexity, and it will definitely improve their experience. Then other options, general settings. In general settings, you can see what we have got is map view tab placement. So where we want to place that map view, it is coming in the filter pane. This is the default functionality. Map is actually not relevant from the project management point of view, so I'm going to skip that, and I'm just hopeful that in the new schedule board experience we will have option that we don't show the map at all if we don't want it. Same for different options related to maps are present here, but the next thing I want to show you is here, filter layout. So this filter layout is actually defining the fields that you're looking at this section. So from characteristics, roles, territories, organizational unit, resource types, pool types. If you don't want to see any of these fields, you know that it is not relevant for the resource manager to see that information. You can see this is written in the XML format. You can get rid of the options that you are not interested. For example, I don't need the resource type. I know that I'm going to create this particular schedule board for my field engineers only. Then I don't need to worry about having equipment or facility or different resource types at all. So I can just delete that part only. Same I can do with other configurations like pool types and other stuff, and it's going to be removed from the filter panes also. And after that, I'm going to give it a name. So let's say resources filter, and save it and apply. So you will see the resource type option has disappeared from here. So if I want to get rid of territories also, I can do that as well. And same could be like, for example, you have your custom fields that are present at the resource level, and you want to have those in the filter also. In the same way, you can define your new custom fields that you want at the resource level to be appearing at the at this filter pane. Same concept for defining the template is present for your resource cell. Resource cell is what? Resource cell is this part. So when you're seeing the resource, this resource is showing you some information like how much utilization they have got, how many hours they are booked. And this information, if you want to modify, for example, you want to show the email address of the person for some reason, you can, or the role of the person, you can modify that resource cell. You can add those fields, and the resource manager will not have to find this information anywhere else. He will see what he need in the single view. So this is the resource schedule board. This is how you can configure. Beside that, what you can do is with this configuration, like for example, you want to change the colors also. For fully booked, you don't want blue color. You are saying, no, it is green. It is good. Let's show it as a green for us. So I can change it to green. Overbooked is not actually bad. I want to give it a amber color maybe. So I select a different color. And when I apply that, is going to change the colors that are appearing on the schedule board. This might be helpful for your resource manager again. Then the name. Here you can mention the name of your view. And the reason you are going to mention that is going to help you identify that this view you have configured for what purpose. So any name that is suitable, you can define that. Then share with. This is quite interesting option. Share with is like I'm creating it just for myself or for everyone or with the specific people. For if you're going to share, if you want to share it with the specific people, you will select this option, but there are a few more steps that will be required. I'm going to show you that quickly in a minute. And let's say I'm going to save this view also for demo, and I'm going to apply that. And this view is now applied. I can see different colors appearing that I selected. But one more thing I want to show is I am not interested to see all the resources present in the system, because what I want is I will create different views for different roles. For example, for project managers, I will create a board in which I will just see my project managers. For engineers, I will create another view that will just show me engineers. And this might be helpful. Like, for example, think about you have a team lead of your engineers who look after who is working on what and what is their availability. You can create a separate schedule board for that and share that particular schedule board with that team lead. So he can act as a resource manager for his team and can only see the people sitting in his team. But for doing that, what we have to do? What we have to do is select the resources. So when I do that, so what I can do is from this pane, from filter pane itself, I'm going to select the resources that I want to show on this particular pane. For example, on this board, for example, I just want Sam, who is an engineer. I need a generic engineer also, and Lauren also to appear in a particular schedule board. I select 3 of them and I click apply. So you will see I can see only these 3 people that I selected, and I can save this as a default setting also. So when I will anytime browse or navigate onto this resources demo view or dash schedule board, I'm going to see only these 3 people, which makes sense. I mean, it is reducing the complexity. And the last thing I want to share from the sharing point of view is, as I said, I selected the option of specific people. So what is going to happen? The next thing that you have to do is come back onto your advanced filter. And in the advanced filter, you will see is similar to your views that you usually create in Dynamics. So we are going to see the view that we have created. So in the schedule board settings, I will see what are the different. So this is the one that I just created, resource demo. I will select that, and when I open it, double click to open it, modify these settings. We are not going to modify any settings, but what we want is just want to share this with a person. So if I going to click this button, I will select who is responsible for that. Let's say John Smith. Let's select John Smith. I select add. I give him the right permission, and that's it. So when John Smith log in onto Dynamics and he visit the resource schedule board, he will see this schedule board that we just have created, resources demo, and that might be helpful for him. So this is it I want to show from the scheduling point of view. We are almost on time, so just let me quickly go through the improved schedule board also. So improved schedule board is currently is in preview mode. Microsoft is going to release it in few months into the production, but it is already available. If you have turned on the preview mode in your environment, you can play around. You can see how it looks like. So let me show you quickly how this new schedule board looks like. So I will navigate to resource scheduling, and here I'll click on the schedule board. So you can see I have turned on this preview already. So this is the old UI, and if I turn it on, I will see a better user interface. And this is all PCF control, Power Apps Component Framework. If you want to extend any functionality, you can also extend that by following the framework, which is the PCF framework. And because this is just the preview only, it is not fully functional, but it is quite rich also. For example, if you want to drag drop any of these things on the fly, you can do that from the resources, from the scheduling point of view. This is enabled. It works on more different devices and different resolutions, screen resolutions also. It is performance-wise, it is better. And the last thing which is important is the new functionalities that will be coming from the from Microsoft for resource scheduling point of view. It could be for field service, it could be for customer service, or any other thing. It will be coming for this improved schedule board only. For the old one, there are no updates coming. But once it is launched into the production, all the updates will be coming from Microsoft for this one. And this is very, very powerful thing. So this is it. This is the new schedule board. And So just quickly go through the summary, what we have covered. We saw that what different options we have got from Microsoft from the resource management point of view. We have centralized resource management, we have hybrid resource management, and this universal resource scheduling is actually a common tool which works on not only for uh, not only for the PSA, but it also works for field service, customer service, and also project for the web, which is a new service. It is also leveraging this resource scheduling. And we also saw that how we can customize the schedule boards. And this is just a very quick walkthrough I showed you. There are many different things you can do utilizing the same concepts by either changing the views for your different entities or by changing the XML that was showing the user interface itself. And this is it. Do we have any questions now?
Awesome. Thank you, Faraz. So we have a couple of questions here. Max Mulders is asking if we can put changes in a solution. So I believe you were making changes to those schedule board and to that fetch XML. So are those solution aware?
No, unfortunately, those settings are not solution aware. The things that you're doing are going to be to become part of the system or part of that settings itself. So schedule board, if you think about it, is like a personal view. When someone in Dynamics create a personal view, that does not go into the solution itself. Only the system views become part of the solution. So it's like a personal view that you are defining, and we just saw that when you are sharing those views, you are sharing with the people, and that is for this reason it's not part of the solution.
All right. And I think that it is, now I'm only seeing the email address. I think that's Paulo Bamba, who is asking, did you hear anything regarding the ability to book following a rigid pattern? Paulo, do you want to perhaps unmute yourself and clarify that question a bit?
Yes, thank you, Andy. My question was like, from the schedule board, is it possible to book a resource like every Monday for a long amount of time?
Yep. So see, this is again advanced concept. So what we have seen today is manual resource booking, but this can be automated. It's not that we have seen that the underlying function or the platform is still Power Platform. You can create a flow. And you that will look into your requirements in which you are saying, oh, every Monday I need this person. So a flow can run and can make an entry into the bookable resource entity, and then that way you will have a person book for every starting Monday of the month or every Monday of the week. You can do that. So manually, of course, anytime you can do it, but you can automate as well. Do I answer your question, Paulo?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
If you have any other questions, feel free to unmute yourself and ask. All right, so we have another question, one question for Chris Maya. If you have other activities in use outside of PSA, can these be added into the schedule board? For example, pre-sales appointments or tasks for cases.
Yeah, of course we can do that. So see, this is what I showed as an example. So we have two different kinds of requirements for the resources. One was project, and the other one was the open requirement. Open requirement can fall under different workloads. It could be a pre-sales activity. It could be a BAU, like someone has to perform some meetings, internal meetings. They can book their time under that activity also. So open requirements is for capturing different types of bookings that you want to capture into the system. This is one way you can do that. But another option that is also possible if you need some more advanced functionality. You can enable any custom entity for your resource booking also. Let's say it's not pre-sales, it's not BAU work, it's some weird custom entity you have to conduct some trainings, and for those trainings you are having a separate entity which is covering different parts, different elements of the solution. You can use that trainings entity to book your resources against that as well. So very good question. We can utilize any entity for resource scheduling, but for the simple solution, you can always go and look into open requirements, mention, add a column, maybe add a field, maybe that will identify what kind of requirement that is, maybe pre-sales or a demo, things like that, and use it. Yep. Do we have any other question?
Awesome. I think that was all the questions for now. Faraz, thank you so much for a very, very exciting session on Schedule Board. That's a fantastic piece in the system, and that's definitely one of the most versatile components that I think that we have on that platform.
Yep. Thank you very much. And I have put my LinkedIn profile address also. If anyone want to connect, any questions or any help I can do, please feel free to reach out.
Excellent.
Thank you, everyone.
So thank you again. I'm going to stop recording. And let's take a 4-minute break, and let's continue on the hour. We have Kuldeep Gupta up, and he is talking about, let me pull up his session, Scrum Project Management using the power of PSA combined with DevOps description. So let's take a couple of minutes and then be back on the hour for some awesomeness by Kuldeep.
Hey.
Welcome back, everyone. We're now on the hour, so let's keep the show rolling. And next up is Kuldeep Gupta with a very interesting session on Scrum project management using the power of PSA combined with Azure DevOps. So without further ado, let's hand it over to Kuldeep.
Hey, Antti. I hope you guys can see my screen and hear me as well.
Yep, you're on. You're on very
Perfect.
well. Kuldeep, can you minimize the Teams pop-up on the bottom right corner? Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
All right. So before we begin, I'm going to be giving you an introduction about myself and the topic that I'm going to be covering. I'm Kuldeep Gupta. I'm MVP Business Applications. I am the delivery head at CloudFront Technologies. I've been speaking in many sessions D365 Saturday, but this one is a good one that contains all these sessions with respect to project management only, and gives all the project managers a chance to speak about the product PSA as well as the project management techniques that these guys are using. You guys are using. Today I'm going to be talking a little bit about Scrum, mainly starting with what PSA is, a little introduction about the product, a little demo, great demo about the product, and then we'll delve deep into how we can do an integration between PSA and DevOps. We have a lot of gurus on the call of Scrum. I have Neil Benson sitting behind here on the call. So I want to shout out loud that he's an inspiration to get me on this path here. All right. So let's start. Before we begin, I want to understand how many of the audience here really understands what PSA is. You guys can unmute yourself and let me know if you guys really understand what PSA is, so that I understand what depth do I need to cover of making you understand the basic product. So is that a very few number that understands?
No,
I will take that.
say this.
Sorry?
I was saying I know what PSA is. You said
Okay,
unmute.
fantastic. Fantastic. So I'll try to keep it short. The demo I'll just browse through very quickly and try to keep that part of the session very short. All right. As we all know what PSA is, it's a robust PM app that enables project managers to manage their projects really well. It not only helps the project managers, but also helps the sales team to manage their sales cycle, like the lead, opportunity, quotation, and the contract cycles that integrates to the project really well. It also helps the accounting teams to do their invoicing and the journal entry for their projects. So basically, it seamlessly integrates all the three departments to ensure the entire operations runs very smooth. So what I'm going to do is, without wasting any time, jump into the demo where I'm going to be showing you a great demo of what the sales cycles look like, opportunity to quote to contract, then the project manager and resource scheduling, then we'll do a little bit of time entry and expense entry, and then the invoicing piece. Okay, so I have a great demo and not the physical demo of it. So the sales cycle, let's look at it. So in order to jump into the project service environment, I have logged into my environment, and we click on the project service environment module over here. As soon as you click on that, you jump into it, and then you click on the opportunity to create an opportunity. So here the basic things that you need to fill in the opportunity are the topic, the account that you're going to tag in the contact, the contracting unit, the currency, and the price list. All right. What is the estimated close date and the estimated revenue from the opportunity that you will drive is something that you guys need to fill into the opportunity. Once you fill in the opportunity, let's say you want to create a quote against that opportunity, and you feel that the client asks me, all right, let's move a step ahead and please provide me a quotation against what we discussed. So you can click on this propose phase and create a quotation on the business process flow. There are many ways in which you can do it. You can see a tab here. You can click on that. There is a new button that you can always do it from there itself also. So let's say you create a quote from, you click on create. What it will do is automatically navigate to the quote entity with all the information that is present in the opportunity. So you need not fill in all the details over here. All is filled in over here except your requested delivery date, which means the tentative date when you are expected to complete the project. You need to fill in one more information. Again, when is it then your quotation will expire? So you fill in that date here. The billing address and all will be fetched from the accounts or the customer information that you filled in. So you need not bother there. So once your quotation summary is filled in, you need to prepare a quotation line basically to make understand what is it that you're going to preparing the quotation for. So if it is a CRM implementation, so you click on the quotation line and click on create a quote line of CRM implementation. What is the billing method you select, whether it is a fixed bid or TNM? So fixed bid is basically which is tied to certain milestones during the project execution. You are invoiced on the milestones that you create, like for example 25% on the kickoff, 25% on your requirement document submission or approval, and then 25% on go live, and then like that. All right, once that is selected, you have next tab, that is project that you have to select. So this is an optional field over here. So during the quotation field, if you feel there is a project that needs to be created at the quote line, its instance in the quotation phase instance itself, you can do that from there itself. The benefit is PSA provides a feature of importing the project line, the WBS lines, into the quotation lines from there itself. So you need not type the quotation details of what the CRM implementation is going to be looking like. I'm going to be telling you where it will be beneficial in short time. So it is on up to you whether you want to create a project there itself or not. Let's create a project now. So when you want to create a new project, you click on new button over here. Your project comes up over here. You fill in the basic detail, like the project name. Is it template, meaning you can always build in your templates which you can utilize to create the basic WBS structure and other basic settings of the project. The project manager is selected by default because I am creating this project. I'll be set as a project manager. You can always change it. The calendar template is one beautiful feature that PSA offers. Is basically there you can set the working hours, the working days, what time is the break in the day, what are the national holidays in particular of a particular resource, because you can have resources from multiple geographic locations, and so their work hour template needs to be set well. You can select which work hour template you want to select for this particular project. The contracting unit is basically a contracting unit. You can take it as a geographical location from where this project's primary resource is going to be booked from, or the project comes from. So this is the contracting unit concept that PS has brought in. The estimated start of the project, the estimated hours, all these basic details you fill in and then you save and close. The project gets tagged over here. And then you have to build the quotation. So let's get in the quote line details tab. When you click on the quote line detail, that is where your project that you just tagged can be of benefit, where you can import from project estimate. So when you click on that and then you have all those WBS lines clicked, it'll come in over here, or you can click on add new quote line and start typing in each and every detail that you want. So like, let's say I have requirement gathering for 250 hours, project management for 150 hours. So like go live is something that I was trying to enter, which is of time. A role is going to be developer. The resourcing unit is going to be CloudFront. Let's say it's CloudFront Mumbai. You can get it from CloudFront US, CloudFront UK, whatever it is. The unit is R because we're going to be charging the client per hourly basis, and the quantity is 50. So based on your role and your resourcing unit, there is a default price list that is attached to the quote, from where this quantity will pick up the developer role price and multiply it and put it on the quote line. So if I save and close here, you can see all your lines will be built over here. And if you observe, the quote line, go live line that we've entered is developer of 50 hour at a rate of 100 is $5,000, which is coming from the price list. So you need not bother. Of course, you can actually change it as per your requirement. You can increase or decrease depending on your negotiations with the customer. All right, once that is done, the next thing that we need to do is set up the invoicing schedule. Like in this case, it's fixed bid. So I have 4 milestones that I've set as depending on my requirement. You can remove any and make adjustments, or you can remove everything and just make 1 milestone that entire advance payment of the project. Whatever is your comfort level, you can make those adjustments right away. So next, what we do is, when all the quotation details and everything looks good, you come back on the summary page, you click on the quotation as 1. When you mark it as 1, what happens is it takes you to the order page where the order is created, and all the details from the quote is brought in over onto the order. All right. Order here, which is the out-of-the-box entity from CRM from Aegis, is called as project contracts in PSA. So a project contract is created in the system. So if you observe a couple of things here, it will also tell you from which opportunities it is coming from, what is the quotation that is tied to this contract, and all the other information is pulled in from your past history that you've tried to build right from the quotation up till here, right from the opportunity, in fact. All right, once you're done, what you do next is mark the quotation as confirmed. If you see this button, you click on confirm. The quotation is marked as confirmed in case there is no further negotiation or any adjustment needed to be done. But on the contract level also, you have a flexibility to do all sorts of modification that you need to do with the customer. And once all that is done, you mark your contract or order as confirmed. So the status changes to confirm and the contract becomes active. All right. So this was the end of the sales cycle. Now we quickly move to what the project management and resource scheduling looks like here. So what happens is, now the sales team has done their job. It's now the project manager's job to pick it up from there. So let's say if the contract is marked as confirmed, the project management team gets an email automated flow that is not out of the box. We can always draft that. But then let's say we receive an email and the project manager say, hey, interesting, now it's my turn to pick up the contract and create a project for myself, or take it further. Where he'll go is on the order and click on the related and click on the projects. He'll see the projects. And if we had already created the project, he need not bother himself to create a project, or just select the project that is created. It'll take him to the project. So this is how the project will look like. He'll click on the schedule. Schedule is now empty. So we can actually start putting in the tasks that are over here, or whatever he feels. I've created a very basic project task over here of the WBS. There's the project management, requirement gathering, and all those. You can put in the efforts, the start date, end date, and the duration of which you need to keep that task for, because certain tasks needs longer duration, but the hours are very short. So you can change the mode of it from auto mode to manual. Once you are set it manual, you can adjust the effort versus duration as per your need. All right. Once it is auto, it is dependent on each other. All right. So you can set your predecessors, as in the development will not start unless the requirement gathering is over. So you have put marked as 2 onto the development. That means once the requirement gathering is over, only then the development will start, and so on and so forth are the settings that you can do over here. You can always add subtasks and so on and so forth here by clicking on indent. If I want to add some subtask, I can click on add and click on indent. So it will become subtask of the requirement gathering. All right, so let's see what's next. You can add the resources also onto the WBS over here. So it indirectly creates your team of the project, and you can see the team tab right up here. They will all start appearing over here. You can change their roles by double clicking and making modifications to this entry, because I wanted Subhash Mathur to be a developer on this project. By default, they are added as a team member in the system and not as the default role, but you're expecting them to work on this project. Yes, now next is the resource assignment tab that comes up over here. It's a beautiful view which tells us which resource is working on what task and by what role. Okay, so you have multiple views which you can switch from. This is the resource view. You can have the role view also over here. So you can see by role which resource is working on which task and so on and so forth. So this is a very good view that a project manager sometimes needs to understand by week or day by hour. What is the allocation for each resources on which task? Next comes the resource reconciliation tab. The resource reconciliation tab is again kind of similar view as a resource assignment, but here there is a feature that is extended so that we can make the booking of the resource on that particular task here itself. So let's say if we are booking Kuldeep Gupta, so -8 is the deficit, meaning he has not been booked at the moment for these many number of hours, but there is a requirement on this project for him to be booked and he looks free, and hence it is marked as -8 hours. So what do you have to do if you want to make the booking is there is an extend booking feature which resource reconciliation provides. So what you need to do is select all those days that you want to book it, right click on it, click on extend booking. It'll tell you the current bookings are 0. You're booking for 8 hours, click on OK. Now you see it becomes 0 hours. The booked hours are 40. That means 8 hours are booked and there is no deficit booking that is demanded on this project at the moment. All right, so this is the extend booking functionality. I'm not really going into depth. In case there is anything a person wants to ask, anybody has any doubts, I can always entertain that post the session when there is a Q&A going on. The project estimates tab is again a very beautiful view which tells us by cost or by sales, what is it that is going to be either spending or earning on this project. So one beautiful example of this view that my client asked me once was, hey Kuldeep, I need to be prepared for the amount of money that I'm going to be spending monthly in the entire course of the project. So can you give me an approximate number every month? So it was very easy for me to go to the project estimate tab, select sales and select by month, because he asked by month what he wanted. And I could actually give a clean screenshot of this, and he was very happy and impressed that we have some this level of detail mentioned in the system. So PSA allows you to do that level of detailing. Next is project tracking. Project tracking is basically, as the name goes, it tracks your progress on the project, and every time the hours are utilized from each task, the progress moves, and the progress is only moved ahead once the time entry or done by a project resource is approved by the project manager. So hence the progress moves like that, and then you can see the progress. There is no progress done, hence it is looking at 0% over here. All right, that's about the project management. And now you had a beautiful session by Faraz a couple of minutes back, and he showed you in detail what schedule board looks like. But I will tell you how do we allocate it very quickly. I would not go in detail to explain you what all sections means by it, but because Faraz has already taken you through. Well, let's try to make the booking. Okay, so if let's say I want to book Subhash, so I'll select his name over here. I'll select Subhash. I'll select the days that I want to book him. What happens is if I select the task that I want to book on, there is a beautiful pop-up that comes up over here as a resource booking requirement. And then you can select minor details from that as to booking status. What is the booking status that is desired on this? Is it hard booked? You can see the legends over here. Is it hard, the proposed or committed booking that you need on this? And hard is basically you are hard and committed is basically you're telling that yes, the resource is actually booked on the project and nobody else can touch that resource during those number of days because a certain project manager has already booked him on that project. Proposed booking is basically you can book him, but you're also allowing other project managers to book him in case your project gets finally signed off first before anybody else's project. So propose allows you to make certain kind of proposed booking for a particular resource. So just in case, to save your double booking time, in case I have made a proposed booking of 5 days for Subhash, and let's say my project comes first, I can right click on those proposed booking and then actually confirm that booking right there itself. So I don't have to do double booking of going first, doing hard booking and then proposed booking and then making a hard booking like that. All right. So once your booking is confirmed, you are seeing that the resource is completely booked, fully booked. If it is partially booked, it'll still be showing, white with lines inside, and if he's overbooked, it'll be red here. Yeah, that's all about the resource booking. Let's do some time entry. So this is an important aspect. Like if you spend time on a project, you of course need to do some time entry. And if you do some expense on the project, or you need to do that expense entry in case it is chargeable to the customer, or in case if it is not chargeable to the customer, even then to understand how much amount of money has been gone out as costs on this project also is to be seen. So time entry and expense entry is a very important piece of any project. So in order to do the time entry, we need to go on the project module, click on the time entries, click on the new. So a very quick create, small quick create form opens up on the right. You select the date, the duration, you select the project, type would be work because yes, we're doing the time entry for the work. The project that you've done, the task, the role. The role is very important for that particular time entry that you're doing is because when the invoice goes out to the customer, it's on the basis of the role that you have put on that particular day, on that particular hour, if it is a time and material project. It doesn't care if it is a fixed bid project, that whatever role you put or whatever number of hours you're putting it, because the invoices are all gonna go out as per your milestones. That doesn't mean you can put random whatever you want to do, but yes, of course, it is really very important when a T&M project is there. So you put in the description, you put in the external comments. External comments is something that is for the customers, and description is something that you can elongate and elaborate for whatever needs you wanted for internal purpose or whatever. Once that is done, you save and close, and there is a time entry that comes in with a small blue line. That means there are comments that have already been added onto this. All right. Once that is done, all right. So this is a grid view. There is a calendar view also that you can see, and for that you can click on show as, and there is a calendar view in that. This is the calendar view, but really I am a big fan of grid view. So I do all my time entries via the grid view. There is a beautiful feature that is also available, which you can, if your resource allocations are done properly, you have a proper resource manager role in your organization, and you want all the people to do the time entry via the resource bookings that are done. So you can click on the resource bookings and import the time entry from there. All right. Just 1 second, okay? Yes, I'm so sorry. All right, so when you can do the import resource bookings, you can see a pop-up coming in. You can select the time entries that you want to import in this over here, or you can select all, click on import. You can see all this coming in over here. So just one second. So once the time entries are all in over here and you've done all your comments and all, you can click and submit it for the approval. So post your submission for approval. There is a project manager who needs to approve those time entries. All right. And the project manager then goes on the approval tab here and sees all the time entries that have been submitted for approval. You select them and approve them. So now, as soon as you approve them, what happens is, before we move on to invoicing, is there are a couple of things that happens is basically for all those time entries that are TNM, there are actuals record. In fact, be it TNM or fixed bit, there are actuals records that gets created on the project. So now there are two types of actual records that are created on a TNM project. One is an unbilled sales line and one is a cost line. And on an FB project, there is just a cost actual that is created because we don't charge on time in FB project. Just one more second. Yes. So before we move on to invoicing, how do your accounts does then invoicing basically? And where is the main place in PSA where you can do the invoicing is on the contract. Okay, so you've got to navigate to the contract. And let's say if you try to do a fixed bid invoicing, you have a fixed bid line on the contract that you can see over here. Go to the invoicing schedule and open one invoicing schedule. Mark it ready for invoicing from the status over here. And then come back to the summary page of the order and click on create invoice. As soon as you click on create invoice, you will navigate to the invoice entity with the amount of milestone amount that is mentioned over here. And yes, your invoice is ready with all the details that you have mentioned, the customer, the currency, the price list from where it is deriving the price of the payment terms and stuff like that. So this is the basic part of how the invoicing happens. Now we'll come back to the topic, which is Scrum management. Okay, so here what I want to do is, before I speak about Scrum, I would like to show you a demo of how PSA and DevOps can be integrated well together via flows. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing is, what I've done is I have created what we'll do is, this is my DevOps environment, this is my PSA environments. The problem definition here is I create a project here and I create some tasks here, but then my Scrum manager has to again redo all of that again in my DevOps environment in order to do his Scrum meetings and all. So I found a basic necessity of doing an integration between my PSA and DevOps, so as to keep both of PSA as a single source of truth. In case there is anything that the Scrum Manager updates in my DevOps Scrum board, it is also updated vice versa in my PSA. And so, you know, the project manager need not go back and forth again to the Scrum Manager so as to ask what is happening on the project. Is the timeline still what is there, what was there on the project, what are the efforts still there, and dates and all that stuff is still maintained. So let's try to do one thing, is try to create a project. Okay, let's try to create a project and see how it integrates with DevOps. So let's give it a name, D365 project demo. I don't want to give a name, this description. You can select any particular customer. Let's say Celeb Broadband's company. Project classification. These are all our internal fields that we have created. You see this DevOps process is one important field. Why I have given it over here is when you create a new project in DevOps, there are a couple of things that it asks. Is one is the name of the project, the repository, and the process. The process is basically I have created my own process. So I have created a lookup, as in when you create your processes in DevOps, you can create over here. The process is basically how your organization wants to manage your Scrum boards. There are certain fields that you create on the Scrum board, and all of those can be set up in the process that you have. I have PP Agile over here that I've created, project process Agile methodology. A repository is something you can use a Git repository or a Team Foundation server. I'm a big fan of TFS, so I will select TFS over here. And once you save it, the project integrates it with the DevOps, and there is a project that will be created in the visuals in DevOps. So let's go and check. Touch this first. So it's D365 project. All right, so it's flow, guys. Please understand it takes a little while to integrate D365 project. Uh-oh. Is that what my project name goes for? D365 project demo. All right, yeah. Yeah, here you see my project is already here. I'm gonna be opening that project up. So you see what I've done is on the project, I have tried to grab the GUID of the PSA project, because this is very important when you do back and forth transaction between DevOps and PSA, so as to understand which project in PSA are we trying to hit from DevOps. All right, now let's try to build a schedule in over here, which will get integrated with PSA. So there are certain rules that we need to follow where it is. This is the main name. The first thing that we will give here is the name of the sprint. The second is the work item that I'm going to be creating in the sprint. So let's say it's a work item 1, and inside that I will be creating tasks. So let's say it's task 1 and task 2. So how the ordering will happen is, it cannot be just straight like this. The first indentation to the sprint will make it 1.1, which will be the work item that will be created in sprint. The task will be intended inside the work item, so as to make my integration understand that this is the work item. Now I will create one more sprint here, so as to just show how it will work there. Let's create another work item 2, task 2, 3, task 4. All right, let's indent it in the proper way. Again, all right. So you can put in the efforts also over here. Let's say it's a 40 hours effort. You have 20 hours of efforts, 24, what I want, 12, and then you can mark the resources as well over here. Let's say it is Kuldeep who's going to be doing this. We have Priyesh who's going to be doing this. We have another resource doing this task. Okay, that's it. I guess we are pretty good. I'm not going to be doing any other settings. We can of course do a lot of settings. We need to look at the time. And just do a time check and let me know when I'm done and not taking much of the time. All right. Once you've done all this, what you can do is you can close this. And I've created a button here called as Sync to DevOps. One, the project managers feel satisfied the task is done, every setting is done. You can click on Sync to DevOps. What it'll do is it will integrate all of this with the proper structure in the DevOps. Okay, so let us give it a couple of minutes to integrate. Flows at the moment are evolving, and hence they take a little more time to integrate it between the systems. So like a couple of minutes before it integrates, let's see a couple of what are the needs to do Scrum management. We need to have a short Scrum meeting, like 5 to max 15 minutes daily stand-up meetings, what we call it as, to understand what is the status of the project, the tasks that are getting carried out by the resources. Are there any impediments in the project that are coming in, and so we can tackle them right then. People can actually join remotely on that call. Meetings only for resolving impediments, and no in-depth technical discussion about any tasks should be avoided in the Scrum meeting. And it is always better if we have Scrum manager on the other side of the client side also, meaning not Scrum manager, or some project owner that side who really understands Scrum very well. The timelines are abided by him as well, because it's not just one person who can try to keep the project on Scrum. There is a handshake between the client as well as from the development end. All right. So what are the benefits of this? Clients taste success from the early stage. Now, what happens in Agile is you create small modules and push it to the client, and the client starts using it. So what happens is when the client sees something, he really understands, all right, this is what I want, or this is what I don't want, and there are changes to it. So unlike waterfall, when the entire project goes and there are a lot of reworks that comes in all of go, and that's not the right way of doing it. Agile has evolved because of this. So client starts tasting the success from the very early stage of the project. There is a continuous team momentum that it builds during the entire course of the project, that every day there are Scrum meetings happening. So the team is also fully charged as to, let's say, what is happening on the project and stuff like that. There are small manageable pieces of deliverable that the team gets to do, and so they enjoy also doing that work. And for client also, they start seeing things turning up, turning on, the lights are turned on here, there, and so they also feel better when the projects are going on to them. I already said this, unlike waterfall where the entire project was done and delivered to the client, Agile gives a beautiful way of them to see things. Now, let's see what happened to this. It says, all right, the sync is successful. Let's go back here, refresh this once and see whether the integration was successful or not. All right, we see some things coming up. Let's go back to the board. On the sprint board, we'll see a couple of things. We created 2 sprints. All right, so we have 2 sprints that are already created. We'll navigate to the sprint 1 first. We had created work item 1. Task 1 and task 2 were created. We assigned it to Kuldeep, and Priyesh was there. We have sprint 2, wherein the task 3 and task 4 were created and was assigned. This was unassigned. All right. So if we go back to sprint 1, open up a task. What does the Scrum Manager does? This is basically how my Scrum board task looks like. There are efforts that are coming up over here that I had put in my DevOps PSA, sorry, that came up over here. The development start date, end date has come in from the task in PSA. What I had done is an integration of the WBS ID from the PSA environment. So if you go here and just do a small refresh to see the beauty of what we have done here is, I'll go back to my schedule. Okay, so you see this initially, this task numbers were not there over here. So what we have done is, when the integration goes successful, we bring back those work item numbers. I'm sorry. We bring back those work item numbers, like task numbers, from there onto PSA as well, so that the manager and the team can talk in the same language, like, hey, what happened to 6942? Hey, what happened to 6943? And likewise, when you're doing your documentation also, you can mention all your documentation by your task numbers that are mentioned in your Scrum board over here. This is how the task looks, and what happens is during the daily Scrum stand-up meeting, the Scrum manager opens up a task on which the resource is giving the status, and he can always put down the discussion comments that all right, this will be done by today, like that. And so you have all your discussion comments mentioned over here, and if you want to tag somebody, like okay, you want to tag me, so I get a notification or something like that, you can always do that. And yeah, so this is pretty intense over here. There are many tools in the market that can handle all these requirements. There is one good tool which I also like is Jira. That doesn't mean I don't know whether the integration at the moment works with it or not, because I did not invest my time. But yes, DevOps really works well with me. Now there are a lot of things which a person can do here is I can add the task here. Now let's try to do some integration from DevOps to PSA. Let's add a task, ad hoc task over here. Let's assign it to somebody. Let's say I'm going to be assigning it to one of my resources. I am going to be adding a new work item here. New work item. And I'm going to be adding a task to it. New. And I'm going to be moving this task from this work item to this work item. Okay. And let's see if this changes that we have done reflects back onto the PSA environment also. So we got to be refreshing this. So the beauty is when you are integrating from DevOps to PSA, you did not do any sync button or anything. It is real time. You see this? There is a new work item that is coming over here. I think the sync is still going on. We'll refresh it again. You got to bear with this because yes, DevOps is a little slow. Flows are a little slow at the moment. There are a lot of validations also that had to be put in over here before we actually could. Yeah, I guess yes. So we see this. There is a new work item that is created. There is a task beneath that is created, and so on and so forth. All right. Still, there are a few more changes that are still coming in. Yeah. So that means it is vice versa. The flow can update back from DevOps to PSA as well. With that, this is the demo that I'm wanting to end over here. There is a one good integration that can happen of this Scrum board with the teams also is I can show it to you since I'm on the Teams call itself. You have to just a second. With the teams here, you have your teams that you can build in over here. Let's say I have a team here that you have a widget that you can add to the your teams is Azure DevOps, and once you add it, you can invite your clients also to view the Scrum board, and it's one beautiful place, teams where you can collaborate and do the discussion on any tasks if they want, and you can invite them as well onto the Scrum board. So this is one beautiful feature I wanted to highlight you guys. So let's come back to where we are. Just 1 second. Okay. So this was integration with teams. Now, little bit on what is coming post PSA. In next 5 minutes, I'll end this up so as to open up for the Q&A. PSA projects service application is sunsetting in a couple of months. But what it brings in new is Dynamics 365 project operation, which rises and is coming in new. Now, why the name D365 project operations is really important to understand. There was Dynamics 365 CRM sales module, which was existing PSA. In PSA, they tried to build the project planning from scratch. Invoicing was built from scratch and didn't had complete features for accounting. Honestly, accounts is not an easy piece of cake that the invoice is done and you are sorted. There are a lot of features like revenue recognition, building the chart of accounts, and all those complex features which account is needing is not available at the moment in PSA. So now what happens is in project operations, the sales module with minor modifications is brought in as is. We have project online, which has beautiful features of project planning and Kanban boarding and stuff like that, which is brought in over here. We have beautiful invoicing and accounting features in finance and operations that is available. So combining all of this, three features, we are getting Dynamics 365 project operations. So that is why the name project operations is given. A couple of few enhancements out of many that are coming in is ability to set up split billing for project contracts. That means multiple customers for each contract can be set with percentage split of the billing. Ability to set up not to exceed limit for the project contracts. Ability to set up billing and chargeability options for work breakdown structure, like currently in the schedule board we have a project on a contract which can be in fixed bid or time and material, but going forward we will have projects where in schedule you can select whether that task is going to be a TNM or going to be in fixed bid. Support for retainers is also going to be there on the project contracts, like monthly payments enable, like for licensing. Currently PSA, we have to do a lot of adjustments, but retainer contracts is something which was demanded in the market from quite some time and which is going to be brought into project operations. So these are very few enhancements that are coming up. There are many that are coming, just so you know, guys. These are very few that are mentioned over here. These are some dashboards that we can build from project service automation. I have built a billable and non-billable allocation dashboard based on the resource allocation that you do. And these give you the health of the organization as to, let's say if your organization looks 70 to 80% green, you are pretty safe and sound, your cash flow looks good, and you don't have to worry about what will happen in future. This also gives you a healthy decision as to what will happen to your hiring. Should you hire more, or do you have enough bench strength? Because if it is looking too much red, you have a concern on the table which you need to address before you further hire. So these are sort of decisions that you can take based on these dashboards. Power BI, good dashboards that you can create from PSA allocation data. Yeah, that's all about it. And I just wanted to tell you that the public preview of project operations is going to be announced in October 2020. So stay tuned, guys. In October 2020, you will understand what is the project operations going to be coming and looking like. Lastly, I have a free course that I've created called as Getting Started with PSA V3, which is live now. There are a lot of people who are registering. And this is the link from where you can go and register yourself and get an understanding of what PSA is like, right from the configuration up till the invoicing. There are a lot of chapters, and then at the end you earn a certificate out of that. Yes, with that, I am open to Q&A. And till I take up the Q&A, here are my contact details which are flashing on the screen. Yes, now I should go and check if there are any questions for me.
All right, so please feel it's circling. All right, so please feel free to unmute yourself for any questions.
So somebody asked me to post the link in the chat window, and here is the link in the chat window for your perusal. In case anybody has any queries.
So there's a question in chat. When will project operations replace PSA, or is it an extended version?
Well, it is going to be replacing PSA. You can call it an extended version as well, because it is not moving away from all the features of what PSA is offering currently. Yes, you can say it is adding on to a lot of new beautiful features with respect to majorly on the planning side and on the accounting side is what project operations is looking forward to get into. Yes, Arthur, did that answer your question? Yeah. Any more questions?
All right. Thank you for the, if there aren't any more questions, Kuldeep, thanks for the session. It was really interesting to see that DevOps integration. That's definitely something that I would argue that pretty much every project has an element to either Jira or DevOps nowadays, especially when we're talking about professional services. So it was really nice to see that live and in action. So that was really brilliant. So thanks for your session.
Thanks.
And let's take about a 9-minute break, and we will come back on the hour for some Neil Benson awesomeness on why project plans should only be used when there's a toilet paper shortage. So that is an interesting topic. All right, so let's take 9 minutes and be back on the hour.
I just comment down, Andy. I did not realize I'm still sharing it.
Love the theme music. Can you hear me okay, Auntie?
Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliff extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
All right, everyone, we are on the hour. So next up, we're going to have an interesting session about project plans and toilet paper or something along those lines. So, without further ado, I want to present Mr. Neil Benson. Neil is not only a Scrum Master, but a Master of Scrum. All right, so with that, Neil, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Auntie. Really appreciate everybody joining me. I don't know where you are or when you are. It's 9 o'clock in the evening here in Australia, at least on the East Coast. And I understand it's probably about 1 p.m. Is that right? In London, Auntie? Anyway, wherever you are, thanks very much for joining us. But, the reason I'm here is because we've got a serious problem. Our requirement specifications are pretty terrible, and our technical designs are flawed. And our project plans, they're just an illusion to mask our uncertainty. And like it says in the title, I think the only thing you can do with them is scrunch them up and keep them in the cupboard in case you ever run out of toilet paper. We are wasting money. We are delivering late. We're making ourselves miserable, and we're helping our customers and users hate us. So how do we fix it? This workshop is called Story Maps. It's for Microsoft customers and partners involved in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents, whatever they call those things nowadays. It's for you if you're a business analyst, an administrator, a developer, particularly a project manager or an architect, or a practice leader or a project sponsor. There are more technical sessions on today. If you want to jump over into track 1 to get a deep dive into PSA, you're welcome. This session, we're going to be looking at project planning. How do we get better at planning and executing our projects? Because I don't think our traditional project planning is working at all. And we're going to learn how to turn project plans into something called a user story map that are compelling, they're visual, they help us see the scope, the timeline, the resources and costs of our project so that you can win projects if you're a Microsoft partner, or you can ensure your projects get funded if you're a Microsoft customer. Hi, everyone. I'm Neil Benson. Just make sure my slides are advancing. Okay. I'm Neil Benson. I run Customery, and we're on a mission to help everyone use the Scrum framework to successfully implement Microsoft business applications. I've been working with business software for 20 years, with a focus really on CRM, customer relationship management. And for the first 10 years, I worked as a business analyst on a mission to write the perfect requirement specification. But for the last 10 years, I've been using Scrum to implement mostly Dynamics 365 and Power Apps. My quest to write that perfect requirement specification, I've read lots of books, I've taken lots of courses, I did a diploma, and I haven't written one in the last 10 years. I don't write project plans, I don't write technical design specifications. We're going to find out what I use instead. My presentation today has got 5 parts into planning the scope, timeline, and cost of your business applications projects using story maps. The first part is the project costing crisis. We are implementing Microsoft business applications. We're not building huge buildings like the Sydney Opera House. In fact, I think we run into problems when we treat software projects like construction projects in the real world. I'm going to tell you a story about one of my clients. This is my mate Dennis. Dennis is the CIO of Jurassic World. I've changed some of the names to protect the guilty. Dennis led the successful implementation last year of Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations, and he's also led Jurassic World and their transition to the cloud. He's also implemented a new dinosaur emergency response system after an incident last year. Luckily, nobody got eaten. He's done a great job, and he'd like to retire in a couple of years, before somebody really does get eaten, especially him. But before he retires, the board has asked Dennis to lead the field service project to deploy Dynamics 365 for field service so that Jurassic World can efficiently manage all of its assets in its parks, all these trucks and so on. Before the project starts, the board wants to know, Dennis, what features can you deliver by when? What resources will you need? And the million-dollar question, multi-million-dollar question, how much is it all going to cost? So Dennis forms a project discovery team. It's their job to discover what features are going to be needed, how much effort those features will take, and when they'll be ready, and what size and cost the delivery teams are going to be. Must be a contractor there, wants to know how much he's going to get paid. So after 6 months, the discovery team has assembled a big spreadsheet of requirements. It's got 1,865 lines like these. Several business analysts have contributed to the spreadsheet at different times. So naturally, it's filled with a mixture of use cases, user stories, system shall statements, questions, business rules. It's got duplicates. It's got inaccuracies. The requirements are different sizes. They're written in different ways. It's a bit of a hot mess. Anybody, especially if you're a Microsoft partner, you might have seen some requirements like this come out of customers' request for proposal. They're nuts. The system shall require no user training, says number 5, but number 10 says the vendor is going to provide all the user training. So which is it? Make your mind up. Number 4, the system shall support the SSPK 43. Who knows what that is? That sounds like some internal jargon. Nobody knows what that really is. And number 7 is a question. Is automated scheduling really a requirement, or you just want to know about it? Number 9, yeah, system should be capable of having workflows again. Is that a real requirement? What have the workflows got to do? How would I estimate number 9? It's crazy. Absolute mess. But of course, what we do is we take those requirement specifications, we hand them over to the architects. Well, we pass them up to the architects in the ivory tower, and we say, behold, here's our requirements. Please produce a system design specification. And they come up with something like this. In fact, at Jurassic World, they come up with a solution architecture design, a hybrid cloud network design, entity relationship diagrams, sequence diagrams, and lots of to-be business process flows. But this is a 2011 SureStep specification. Like I said, I haven't written one for years. I had to go on the internet and find one. There are lots of gaps. There's conflicting designs. Dennis is pretty sure that the park rangers are going to require offline access, but that's not mentioned anywhere in there. So what are we going to do? Finally, we've got to prepare a detailed project plan, and Ellie is our intrepid project manager. She's been at Jurassic World for 15 years. She knows how complex their projects can be. So she's worked with the analysts and the architects to capture every single task that is going to be needed to deliver every single requirement according to the design. What she's come up with is what I would call a deceptively precise project plan. She's carefully arranged all those tasks into phases. She's mapped out all the dependencies, and can't blame her. But to address the quality issues they've had in the past. There are strict stage gates and quality reviews in between the phases so that everything has to be signed off before the next phase can start. And she's included 6 months of testing before the deployment phase to test every single possible scenario so that she can proudly deliver a defect-free solution, maybe the first in Jurassic World's history. The result of all of that is 346 pages of requirements documentation, 129 pages of system design documentation, 2,613 tasks in a project plan that predicts it's going to take 2,432 days of effort. The project is going to start on the 4th of March, and it's going to finish 9 months later on the 31st of December, because that's a really good time to go live. The implementation, excluding licenses, will cost $1.4 million plus a contingency of $500,000. That's big numbers. The approach that this team has taken, the discovery team at Jurassic World, is almost the same approach taken by every team that's ever built a skyscraper, a bridge, an airport, a tunnel, shopping center, or even an opera house. This is the Sydney Opera House in Lego. That's my little boy, Jensen, having a look in the back of it. It's kind of a cutaway at the back, built by Brickman. And construction projects like this are very, very different to software projects. We've been building big buildings for thousands of years, if you think about the pyramids, but we've only been building complex software for about 50 years. And where we've tried to use a similar approach between building buildings and software, I don't think it's gone well. The history of failed projects is, we're littered with failed business applications projects. The Standish Group in their chaos report predicted 70% of complex software projects were failing. While architects in the real world can sometimes be asked to amend their building plans, changing requirements is much more common on software projects. In fact, it's almost to be expected on any business applications project. So let's take a closer look at our requirements specification, because it's the foundation on which that project plan was built. And if we're going to evolve from the traditional Gantt chart, then it's worth examining those foundations further. The person responsible for writing the requirement specification is the business analyst, and it's the BA's job to write a specification that's short enough to be understood and approved by the business team, and yet detailed enough to be implemented by the developers. Like I said, I spent 10 years as a BA on a mission to write the perfect requirement specification, and I was getting better every time. I learned to write use cases, which are structured, they helped. I've organized lists of functional requirements and non-functional requirement statements, and I've used prioritization techniques like Moscow, must, should, could, would, and so on. But even using words to describe requirements is hard. I think Shakespeare would have struggled to command the words that faithfully, accurately, and completely describe his users' requirements. Let's look at some examples of how hard it can be to write down what somebody wants. Sounds easy, right? As you can see in these examples, when the customer is sitting in the chair right in front of you, it's still easy to turn misinterpretations into mistakes, even when the requirements are carefully spelled out. Well, actually, the spelling's pretty atrocious. Only God can fudge me. That's definitely coming from somebody with a project management diploma. Plan ahead. Yeah, another critical project management capability there. Nothing lasts forever except a misplaced apostrophe, and no dream is too big. He's probably on his way to Dreamforce, that fella. Part 3, we're going to look at why project plans aren't worth the paper they're written on, and why I think they should be reserved for toilet paper. Sponsors want to know exactly when the project will be done and how much it's going to cost, and we think precision is what they're asking for. And our response to that request is the Gantt chart, which gives everybody the illusion of precision. Our project plans often start out nice and simple, like this one. As you can see, each phase leads into another in a pretty cascading sequence. Since the 1950s, we've been refining the software development process, and these traditional processes are now commonly called waterfall software development because, like the steps in this waterfall, our project tumbles down the stages in a one-way trip. Microsoft Dynamics SureStep, if anybody's familiar with that one, it's a classic example of a sequential linear waterfall process We try to make it impossible to change the requirements once the analysis phase is complete. We don't want anybody to change the design after that's been signed off and the development has started. And it's shockingly expensive to find a missing requirement during the deployment phase when apparently all the analysis, design, and development phases are complete. In fact, the BAs and the architects have gone home and all you're left with is a couple of developers and testers. But it's all an illusion. The precision of the Gantt chart is based on that design, and the design is based on the precision of the requirements. And as we've seen, the precision of requirements is a complete fallacy. Not only are natural languages and diagrams an impossible way to achieve mutual understanding about requirements, but those requirements were written at the very point in the project when our users know the least about what they want. Many times they haven't even seen Microsoft Business Applications before, and we're asking them what they wanted to do. And our development teams have no experience working together, maybe no experience working with the users, maybe no experience working in the user's industry. So the reality is that there's a huge amount of uncertainty and risk at the start of a project. That uncertainty and risk is known as the cone of uncertainty, or can be illustrated using the cone of uncertainty. So let's address that in part 4, and why I think a margarita is a better bet than a glass of Sauvignon Blanc. A bit late for anybody in New Zealand. They get a bit touchy when I start telling them that Sauvignon Blanc's no good. The cone of uncertainty illustrates our predicament. It shows the range of possible cost estimates as our project progresses through time. It shows us that the accuracy of those estimates improves over time. At the start of the analysis phase, the range of estimated cost is huge. Here it shows you the project could be between 1/10 and 10 times our original estimate. By the way, it's never going to be 1/10. It's always going to be closer to 10 times. The variability of estimates decreases with each phase, but even halfway through there in the development phase, the final costs could still be between half and twice our original estimate. So let's spend a few minutes looking at what we can do to reduce the uncertainty of our estimates. Well, one common technique is to pad your estimate, to add a contingency. That's what Dennis's team has done at Jurassic World. And it's a common reaction to a previous project or projects that blew their estimated budgets. Adding padding certainly lowers the risk of underestimation, but it's harder than it sounds, because if you overestimate too much, add in too much padding, then your return on investment is at risk. Too big a number, and your sponsor is just not going to fund the project. Too low, and you might run out of money, which is especially risky if you're a Microsoft partner bidding on a fixed price project. Much do you love those? So let's avoid adding padding to our estimates as a method of reducing uncertainty. What other techniques do we have? Well, the biggest drawback of a requirement specification document is that natural languages are just open to misinterpretation. We saw that with our tattoos. What users mean when they describe a requirement can be very different to what the analyst writes down. What you read about the requirement can be very different what the analyst meant when they wrote it down. So let's use a discussion instead of a specification, so that the stakeholders, the users, and developers can all build a shared understanding of what's really needed. And a great way of doing that is to use a technique called user stories. If you've been around software development in the last 10 years, you may already be familiar with user stories. They're an alternative way of describing requirements that fosters that collaboration between the developers and the users. We really want the users to express their requirements in the business language, and we invite developers to ask clarifying questions until both the users and the developers have a better understanding. It's never going to be a perfect understanding, but it is going to be better. We'll look at user stories in a little bit more detail later on. I had a 90-minute workshop on this, so I'm trying to show you the highlights in 45 minutes. We'll keep it moving. Instead of absolute estimation, where every task is estimated down to the nearest 15-minute increment, we're going to use a technique called relative estimation. Anybody recognize this country? It's New Zealand. Okay, it's New Zealand. Who knows the land area of New Zealand to the nearest square kilometre? That's right. It's 258,021 square kilometres. Sorry for anybody joining us from America, but a square kilometre is a proper unit of measure for area. Okay, which of these countries is bigger? How much bigger? By a show of hands, do you think Australia is 10 times bigger, 20 times bigger, 30 times bigger, 50 times bigger, or 100 times bigger than Australia. Sorry, other way around. Australia is bigger than New Zealand. Well, Australia is 7,692,024 square kilometers, so it's about 30 times bigger than New Zealand. The next thing we can do to reduce uncertainty is to ask for incremental funding. With incremental funding, we ask for just a small amount of money up front, not millions of dollars, just enough to build some software to validate some of our early assumptions. Call it a proof of concept or call it a prototype. Its primary purpose is not to build working software that is going to be released into production. Its primary purpose is to help us learn about our requirements and the resources that might be needed to meet those requirements. And if we learn that we can build a reasonable amount of software for a reasonable amount of money, then we demonstrate that. We ask for a little bit more funding. If not, then we can cancel our project having only invested a very experimental amount up front. Users are much better at seeing a software feature and describing changes they need you to make to it than they are staring at a clean whiteboard and imagining what they need the software to do, especially if they've never seen your Microsoft business application before. So we can combine that idea of incremental funding with iterative development and build small pieces of software and seek frequent feedback from our users. We improve the existing features iteratively, and we can add new features incrementally, improving our software so that it starts out something like a skateboard, which is still pretty useful for getting around, to something that ends up looking much more like the Rocket Rally car, which is awesome. If you've ever seen a long list of requirements in a spreadsheet, then you might have seen a column heading called priority. Or in a very sophisticated long list of requirements, it could be called Moscow. Like I said earlier, it's must, should, could, would. This is a way of prioritizing requirements so that we focus on the highest value requirements first. Let's stop using priority, please. It rarely works because every stakeholder thinks that their requirements are the highest possible priority. And they've been trained to do that because we've burned them too many times. When they agreed to deprioritize some of their requirements from a must to a should, that should requirement got deferred to phase 2. Phase 2 never got funded because phase 1 blew the budget and we almost went bankrupt. So by the time your requirements have been mashed into a Gantt chart, there's no easy way to extract a lower priority requirement and defer it until later, even if you wanted to. It's a spider's web. Each task is dependent upon a sequence of other tasks, and it's like, I don't know, trying to unravel a woolly sweater. So instead, what we want to do, we want to teach our business sponsor to force rank our requirements into an order dictated by business value. If we have 100 requirements, we rank them in order from 1 to 100 based on the value to the organization. What we're saying is wheels are really important. A skateboard is good enough because it's got some wheels. Skateboard can't really steer very well, but when we build it out and turn it into a ride-on scooter, then steering becomes better. And then by the time we've got a bicycle, we've got brakes. By the time we've got a motorbike, we've got an engine and so on. So we're going to keep building our software incrementally in response to force-ranked prioritized requirements. If we put all those techniques together, user stories, relative estimation, incremental funding, iterative development, and ranked prioritization, we can reduce uncertainty dramatically. We can't eliminate it entirely, but we can reduce it drastically. So instead of looking like a nice glass of Oyster Bay Sauvignon Blanc, the cone of uncertainty becomes a perfect Patron tequila margarita. So how do we do that? Well, we're going to use a technique called user story mapping. It helps us to understand the scope, the timeline, and the costs. And by doing that, it reduces uncertainty. The original user story map was devised by a guy called Jeff Patton, about almost 10 years ago, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, to provide a two-dimensional process-oriented visualization of your product backlog. In Agile techniques, a product backlog is just simply a list of all your requirements in order, in a force-ranked order. So I've taken Jeff's story map and I've adapted it to planning the scope, timeline, and costs of Microsoft Business Applications projects. There are 8 steps to developing a user story map, and the first one is assembling the right team. So the first thing Dennis did was to rally together a story mapping team for Jurassic World's field service project. He found a senior leader in the business with the vision, expertise, commitment, and availability to act as the product owner. The product owner, Claire, is the single person who's responsible for maximizing the value of field service at Jurassic World. The rest of the team was made up of some passionate users, subject matter experts, some business analysts, and technologists from Jurassic World, and a couple of Dynamics 365 consultants from a Microsoft partner who specialize in field service. The teams got together. Step 2 is to develop the product vision. The product vision summarizes what we're building. It's a short statement that ensures that everyone knows the purpose of the project. It brings the team together and helps them build consensus and understanding. Great product visions inspire the team by creating a shared goal and creating a framework for decision making that make it easier to make trade-offs if we need to later on. You can either have the product owner, Claire, write the vision statement for the team, for the application, or devise it together as a product planning team. But the product owner always has the final say. In this case, Claire decided to bring the team together and have a product envisioning workshop. It took about half an hour to brainstorm these ideas under each of the headings: users, goals, needs, values, and features. So this was a brainstorming session that produced these ideas, and then the team whittled it down to come up with this application vision. Park rangers, managers, and subcontractors want to reduce costs by outsourcing more asset maintenance. And we're going to achieve this by implementing an asset maintenance application that's going to result in more working assets in the park, and it's going to have reduced operating costs by scheduling competitive jobs out to third-party contractors. So this is their product vision. So anytime they're conflicted about what it is they're trying to achieve or which requirement should be highest priority, well, which requirement best satisfies this vision, it's kind of their North Star for the rest of the application implementation. The next step, we need to identify the groups of people who have an interest in our business application. We call them user roles. Most user roles will become users of your Microsoft business application. They might even be security roles in your system. But you probably also have other stakeholders with system requirements, even if they're not primary users of your system. That might be a regulator or a board of directors, your third-party auditors, business partners, the IT department, or other systems that integrate with your business app. So they can also be considered user roles. Here's an example of a user role for a park ranger. We describe a user role through the user's context, characteristics, and criteria. So it helps us visualize and really helps our developers empathize with park rangers. You know, we know that she drives a lot of kilometers every week. She uses a rugged tablet, so internet connectivity is a bit spotty. We know kind of what level of use of the system she's going to have, how many assets she's going to create and service and so on a daily basis. And we know what some of her key criteria are, which is about the safety and the standards of the park assets. So the team produced nearly 40 possible user roles, and then they whittled that down. They took out the duplicates, they merged some of those together, and they produced 9 user roles. Now, I haven't shown here the other user roles that they had from external systems and so on. So these are, for the most part, these are mostly user roles that are actually going to end up as roles, security roles in the system. System administrators, her primary goal is to stop swearing at the users. So there's 9 user roles in 4 groups, and we've summarized the primary goal for each of the user roles. Next, we're going to define the scope of the system, and we're going to define that scope using epics. Epic is just a type of user story. A user story, like we said earlier, is just a reminder to have a conversation about what it is that a user wants or needs. It's not a complete specification for the requirement. It's just a reminder to go and have that conversation. Here is an example of a popular template for writing user roles. I don't always use this template, but if you're just getting started, it's a good template to use. As a user role, I can perform some function or use some feature so that I meet my goal. I get some value from the system. It'd be better if I show you an example. So as a maintenance manager, I can create a work order to coordinate and schedule resources so that our customers receive prompt service and we optimize our resource utilization. So that's great. Now as a developer, I know who the user story is for, what feature they need, and why they need it. That's often missing in most requirement specifications. So user roles gives me that really quick view of what it is that we're building, who it's for, and why. Here's some more examples: creating work orders. We've got territory postal codes for assigning stuff based on addresses, and a feature for transferring inventory. All three kind of classic user roles for a field service project. What you'll find when you're using user roles is that there's different levels. And it's useful to give each of the levels different names. So here we've got themes, epics, and stories. They wanted to, the Jurassic World project team realized it's a much better idea to elaborate your user stories gradually over the duration of the project. Don't refine everything down into detailed user stories at the start. Instead, work at maybe the theme level initially, and then break themes down into epics. We're going to see in a moment the Jurassic World had about 13 epic user stories, which is a nice number. Somewhere between 10 and 50 epics. I'm working on a 2-year program right now. It's got about 100 epics, which feels like a lot. We've got about 4,000 or 5,000 user stories. That would kill us if we started out with all those user stories. The reason it would kill us, it's like the old asteroids video game. If you blast all the big asteroids, which are your requirements, into little tiny asteroids, then you're going to get crushed with all those asteroids hurtling around in space. Instead, it's a much better idea to pick off one big asteroid, your highest priority theme or epic, refine it into smaller implementable rocks, user stories, just in time for development to start. And once you're done with that huge asteroid and it's disappeared because it's all been turned into software, you can pick another one. So going back to field service, they arranged the user roles at the top of their whiteboard, and they brainstormed the 13 epic user stories that their users would need. Using the user roles across the top gives us some reassurance that we've considered everybody's requirements. So we haven't left anybody out. So all of the system is there, and therefore most of the requirements are probably there as well. Another way to do that, which is Jeff Patton's way, which I also love, is to organize it in a business process flow. He calls it the narrative. So we've got work order creation through to delivery and approval and analysis. So the green cards are the steps, what Jeff Patton calls the steps in a business process, and the blue cards are the activities. We can also think of those as epics and user stories, if you like, or themes and user stories. One of the principles we apply to the estimates is relative estimation. We saw that with the Australia and New Zealand. So let's have a look at how we can apply relative estimation to user story mapping. The field service project team measured their epics using story points. What's a story point? It's just a completely arbitrary unit of measure that we can use in relative estimation. The field service team used story points to measure the complexity of each epic. It's better, and I agree with them, it's better to measure complexity rather than just effort. Effort measures how many hours or days it'll take you to implement the feature, but complexity takes that estimated effort and adjusts it for risk. So the estimate of effort for 2 epics could be very similar, but one is riskier than the other. Maybe it's the first time we're using Azure Service Bus, or using and customizing the mobile app from Resco, or we feel that the requirements are really uncertain or highly likely to change, or we're going to be dependent upon Adobe to assist us with integration with Adobe Campaign. There's all sorts of risks that can be associated with some epics. And you might want to adjust the size of those epics upwards if they're riskier, because they're more likely to go wrong. First, the field service project team established one of their epic user stories as a baseline. They took one that they knew fairly well, called Manage Asset Physical Attributes, as their baseline, because it was reasonably small and relatively well understood, and they called this a 20-point epic. Any epic notably smaller than Manage Asset Physical Attributes would be assigned 13 points, and if there were a lot of epics, much smaller than 13, well, they would combine those together until they reached 13 or 20 or so on. An epic about twice the size of the baseline is 40 points, 3 times the size is 60 points, and about 5 times the size is 100 points. Anything much bigger than 100, they would split that so that the estimate fell within this range. The field service project team played planning poker to estimate their epics. I don't know how many of you have played planning poker before, but it's a very common game where we are trying to reach a team consensus for the complexity of our epics. It's much better than just having a senior developer or an architect review all the requirements and estimate them, because we get a diverse range of opinions from teams with a range of specialist skills. We have not just job roles, but technical skills. So we have analysts, developers, testers. We have people who understand the mobile app. We have people who understand integration. We have people who understand test frameworks and so on. And it brings a shared understanding, because we have to discuss the epic in a bit more detail. We have to decide what its boundaries are, and we get a lot more buy-in from the team because we all feel like we've had a part in estimating it. So the Jurassic World story mapping team came up with these estimates for their epics. You can see there's 573 points in total. They range from, do we have any 13s? Yeah, we've got one 13-point epic on there, and thankfully, there's one 100-point epic as well. So a good spread, most of the epics somewhere in the middle. In step 6 of the story mapping method, we're going to apply our principles of iterative development and incremental funding. And then we're going to use that to force rank the prioritization to help us sequence our epics. And at the end of this step, we'll have our first product backlog. The first thing we need to do is to decide what's needed in our first production release. What features are essential so that your users could use the system and get some value from it. This is not the same as an MVP, but this is going to be our first production release. If you're replacing a mess of spreadsheets, then your first release might have only a few features. It could be a simple Power App. But if you're replacing a mission-critical legacy system with a Dynamics 365 field service, or more often ERP system, then you might need a lot more features before you can begin to replace that legacy system. Claire decided that the motorbike was a good analogy for describing the first thing that they're going to build. And this was going to be the MVP. So the MVP is just used to get some feedback from the users. Doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to put it into production. And it doesn't mean that the scooter and the skateboard and the bicycle are not worth building. We can build those things just to get feedback. We need that user feedback in order to ensure the Dynamics 365 system's on the right track. So we're going to release the skateboard, the scooter, and the bicycle into a sandbox where the users can test drive them and give us their feedback. Users probably aren't going to use those releases in their day job because we're not going to put that into production, but we just want to get them tested out. The field service project team drew some lines under the epics that they needed to see in each production release. Release 1 contained the highest value epics that made sense to release together. Release 2 contained the next highest set of epics, and release 3 contained the final 3 epics that Claire decided could wait a little while and weren't needed immediately. So now that we know our scope, step 7 is costs, and in this step, we're going to apply some calculations and assumptions to determine our schedule and costs. Time check. All right, we've got 10 minutes to go. Perfect. Okay, so let's rattle through the maths really quickly. The first thing we want to do is determine who is in our project team. Jurassic World is going to work with a Microsoft partner to implement Dynamics 365 field service. So the folks on the left are from Jurassic World, and the folks on the right are from the Microsoft partner. The roles are a mixture of full-time and part-time contributors. So we've measured their contributions in full-time equivalents just for costing purposes. In the customer team, we've got the product owner, a business analyst, an integration architect, data analyst, an acceptance tester, and a change manager. And in the partner team, we've got a project director, a scrum master, a solution architect, integration developers, 2 functional consultants, a Dynamics developer, and a quality analyst. No coders, low coders, pro coders, all welcome. And that's a total of 12.6 full-time equivalents. And we're going to assume that each role is dedicated to the project for about 30 hours a week. Other times for personal leave, public holidays, company meetings, training, conferences, and all that other non-project nonsense that people fill their calendars with. The fully loaded cost of each FTE, just to make it easy, is going to be $100 an hour. Then the average loaded cost is going to be $3,000 per week per FTE. I hope you're all following the maths so far. Go. Right, so now we know the cost per week. Next, we need to calculate the project duration. Earlier, we estimated the product backlog to have 573 story points of epics. Next, we need to estimate how many story points a project team will complete in each iteration, also known as a sprint. Well, this field service team estimated they can complete 40 points per sprint. If we divide 573 by 40, it'll take roughly 15 two-week sprints to complete all the epics in the backlog. 15 two-week sprints is 30 weeks, and if it costs $3,000 per week per FTE, and there are 12.6 FTEs, so total costs are an estimated $37,800 for the project team. That means that the total estimated cost for the project is $1.134 million. Another way of looking at that, which product owners find really useful, is it's going to cost around $2,000 per story point. The field service team realized that their estimated velocity was just a guess at this stage. Their Microsoft partner has a lot of experience with similar sized, similar complexity of field service projects, so it's an educated guess, but it's still a guess. So one thing you can do is take two estimated velocities, an upper and a lower, and then give your board of directors or your project board a range and say it's going to be between this cost and that cost. Now, if we apply those costings to each release, here's what it looks like. Release 1 is going to be 240 points. That's 6 sprints over 12 weeks at a cost of $453,000. Release 2 has slightly fewer points, but when we round it up, it's the same duration and has the same cost as that first release. Release 3 is only 113 points. That's 3 sprints over 6 weeks for a total cost of just over $226,000. The totals we've already seen: 573 points, 15 sprints over 30 weeks for a total cost of $1.1 million. Now, at the end of step 7, we have cost estimates for each epic. Your product owner might now want to revisit their prioritization, so you can go back to step 6 if you want to. Claire's pretty happy, so we're going to proceed. Step 8 is the final step in the story map exercise, where we pool all this together and we're going to publish our user story map. Our goal is to share the user story map and discuss it with our stakeholders so that they can all provide their feedback to the product owner and we can get everyone's buy-in and support of the project. So here it is, the completed story map for Jurassic World's field service project. The field service team has published this as a wall chart and invited all their stakeholders to come along and review it with them. At the top is their product vision so that everyone knows what it is we're building and why. Then there are the 9 primary user roles that we're building it for. Underneath that are the epic user stories that define our project scope. Those epics are arranged into 3 releases over the project's 30-week duration. In the first release, the ranked priority of the epics is shown from 1 to 6. I haven't done that. I've taken that out of this slide. And finally, we've summarized the total effort, the total number of sprints, the completed duration, and the costs at the bottom. So that's the completed story map for Jurassic World's field service project. And I've used a kind of a handwriting font here because you can build a user story map in just a few hours, certainly less than a day, with a couple of whiteboards with lots of Post-it notes and a couple of Sharpie markers. You can get your team together, and instead of spending 3 or 6 months in requirements analysis and another few months in systems design and another month or so in project planning, you take all that, 6 months of planning and analysis away and replace all that with something that's almost as accurate, not as detailed, but the detail, as we've seen, is a fallacy. But we've got costs that are a lot more flexible because we can move things in and out. So much more powerful way of communicating the roadmap that we have for our application. Dennis was delighted with the field service story map, and so were his stakeholders. The CFO funded the first release, and that was delivered successfully. That was followed by second and third releases. Dennis got to retire, and everyone got to live happily ever after. So I'll just wrap up. I'll just show you a couple of story maps in real life from my actual projects, and then I'll open up for final questions. Like I said, these were built in a couple of hours. This is the user story map for my current project. We're using a story map to plan the next release of our application called Connect. We've got level 2 business processes in blue. You can just see a couple of those at the top. And level 3 business processes in yellow right underneath. The pink cards represent spikes, which are the start of an epic. The white cards are Dynamics 365 stories. Green, blue, and yellow cards are for other teams in our program. We've got about 100 and something people involved in delivering this program. I'm leading the Dynamics 365 workstream, and there's 20 of us and 2 Scrum teams in there. The horizontal lines in the bottom half represent the sprints in this release, and everything above the lines hasn't been scheduled yet. This particular story map's about 10 meters wide. It wraps around 2 walls in a conference room, and as you can see, it's over 2 meters tall. It's a great place to meet our project stakeholders and discuss scope, priority, and sequence. And in fact, we now call it the business owners meeting, the BOM meeting, and they come along every second Thursday to have a look at it, and we give them an update. We show them how the cards have moved, what's been delivered, and we have a new phrase called below the skirting board, which means it's not going to get done. It's out of scope because they pushed it into a sprint that doesn't exist. This is that same user story map in our story mapping tool. We're using a tool called Stories on Board, which has been a brilliant app for story mapping. It integrates with Trello and Jira and Azure DevOps, and we absolutely love it. So there's normally a 14-day trial available, but I believe if you use that link, customary.com/SOB, you should be able to get a 30-day free trial. Give it a whirl. It's awesome. So with that, I've been Neil Benson. In fact, I still am Neil Benson. I'd like to open it up for any questions.
Wow, pretty powerful stuff. Thanks, Neil. That is very powerful. So people, feel free to unmute yourselves and ask any questions that you have in your mind. All right, let me open this round. Maybe people are shy because you're definitely, like I said, not just a Scrum Master, but a Master of Scrum. So, so what do you? My question is about sprint. The sprint lengths. How would you kind of, if you have a new Scrum team that's not, maybe hasn't worked together, maybe people don't, maybe people are doing Scrum for the first time. How do you kind of get an estimation of how long your sprints will be in your projects? Whether they're 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks is probably too much in many cases. Yep. So how do you kind of come to that estimate? Or do you change that estimate as your project, or the length of those sprints as your project goes on, or what would you say?
Great question. Thanks, Antti. I've only ever changed the sprint duration twice, and I don't recommend it. I love working in 2-week sprints, but it's completely up to you and your team. There's no best practice for sure. Think about it this way. How often do you want to get feedback? Can you live for a month without any feedback? That's a pretty long time. Maybe if it's a 2-year program, maybe if it's a very stable set of requirements, you might be able to. If you're in a rapidly changing environment, if there's a lot of uncertainty and you need rapid feedback, then shorter sprints are better. If I was designing a vaccine for a coronavirus, I might be doing 1-day sprints or even shorter. You really need that feedback as quickly as you can get it. 2 weeks have worked really well for a lot of my teams, and it's a nice cadence to get into. We know that every other Monday or every other Thursday is sprint review, sprint planning, those meetings. It's a nice cadence. 3 weeks is good. I've run a couple of 3-week sprints, but then it's just harder to remember. Is this the Thursday when we all get together to do the review? Yeah. And whenever you're doing that initial estimation, if your team says, we think we can get 40 points done in a 2-week sprint, but then you decide to do a 1-week sprint, you really just have to have that initial estimate. Or if you double the sprint to 4 weeks, you just double the velocity as well.
Excellent. So let me fire off another question. If no one has any questions, I can't see anything in chat. Scrum Masters, internal to a customer versus external Scrum Masters, what do you think?
I've worked with both, and it works fine. Normally, when we're a Microsoft partner delivering an application for a Microsoft customer, we like to have some control is not the right word, but we like to have that coaching for our development team, right? Most of the developers are going to belong to a Microsoft partner. So it's normal for the Microsoft partner to donate that Scrum Master. But if the Microsoft partner doesn't have sufficient expertise in Scrum and the customer does, then by all means use a customer Scrum Master. Or if neither of you have, then I'd highly recommend hiring an independent contractor as a third-party Scrum Master. The key is the Scrum Master's got to be able to coach the development team, coach the product owner, and coach everybody else in the organization, the stakeholders, and maybe other projects, and collaborating with other Scrum Masters across the development organization. So they've just got to have that trust, and as long as they're, they've got those good coaching skills and able to build a trust, it really doesn't matter who's providing them at the end of the day.
Excellent. So people have woken up. We have a couple of questions. I'll take Kayla first and Mats then after Kayla. So Kayla's asking, what's your best recommendation for Agile projects with customers who struggle to be strict on scope?
Right. So the scope belongs to the customer, to the product owner. It's up to her to control what it is the development team is going to be working on. And she's got to be somebody mature enough in the organization to make those critical decisions. She's got to be able to take input from all sorts of people. And some of that input doesn't always align with, one VP wants this, another VP wants that, and there's internal squabbles. She's got to be that person who can wrangle all of those people, come up with a decision, and let her stakeholders know that this is the direction they're going, and the development team will follow her vision. So that's a critical role, and it really doesn't matter if you were going to use a traditional requirement specification or you're going to use a product owner. If the organization doesn't know what it wants and doesn't have somebody who can make those decisions, you're going to deliver a mishmash of an application that isn't going to create the business value you thought you were. So it's really critical that we find that product owner, and she's getting feedback, like I said, every couple of weeks. If she's struggling with that, then shorten the sprints, make it every week, give her a chance to get more frequent feedback. And it's not unheard of to flip-flop a little bit. I've seen a few user stories that are, we want to undo user story number 45 with user story 145 because we've changed our mind. And we don't want to see too much of that, but it's not uncommon. Just like in a normal project, change requests are not uncommon either. I find we have fewer user stories that reverse old user stories in an Agile project than we do change requests in a traditional project. But it's reality at the end of the day. Let's not get too hung up on it.
Amazing. All right, so let's take Mats Snecker next. Mats, if you want to unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the session, Neil. Really interesting. So I was wondering about I feel like often when we talk about Scrum, the assumption is that the project team is only working on this one project where it's easy to estimate the time. I feel like in reality, we often have cases where people actually have multiple projects going on at the same time. Maybe also they all work in agile ways. So we have multiple sprints, and obviously the effort is split between projects, which makes it harder to do an estimate or velocity, like a constant one. Do you have any best practices in that direction?
I'm hesitant. Yeah, I'm hesitant to use the word best practice, but I'll tell you what works for me. Let's call it a proven practice. At least I've proven it to myself. If you're sharing resources across different projects, stop. Don't do that. That's not a great practice. That person or those resources are constantly context switching, and you're crushing their productivity. So dedicate a developer to a project. And if your project is small, there might just be one developer. I've done, it's not quite Scrum. Scrum says you need to have 3, but I've done some really tiny projects where I was the only consultant, the only person customizing Dynamics, working with one other person who was the product owner. And we didn't really have a Scrum. Anyway, stop sharing resources between projects. As far as possible, dedicate developers to this application. There are a couple of roles where it can be fine to share the resources. And in my training course, I call them extrinsic and intrinsic. So intrinsic is anybody who should be dedicated full-time to this project. Extrinsic is somebody who whose expertise might only be needed for a workshop or two or a sprint or two. If they're an expert with Adobe Campaign and you've got to integrate with that, let's just bring them in for a little while. They're an extrinsic architect. They join our development team for a temporary basis, and then they fly away again and they go and build somebody else's project. Thank you very much. That kind of resource allocation works pretty well with an Agile team. But if your core team is unstable and frequently changing, then estimation is going to be hard. Productivity is going to be shot. Consistency of features and development standards and those kind of things is going to be very, very challenging. So as far as possible, trying to avoid that. And I coach my customers in the same way, because they quite often donate a spare developer. Oh, look, Frank's not doing anything for a couple of weeks. You can have him. Oh no, he's gone again. We've put him on to support this, production system for a couple of months. That's horrible. It really crushes the velocity that we're trying to build and maintain. Great question, though. Tough situation to be in.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense what you say. I'll try to do that.
Yep. Just think about Scrum. We've got a great framework, and if after you practice it for a while, we know what we should be doing. We know what the rules of Scrum are, and we always aim to follow those rules. We can't always. We have to be a little bit more pragmatic than that. But as long as we know what great looks like, we can keep as close as possible to that. Just not allow ourselves to have too many areas where we are diverging away from that path of greatness too much. Keep checking in on yourself and see how you can get closer and how you can get back to it.
Awesome. This was an awesome session. Neil, thank you so much for taking an hour of your Saturday evening and presenting to the community on Scrum.
Can I go and get another drink? No?
Yes, you can, definitely. And, just as a little promo, Neil does have a fantastic Scrum course. So, look up his webpage and definitely enroll on his course if you want to get, started with Scrum and learn some of those basics. I know it's on my to-do list. So I would, there's lots of good feedback in the community from his course. So definitely check that out. We're going to take 5 minutes, and after our 5-minute break, again on the hour, we're going to have our community's very own Dyna 365 Princess Kayla Bloomfield talk about what you should consider before project managing Microsoft ERP solutions. So we're venturing on to the dark side of ERPs. All right, with that said, Neil, thanks again, and we'll continue on the hour in 5 minutes. And we are back, people. So for the next hour, we're going to have some awesomeness by Kayla Bloomfield around Microsoft ERPs. Really looking forward to this. So without further ado, Kayla, you have the show.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So hello, everyone, and welcome to this session. I'm just going to quantify that, we may be on the dark side, but there's a lot of fun this side, so hopefully I can show you that. It's definitely a personal mission of mine. So today, what I wanted to do was take a moment to talk to everyone about my experience in supporting delivery of ERP solutions, and actually some of the things that I think we all probably take a little bit for granted that are more important than we realise. So I just wanted to be able to cover this off and help everyone have a conversation about it, and also, giving me some feedback on how you think and feel. Who am I? So my name is Kayla Bloomfield, and I am a partner technical architect at Microsoft. So after quite a few years at partner side and also working for customers to deliver ERP solutions, I had this crazy idea of joining Microsoft to try and help see what we can do with finance and operations deliveries, really. So feel free to reach out with me at any point through Twitter or LinkedIn. I usually reply, tend to be all right. So today, the high-level sort of topics of what we want to cover, and you have to bear with me because there's a lot, and I didn't realise how little 45 minutes was when I sort of chose this topic. We want to talk about the solutions and tools that you're going to need. So some of the other Dynamics 365 estate, you don't actually need some of these tools. Whereas when you talk about finance, supply chain management, commerce, or even project operations, which is very soon going to be in general availability end of this year, you're going to have to start using them. One version, which is our version of software updates, and then lifecycle services, a bit of Azure DevOps and RSET. And we'll go into some demos as well, just so you can get a feel for, and I don't just spend the whole 45 minutes talking at you. So really what I wanted to just spend a moment to say is this is in the context of what we now call connected commerce, modern finance, or modern supply chain management. Some of the tools that we're talking about are available for the other apps, sort of more surrounding the customer engagement apps, human resources apps, but they were built really around what used to be finance and operations. So all of them are at various stages outside of those three modules. They're in different parts of the journey. So some of it's there, some of it can be used, but other bits, just make sure you check in advance before you promise it to anyone. So what tools am I really talking about? We have the core Microsoft Dynamics apps that we're discussing about here. So in the context of this presentation, I'll just talk about finance. There are two really key solutions that you definitely have to consider very early on in your project, even when you're doing your estimations, and that's Lifecycle Services and Azure DevOps. All of these tools have standard integrations into the finance, supply chain and commerce estate, and that's why these tools are absolutely brilliant and also so critical to your project delivery. And they can also make sure that your project has a higher success rate and also reduced delivery timelines. So the integrations you have between Dynamics 365 and Lifecycle Services, this is a major in your requirements gathering from business process design, and also can do some code release management, defect management, and also communicate with Microsoft for your support, creating a real end-to-end view in totality of these tools. There's standard then integrations between Lifecycle Services and Azure DevOps, which can help you manage your backlog. And we've just spent the last hour talking about how to then build that into your delivery mechanisms, whether that's going to be Agile or you can actually still choose waterfall, because ERP deliveries, sometimes also you end up doing waterfall or a Agile approach, which is the new favorite term of most project managers. And then also between Azure DevOps and 365, because you can do automated testing and you can also automate code deployment, so you don't have to do any manual work when it comes to that. So between the three of them, it's really building out a full visibility and end-to-end suite of tools that's critical not only during your project management and your project estimations, but also when the customer's in support. Because these tools, once they're implemented, they never go away. They never disappear. So you have to make sure very early on you set them up and design them as they will need to be for that customer's ongoing support of this solution. And, you know, that's actually really quite critical. So I want to talk about one version initially, because this is the backbone of most of the conversation we're going to have. And also you need to consider it ultimately in what everything we discuss going forward, because it's so critical and sometimes it's underestimated. So one version is where Microsoft are moving to a world where you don't have to worry about upgrades or updates. So in the previous ERP worlds, if we go back to AX, customers used to implement it and used to patch it occasionally, but when it came to moving between versions, so you had release 1, release 2, release 3, usually they ended up being another project in their own right, because the code had to be updated, it had to be refined, it had to be forced to fit. And that was a very old school way of ultimately managing solutions, and it wouldn't work if we went into the cloud hosted world, because the overhead would be too much on ensuring that the SLAs are met and the supportability of it. So what we ended up doing is completely locking down the core code, and this started, about 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago now, to try and give customers extra protection. So if you do want to enhance the core ERP solution, you're doing it in a way that means Microsoft can still manage the updates and you never have to go for a formal upgrade again. And that's crazy if you think of it in that sense. You usually as a business would move out of a system or move on from any tool or suite because it no longer fits the business purpose, usually because it's become out of date and it isn't able to flex to what your current needs are. This is now moving, in the same direction of the likes of Oracle, where you don't have that problem anymore. And there is proactive reinforcement of that to make sure that on any implementation that you can't force this to tie your shoelaces, And I say that and people will be smiling when I say that, but oh my God, some of the requirements you do here, they literally get to that point sometimes. So it's trying to enforce the ability to make a customer's journey not only better during their project, but also so they actually have a product that will be supporting them still in the future. And, if we go down to the breakdowns, what does it do? Well, actually, it improves supportability and serviceability. GDPR was a massive change for most of us when it came to privacy protection of data. Well, the GDPR fixes to this system where they were needed, because to be honest, it was quite supported anyway, they just got released, and it was compliant with GDPR as of the date that GDPR came into force. The customer didn't have to do anything. They did some regression testing, but that could be automated, which we'll discuss later. But they just got that. And it's bigger than that, because we are talking at the moment about financial insights. It's a brand new insight tool that comes for managing and predictive finance using artificial intelligence. Well, customers just get that. If they've implemented finance and operations, that will be released as part of our cycles that we do 9 cycles a year, 2 of them which we acknowledge we're going to have more major functionality release, but all of it's protected behind basically a trigger switch, which you can say, okay, now I want to turn this on because I'm ready to use that tool. So it's all about giving customers enough control whilst protecting them from being able to use this in the future. And that all falls back into our core principles that sit behind it, where we are moving towards a zero downtime update for these solutions and tools. And that will be amazing. I mean, we're not there yet. We have significantly reduced it, But, that's where it's coming. So you won't even have to worry anymore. When it comes to other tools like Dynamics 365 for human resources, that doesn't have downtime. And it just means that customers have complete control of their solution. But when they sign up to use it, they are getting not only all the functionality that's available today, but all fixes, enhancements, legislative changes that we need to make for the duration they have it without having to pay for an upgrade. And that is a massive benefit, but it also means you have to massively consider that in your projects. And it all will undercuts, because a big concern that we have coming really from everyone is a bit of a fear factor that they are losing control, and it's really not. We're protecting the control and the environments for all of the customers globally through our very, very much rehearsed deployment practice and security, where we as Microsoft, when we talk about automated regression testing later, we do that. So we are not only eating our own words, we are literally doing what we're telling and advising customers to do. We're making sure and using these tools that we make it better for you. So back to sort of project management. Well, what does the impact of one version really make? Because, I keep saying, there's this huge impact and it really needs to be considered by project managers. Well, one version and the two solutions that we've built out that you have to use with implementing is to try and protect your ability to stay compliant with one version and stay compliant with the software agreement that you have to sign up to as a customer. So when you're doing your system design and implementation, you have to design a solution that's going to be compatible with one version. And you can use the task recorder, which comes as standard in finance and operations, which I'll be showing you later. You can use a business process modeler, which integrates directly with the task recording to understand, and even for future audits, when your auditor comes in, they want your end-to-end business process flows. Well, that's in one of our tools, and that integrates to your system. And also gap design, because no system is going to be able to meet everyone's needs. So how are you going to do that? And how are you going to make sure that that doesn't break the one version? And then how are you going to estimate that back for stability of your delivery? You go into your testing and your training. Well, that's where your automated testing comes in as part of Azure DevOps, which you get. And your version control, well, that's your code release management, again in Azure DevOps. When you're going live, you've got the checklist, because Microsoft need to make sure that they're comfortable with the version of the solution you're giving them, because we have to support it. And just general awareness of the customer that they're ready to take these updates, because it is weird in IT. Usually, they're ready to take so much control and they want low-level detail of every single change, and they want to be able to reject it and say no. Well, the customer has to be ready to evolve their internal IT processes to align to the fact that this system will update itself. And partners as well. And when you're going through your project, you need to do everything ready for your support agreement thereafter, because the automated regression testing means that you can give the customer the assurance they need that even after you go live, that will be sufficiently tested to their business processes, so that your agreement with them and they still keep loving you as a customer. And, adding all of that back, thinking about, you need to do your designs in the business process modeler. You need to take these task recordings. You need to make sure that the customer's awareness and you're taking the one version updates throughout your project. That impacts your pre-sales, because it does impact your project timelines. It does impact your scope of work that you have to deliver against what you would assume. And it does also mean you are going to have some technical resource allocated outside of what you would have probably normally expected. So if we then move into lifecycle services, a lot of people will say, well, what is it? Or if you've not used or worked with finance and operations, or especially if you come from the customer engagement side, you'll be sitting there thinking, that never comes to us, or we never have to worry about that. But it is still Microsoft's strategic decision, and it is likely to evolve out through the entire BizApps suite of estate of tools. So it's something to just be aware of. But it's pretty much designed to be an end-to-end solution for your project management. So your customers are expected to go in there and get any information they need. They're meant to be able to look at their business process designs, as well as understand where in the project phase you are from the project methodology. You know, it's a single point of communication between any ISV solutions you have, where they can provide you the latest versions of their code, as well as the partners. And you can then also have standard releases of training materials and task guides that come from partners and ISV solutions that help you use them as your system is built out. And for us at Microsoft, it's absolutely critical, because as part of your delivery, you will get fast track. And this is how they monitor how well you're getting on. You know, we use the telemetry data to make sure that you've done sufficient testing. We understand and we do a mini audit of business processes that are put in place. So if you don't keep it up to date and you're not using it, then actually that does impact the communication you have with the fast track team, with the support team after you go live. And at some point it will catch up with you. So it's really, you know, the best thing for you to ultimately do is find someone who has an ownership element from this very early on in the project and manages this. And there should be someone who ultimately is a more senior member who gets to grip with it and takes control of it, because you don't want to, for example, request your production environment because you're ready to go live. And well, we can't. You've not done your go live checklist. You've not updated your methodology. You've not evidenced that you've completed UAT. Well, that's going to really mess things up, right? There's just nothing anyone can do. So if we then go into the methodologies, this is a very flexible tool, and that's because as any project has a different delivery approach. Ultimately, we talk about Agile, we talk about waterfall, or we talk about a hybrid in the middle, but no implementation is the same. No implementation has the same key milestones within it or the same level of complexity. So there are standard methodologies that you can get and that you will be delivered, which you can see here as part of Microsoft, but you have the ability to edit it. And that's key, because what you should be doing at the beginning of your project is updating this methodology with your milestones, with your sign-off points, so it falls in line with your project delivery cycle and also has your key milestone dates. And the dates are quite important because we use them to estimate when we're going to have to build your infrastructure and estimate the load that comes as part of it. And also this methodology, when you sign off these milestones and you upload the different approvals or documents, what actually happens is it unlocks more functionality within the lifecycle services tool that you'll need for the next stage of a project. So if you're not keeping on top of this, then actually you're going to start tripping over yourself because you won't have the access that you need to do the next stage or go through to the next area of the program as far as the actual physical system is concerned. Because it's just a technical limitation really on us trying to make sure that we're all reading from the same book, we're on the same page. You know, the sign-off points within the methodology always have to be customer-led sign-off points, because whether you are an implementer or Microsoft or the customer, it's only the customer's comfort at the end of the day that means you're going to go live. And so this is a very customer-led sign-off and approval that will be used throughout. For the and then we've actually got the business process modeler, and this is so underused at the moment. And I suppose for anyone who is listening who does use finance and operations, I can only say to you, really invest in this. The business process modeler has direct integration to finance and operations. So if you think when you're doing your early design and analysis and you take those high level requirements and you're working with the customer to ultimately understand what's the end-to-end process, you should be then building out your business process modeler. And this is because this actually then directly feeds your backlog in Azure DevOps. So your gap list, your configuration list, your sign-off points. Ultimately, we just heard about, epics, features. The business process modeler should be used to build out your backlog of your end-to-end processes. You can do it from any level you want. So I've seen people sometimes do it just down to 3 levels. I've seen people do it down to 5, 6 levels. And it actually then also holds the ability for your requirements, your task recordings, which can be used for training. They can be used for your automated testing suite and through sort of general business use for ongoing support. So this being up to date and this being used is critical. And also as a partner, if you're an implementer, the business process modeler provides you in finance and operations the ability to predefine industry standard methodologies and copy and paste that approach to any customers from that industry. So imagine if you had this repository that had all of your business processes and your functional designs down to level 5, which then as part of it had test scripts, automated testing processes and training materials just there, and you could package it up and just copy and paste it somewhere else. That's what the business process modeler is, and that's not only what it provides to a specific customer, but also the partners who, you know, we're in this world now where customers want to feel like they're recognized for their industry and their trends, but they don't want to have to tell you that. They want you to know that. Well, that's where the business process modeler really needs to come in. And this is all standard. So this is free. When you look across the market of our competitors and the competitor solutions, they don't have this functionality as standard. And for it to truly integrate directly into the ERP solution itself, it just is unheard of. It doesn't happen. The only other thing I definitely wanted to highlight, because there's obviously much more functionality in LCS than this, but I wanted to make sure you're aware, is a subscription estimator, because this is vitally important to make sure you're keeping track of this in your project plan. Now, the subscription estimator is a way basically a customer and partner can tell Microsoft how to scale the production environment. So when you're ever using finance and operations, we basically build production off of your customers' needs. So your specific transactional volumes, your usage for concurrent usage or end of day, your integrations. So you need to provide us a lot of information that talks about the system, your data, and that needs to be provided at a sufficient time. So this is a dependency that comes out of your data migration investigations, and this should be active and almost pretty much signed off up to 2 months before you go live. Without this, you don't get a production environment. With this, if you fill it in and you don't fill it in correctly, then you ultimately make yourself liable for performance issues that may occur within the production environment. So this is really, really important. And actually, you can do it more than once. So you can put an early doors and version in just to get that estimate out of the way, because we do try and ask you to do the estimates based on your original requirements and design, because you should have some information by then. And as the project evolves, the design evolves, you know, as we've already said, change requests happen. You can then update the estimate. And at any point in time, you always have to have one active estimate. And when you go live, that active estimate needs to be one that the customer signs up to say, this is definitely correct, because we will scale your production environment on it. So what I wanted to do, rather than keep talking too much, I want to take some time just to have a quick look. So this is Lifecycle Services. When you get a production version of Lifecycle Services, it does look slightly different, and that's just so we can call out ultimately whether you're using a demonstration or test Lifecycle Services project. So if I went into here, you'll be able to ultimately see the fact that you can have multiple projects, and also depending on your system, right? So you can see for here, I've got one for human resources, one for commerce, one for finance and operations. What you actually get within finance operations, this is the methodology that we talked about, and you can just sign these off as and when you're ready. You can edit it. So what you can actually do in here, you can remove phases, you can edit them, or you could add a completely new phase, or ultimately you can just add tasks or change tasks to a previous phase. So this is really adaptable to ultimately be able to align to what your project needs. On top of that, then you have the business process modeler. So this is one that I made earlier, as you do. We do, as Microsoft, provide a standard one. This was built off the standard one. Depending on your project and what you want to do, you can choose to use the standard one that has a high level to low level processes, or you can build your own based on your own project. And it is worth saying, actually, you can have multiple business process models within the same project that are active. So if you wanted to have, for example, a separate one for finance and supply chain management, you could do that, because when you start talking about completely different modules, sometimes there can be complexities in the alignment and the hierarchy of the business process modeler. And ultimately then what you do is you build this out down to the number of levels you're comfortable. You can say, as a customer, they can sign off and say, I've reviewed this and I'm comfortable with it. And also what you have here, this is your direct integration with Azure DevOps. So what you can do from here, when you've set up the sync, because you set up the sync initially from your actual business process hierarchy, and then when you're ready to test, you can sync your test cases. It can give you all of the information here. And what you can also do is directly add all of your estimates in here, and that will then create that into Azure DevOps. So you have a choice. You can ultimately create and do your sync and create your requirements in Azure DevOps, or you can do it early doors. Because when you're in your requirements gathering phase with your customer, this is what they should be doing, and this is what they should be using. And what you actually have as part of this is a read-only diagram. And this flowchart shows you. And what you also have here is the security roles. So this is what you can do. And it's really useful, actually. And I know it says it's deprecated now, and this is really because of something that we're doing. So we don't want to remove this flowchart functionality. But what we've just recognized is we need to put a bit more work into it. So we sort of took feedback really ultimately and said, oh, not a lot of people are using it at the moment, but it is key functionality. And what you'll see here, this is where we've actually uploaded this process from a task recorder. So this is all of the process steps as defined from a user physically in the system during a recording. And you can also then do the characteristics of what type of data or configuration it's going to be. So this becomes an all-round tool. And when if we go back to what we were saying about auditors when they come in, well, they actually, they want this information from you. They want to understand the hierarchy. And you can provide as much information here as you want. And what I've actually seen as well is like when we add links, if you are using external or local directories for storage of your functional design documents or anything like that, you can add the links here. So it becomes that central force for anyone just to understand your system. So that's really, really critical. And then we keep talking about the task recorder and the integrations. So actually, let's just have a look and have a bit of a play. So what you have when you're in finance and operations, and I'll just go to the main screen so you can see how pretty it is. Although there's some contest between people who have customer engagement who say it's prettier, but I happily disagree. And I'm system administrator, so you'll see more and you get to see finance insights. And the task recorder here, you can do anything. You can create your own, which I'll do in a second. You can play a recording of a guide, which actually, this functionality is amazing. So it says open from Lifecycle Services here, right? So what you can actually do is, if you've been through as your project delivery in your early requirements gathering phase, and imagine I am a business user and I'm new to the system, I'm doing business change, I'm doing testing. I'm not comfortable in this environment yet. I'm not comfortable in this solution. Well, I can take those recordings that you've done to build out the business process modeler, and I can play them back. And that's astonishing, because then what it actually does, it gives you real-time view of going through the system. So if I go to one that I know there's definitely one in, so that one, and I would love to say I know that these all inside out, but I obviously don't. Emphasize what is the system. So if you see here, look, and it says, okay, so saying, okay, I'm going to play this back. And it openly then says, okay, let's open the guide. So what you can see here is ultimately everything and every step that's in this guide as standard. So you've got the subtasks, and also when you're recording this, you can add more information. So you can add some context for the user as well. And what it does is it shows you. So you can see, look, here you go, click here. Well, for me as a user, how can I complain? I can't say I don't know this system, because I can go and find a task recording and I can literally be told by the system without any overhead outside of what we did for requirements gathering to actually then use the system. And if I wanted to just stop that guide, oh, hang on, broke the world. I want to then go back, because I can then go and record my own task recording as well. So when I'm going to create a call recording, what I then can do, so I can say, okay, I'm going to go into bank management, because now I'm starting to do a recording. And what it will do at the side, it will tell me each step that I've made. And also I can add and edit any of these steps. I can add a developer placeholder, so I can say, actually, I want to do something here. And it will all then record this for me. And then I have some options after I've finished. So I can then go through the system and it's recording everything I do. I can stop the task recording, and then it gives me these options and it says, oh, actually, let's save this back. So in your requirements phase, you can be with the customer, you can be clicking through the system saying, how do you want your process to work? What do you want to see? Add developers notes where you have gaps, and also then save it back to your business process library for a later date. And, you know, and that's absolutely key, because that business process modeler, as we continue to talk, becomes the fundamental item that you will need throughout the remainder of your project. So if you don't do that at the requirements gathering stage and you don't work with your customers in that phase, you're going to end up giving yourself a bit of a hard time. And you can just add this to anywhere in the hierarchy, and then that will be available to you at a later date. I won't add it because it was a terrible task recording, but there you go. So then if we go back, let's talk a little bit more about Azure DevOps. And I won't go into too much detail because Trish is following me and she is absolutely the boss of this. So I'll just give enough context in the, with what I'm saying and the message that I'm putting across. And if you want to know more, you're just going to have to wait and see for Trish to do it. But what is Azure DevOps? You know, it's again the center of everything, which is why we've got so many integrations between Lifecycle Services and Azure DevOps. So you have your Azure boards, which ultimately your ability to do your reporting and tracking of your progress on a project. You've got your test plans, which is really where I'm going to focus on, because this is where we can manually and automatically test the finance and operations system based on those task recordings we have just took. And then you've got your pipelines, which is where you can automate code release completely to your non-production environments for finance and operations. And your repo, which is pretty much your developer's home, you know, where they love life, they feel comfortable, and they can do full management of all of their code with full information and comparison history to the standard code base. So there's a lot. Like, this tool is absolutely brilliant, and there is a lot. And when it comes to finance and operations, you know, this is where you live as a delivery consultant. And as a project manager, this is where you can keep track on what's really going on. And I suppose I would reiterate what was said in the previous session. Unless you're going to use projects online, which you can, to integrate directly to Azure DevOps, your project plan becomes less and less relevant, because this is where the up-to-date information on progress is. This is where every day people are going in and changing and tracking their tasks and their progress and how you're getting on. If you don't link that with your project plan, then ultimately actually the project plan becomes more redundant and this becomes life. So, and this is just to reiterate, and this is blatantly a stolen slide, everyone will be in Azure DevOps. If you're doing a project, you need to be in this tool, because it covers absolutely every area of your project lifecycle. And after you go live, which I think is the most critical thing, for finance and operations, your support tickets that can be logged directly from the system get put into Azure DevOps. So you really need to be aware of that, because when you're building out your Azure DevOps projects, it's not just for your project delivery, but also it becomes a support tier and mechanism of how you communicate and you log these back to Microsoft. So it becomes the hub of the solution and the hub of your deployment. So let's talk a little bit about RSAT, or the Regression Suite Automation Tool, and what it really is. This is a brand new evolution of a more legacy version, which wasn't as great, but it's so critical now. And it really puts the emphasis on allowing non-technical people to actually control automated testing. So you don't have to be a developer, you don't have to understand code to do this. You've just saw me do a task recording. That is literally what you need to do to just put your test cases into the system, which will then automatically upload to Azure DevOps, so you can put it as part of your automated testing. I mean, there was no code. And that's what's really key for us, because if you as a consultant, who's a functional consultant, or your business users are preparing for UAT, you can then still do that. And those test cases not only form part of your training plan, also your onboarding for the customer in the system in their new roles, but also then that's your regression suite for one version management after they go live. And the more you can automate, if you do your everyday regression tests, well, actually, even every time you do a project enhancement or a product release and update, why don't you automate that? So instead of your customers turning around and thinking, oh, God, this is going to take me 4 or 5 weeks to do all of this UAT. Well, even if you just automate 50% of those, and you can do your boundary testing, you can do some integration testing in the newer versions, actually then what happens is you halve that timeline, because you can run the automated testing overnight and you can get your responses and then focus on areas where the automated tests have failed, and the business users then just do some sanity checks. And what's really key as well is performance testing, right? So every project at the moment is so key. There's so much anxiety around the performance of a system after you go. Well, those task recordings, they're used for your performance testing. You can automate that. You can literally, and I'll show you how later, just add all of your test data to the system through using an Excel add-on. I mean, again, not a developer. And they can then do performance testing and load testing based on a task recording, which you can manually record into the system, which cycles through to Azure DevOps. And then you can add your, 10,000 lines of data that you want to do for your performance testing. It's all using the same tools, and it's all critical for your customer getting knee deep into the system and really understanding what's going on. So really, it's just to do a high level. So, what do you do and what should you do? Record your tests, but advice would be record them when you're doing your requirements gathering. You can enhance them later. The customer can add more for UAT when your final designs are in place, but it's so critical. And the more you do, the earlier you do it, the less overhead you have. You then save it to the business process modeler. You have a central repository then for your end-to-end business process flows and your dependencies. So when that customer comes in and says, okay, I want to change this process here, you can roll that back and see how much that impacts any other process, because you've got that full view. You then use that to configure it to directly integrate to Azure DevOps. So that then automatically syncs that down. So you're doing your task recorders in finance and operations, they're just saving it to the business process library. That user doesn't really know what's going on or need to know what's going on, but what's actually going on is they're then directly importing that back straight into the testing suite of Azure DevOps for that to be picked up in a general query and just loaded into the test suite. And then you just update any data parameters you want to do. So you can do it as single lines of data, which I'll show you later, or you can do it as bulk and performance testing, because if it's a major release, the customers might want that availability. And you can investigate it through DevOps as well and go through the full breakdown of what could have gone wrong. You can see your error history and your event logs. So comfort, and for a customer to be able to understand and navigate these tools is so critical. And if you leave this till, you're getting ready for your test phase, you're simply never going to get the task recordings you would have got if you'd have been distributing it along the end-to-end process flow of the project. And, customers are using this. ASOS is a huge customer at the moment who has absolutely taken this by storm, and the automation they've done of their test scripts, taken it by storm. And once someone gets comfortable with this, well, do you know what? It does turn into a bit of a free-for-all. And why not? Because the more you get users doing this and automating these tests, and you can have these tests run after every time you build your code, the more ultimately that you're getting assurance that your user acceptance testing is just user acceptance, because there's no testing left. Your automated test cases that the customer has started building have done all of the testing they would have otherwise done. So then it just turns into a confidence exercise of them being able to navigate the system. And that's what we really want. We just want them to go in and love it. So what I will do then is now we'll go back and we'll have a little bit of a look. So one thing I wanted to show, so if we go back to here, so we've got the breakdown and we've gone down to the product master. Well, actually, this is all automated. So I haven't had to create any of this backlog in Azure DevOps because it's been created based on my business process library. Nope. And all that then has is you can have a hierarchical view, the same in the system, so it becomes natural to them because the customers just have to go what's normal to them. This is not about solution specific. It's not more complicated in the sense of understanding relationships between different user stories, because that can sometimes be a complexity. It all just maps down based on their business processes and their user stories, all the way down to ultimately each test case. And then these test cases can just form part of your automated regression testing. So if I went into my test plan itself, let me just find which tab I'm on. So this is where I've set it up. And actually it took me, I think, about an hour to set it up. Isn't that bad? And if you go into this, what you'll see is the test results, and you'll be able to see what passed, what failed, how it went. And you'll be able to see everything that happened. And you can actually summarize these reports. So you can get real-time reporting mechanisms for your test managers to say, okay, how did it go? What's our pass and failure rate? Start doing some statistics. And this is actually just what the tool looks like. And it's not the prettiest, I'm not going to lie. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to play one of these for you, because this is what happens, right? So I've just run the test case. So what this is doing is just running literally in the background. And as you can see a script, it's going to open the finance and operations solution. And this is why it's critical. You can't have a user in the system at the same time this is running. But, this is now just running through my pre-recorded demo, the same one actually I was showing you guys earlier. And it's just going to create a sales order for us. And it's going to then tell us whether that succeeded or failed. So what it's ultimately doing is just running through that process, selecting the data that we've predetermined needs to be selected, and then ultimately going through to success. And then that's it. And that's what it'll tell us. And you can do that. And if you have loads more test cases, so you can see the successes there, you can ultimately then bump up the size of the machine, and you can make it so it processes better and more efficiently. And when I come to talking about the data, well, here you have it. We have done everything possible to try and make this as easy as possible for non-technical people to be able to manage and use these tools. And the earlier that you get people interacting with it, then the sky's your limit ultimately on even the customer getting comfort and excitement about the journey that they're going on. And they feel much more in control. So they don't feel scared anymore. They feel enabled. They feel like they have a responsibility and a job. So after that, really, it is about time just to say thank you. And I had to do a bit of a breeze tour of all of those tools, but just reach out to me if there's anything that you might want or need to discuss further about them. And, just have a play and give it a go, because once you do get comfortable with it, the sky's the limit, and it really can change the success rates even of your delivery of ERP, when we all know that they can be quite contentious. So, I don't know whether there's any questions.
Really interesting session. Thank you, Kayla. So, any questions? People feel free to unmute if you have any questions.
No, I do see a couple of comments. What I can say is the task recording functionality and integration into LCS and that, they are absolutely moving forward in customer engagement on that. It's on the roadmap and something they are talking about. And there's new functionality that they're building out at the moment, which they're classifying as task recorder for model-driven apps. And obviously we know that the core CE are model-driven apps, which will then start enabling that. So that's going to be the early stakeholder, I suppose, of getting that capability in there. And lifecycle services projects at the moment, you can actually build them for customer engagement, but obviously it doesn't have as advanced functionality as you see here today, because it's still early doors and non-mandated. So, but it is coming. So the more you guys get to play, then the better it is. And yep, project operations. Yeah, so what you've got to remember is there's two elements or two arms to project operations, or what's coming. You have the model-driven app, which is the sort of PSA half, shall we say. And you're going to have dual right going into what used to be project management and accounting in finance and operations. So my prediction, I can only say an opinion, you know what it's like, is that if you look at things like Dynamics 365 for human resources, that's a model-driven app. So absolutely, the project operations PSA half, I think, will be the same, and they will have lifecycle services use for that. When it comes to the accounting half, absolutely, all that functionality is there already. It will stay there and it will continue. And what's interesting, and one key thing actually really to say about lifecycle services, you may have seen when I went into the business process modeler, when you look at the diagram, you can actually upload cross-system Visios as well. So it enables that capability for any areas that aren't quite integrated yet, or systems that never will be, like, you know, you are integrating to SAP. You can still have your end-to-end process in here to keep that your central point of everything, just so ultimately you're enabled to do that cross-system process flow still and have that information in there.
Awesome. Great session. Great session, Kayla. We have lots of good stuff on that F&O side that we definitely could use in CE as well.
We got it first. See, I told you it's the fun side. We've got lots more fun going on our side.
The dark side is more powerful for sure. All right. Kayla, thank you so much for your session and for taking you an hour of your time on a Saturday to teach all of this to the community. Let's take a 10-minute break and continue again on top of the hour. We're going to have Tricia Sinclair talk about Agile projects in Azure DevOps. So we're going to have some more Azure DevOps goodness. Tricia is one of the most brilliant speakers I've seen present Azure DevOps. So that I'm sure that'll be an amazing session as well. So Kayla, thanks again for your time, and then let's take 10 minutes of a break.
Phillips with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliffs extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
All right, and we are back. So our next presenter is Tricia Sinclair, and Tricia is going to talk about Agile projects in Azure DevOps. Without further ado, Tricia, the floor is all yours. Why don't you turn on your mic?
That would actually help. So hi everyone, I'm just checking, can you see me? Because I can't actually see anyone. Okay, awesome. So we're going to be talking about basically Agile projects, particularly Scrum in Azure DevOps. Now in today's session we talked, we had PSA into DevOps. We've had Neil Benson with an explanation of Scrum, just giving us a good overview. And also we've had Kayla talking about FinOps and how it interacts with DevOps. What I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be packaging all of that up and actually showing you what that looks like inside of DevOps itself. So let's get started. My name is Tricia Sinclair, and I am a lead pre-sales architect at DXC Technology. These are my social information. So if you'd like to contact me during or after the session, please do. I do have a blog that I focus a lot on Azure DevOps and other D365 applications as well. So in the agenda for today, I'm going to be giving a rough overview of DevOps, what exactly is DevOps, and I've done other presentations where I've given that overview before. This presentation is different because now I'm actually going to be going into detail about how we can use DevOps to provide, the capability for Scrum projects. Okay, I'm also going to be sharing some useful resources, resources that I find useful, that I hope you'll find useful too. Okay, so first things first, DevOps and a brief history. So the very first iteration of DevOps was released in around 2005 with Visual Studio 2005 Team System. Now this was an on-premise version of it. Throughout the years, as Microsoft likes to do, the name was changed, but more and more functionality was added up until a couple of years back when we had the first cloud version released, Visual Studio Online. So that is the grandfather, so to speak, of Azure DevOps. That's where Azure DevOps first started. Visual Studio Online was the first cloud version. Now we have Azure DevOps. So we also have Azure DevOps Server, which is the latest on-premise version. This demonstration or this presentation is really going to be focused primarily around Azure DevOps, which is the cloud-based version. Okay, what exactly is DevOps? Not Azure DevOps, but DevOps itself. So DevOps, according to Donovan Brown, who's a principal DevOps manager at Microsoft, is the unification of people, processes, and technology that enables continuous delivery of value to customers. And I watched a presentation where he shared this, and he basically mentioned that he chose these words very carefully. And he chose this because when we deliver projects to customers, we're not basically just giving them software. Whatever we do must provide value, because that's how we actually define what success looks like. Okay, if it's valuable to them, not if it's valuable to the software team, the delivery team, or the QA team or the delivery team. No, it's whatever is valuable to the customer. Okay, and on top of that, we have a process. So DevOps is union of people and process, because it's actually a process, right? So it's basically how we can actually gather. It's not really about how we can just make the development of software go faster. It's about how we can bring everything together in order to deliver that value to customers. Okay, so that in a nutshell is what DevOps is and why those words are in that definition. By the way, if you've got any questions, just put it in the chat and we'll get to it. So this slide, I know Caleb did a version of this in her previous presentation, but I like to use this slide because it shares the modules that are available in DevOps. When people talk about Azure DevOps, the primary focus is on pretty much the pipelines module, which is all about how we can provide automated deployment, automated build and release. And that's great, but that's only a part of what Azure DevOps can do. So similar to how we have Dynamics 365 and we're able to have all the modules like D365 sales, PSA, supply chain, talent, etc. We have a similar thing with Azure DevOps where we have Azure boards, pipelines, repos, test plans, and artifacts. And each of these modules satisfy different purpose. So in today's presentation, we're going to be primarily focusing on boards, which allows us to manage projects. Okay, so we're able to create different work items of different types that we can track throughout the life cycle of a project. Pipelines we talked about in terms of providing CI/CD. And that's continuous integration, continuous deployment. Repos is basically all about source control. Test plans is, of course, as the name says, testing. And artifacts is basically how we can share packages with teams. So for example, this is where we can bring in things like NuGet and other things like that. Okay, so focusing on boards. When we first create a project inside of Azure DevOps, one of the first things we're going to be asked for is what process do we want to use, okay? And it's important to understand the different types of processes. There are 4 standard processes available as, by default in DevOps. And these are Scrum, Agile, CMMI, and Basic. Now, Scrum is basically built on the Scrum framework and uses the terminology that's described by the Scrum organization. Agile it basically supports Agile planning methods, and that includes Scrum. Okay, so the terminology is different for Agile, the Agile process. And you've also got CMMI, which is pretty much the waterfall process. So if you're in a waterfall project, I would recommend using that process to start off with. And then final but not least, a Basic, which is the latest and the newest process that's been introduced to Azure DevOps. And this is very simple. It just basically has to do, doing, and done. That's it's in a nutshell. I have written out in detail an explanation of each of these processes, the differences, and some of the fields and the tips and tricks that you'll need to know, or that you should know on my blog. So if you want to know a bit more about each of them, please refer to my blog, which I'll share again at the end. What I want to do as well is share a little bit more about the differences between the processes, okay? So each of them, they have different work items, and they also deal with how to track work in different ways. So if we look, for example, at Scrum and Agile, it looks pretty similar in the fact that we have roughly the same types of work items, but as I mentioned before, different terminology. So we've got product backlog item for Scrum, And in Agile, we have user story. Okay, we have impediment versus issue. Whereas CMMI, which is waterfall, we have your change requests, your risks, your issues, etc. Okay, and on top of that, with Scrum, we're only tracking the remaining work because that's really what we care about, how much work is left. And in Agile, we're tracking the original estimate. What did we originally estimate? How much work is left and how much work have we completed? Okay, so bringing it into strictly, the Agile processes that I'm going to focus on. On the left, we have the Scrum state. So as each work item goes through and as we update the status of each work item, they go through something called like a transition. So similar, if you're familiar with like Dynamics 365 customer engagement, when you update the status of, say, for example, the account record, you can actually have a status reason. It's very similar in Azure DevOps, where you have a state and you have the state transition. Okay, so if we refer to, for example, the product backlog item, we have the new, approved, committed, and done states. But as we move through, if we move from new to approved, then the default state is approved by the product owner, approved to committed made by the team. And each of these actually means something. So approved by the product owner means that, yep, I want this to now be considered for sprint planning. Committed, I have added this to a sprint and we will get this done. And done, of course, we've now completed this work. It can also go the other way, and then if it goes the other way, then of course the transition states will apply as well. Okay, same thing for Agile, and to be honest, it is also the same thing for the other processes as well. Now, although we have these default and standard states, if you did ever actually want to change the states, you can, but it's something that you should be aware of. When you change the states, you don't actually get the state transitions like you do with the default states, where you have like approved by the product owner. That is not going to be possible at this point in time in Azure DevOps. Now, if you were using Azure DevOps Server or an on-premise version, you could actually edit the transitions and change the workflow. It's a lot more flexible with the on-premise version. Okay, so my recommendation, stick with the default. Okay, what exactly is Scrum? So Scrum, a lot of people think that Scrum is a methodology, but Scrum is actually a framework. And that framework basically allows us to collaborate with the project team in order to deliver pieces of work with a good quality in iterative chunks. Okay, so this is basically the definition of what Scrum is according to the scrum.org. That Scrum is a framework within which people can address complex adaptive problems whilst productively and creating delivering products of the highest possible value. So that is basically what they define Scrum as. And with this process, I brought this up just to show what the different events and artifacts and roles that are involved in the Scrum process are. So we have, for example, events such as your sprint planning, your daily Scrum, your sprint retrospective, and your sprint review. So these are typical things that you will have in a Scrum process, or typical events. But your artifacts that we'll be looking at are your backlog, your product backlog, your sprint backlog, and of course your increment. Okay, and then not only that, but within all of this, you have the actual people that are part of the process. So you have your product owner, you have your Scrum team, and you have your Scrum master. Now, if we put all of this together, how can all of these people work with Azure DevOps and also interact with these artifacts during these meetings? How can we do that? That's what I'm actually going to then show you today. So if we start off with the product backlog artifact. So the product backlog artifact, Neil Benson went into a really good definition of this earlier. It's something that's owned by the product owner. The product owner is responsible for the product backlog, and they will basically, they're responsible for creating the product backlog, editing it, in terms of ensuring that enough information is is available on the product backlog item in order for people in the Scrum team to estimate it and then add it to delivery. So if we actually talk about how we can bring items in to Azure DevOps, there are several different ways. One of the primary way that we often see is bringing information in via Excel, okay? Another obvious way, to be honest, is obviously, of course, manually creating these user stories or product backlog items inside of Azure DevOps manually. But to be honest, that will take a while. So if we talk about automating this process, a lot of the times these things start off from within someone's Excel spreadsheet. We have what's known as a Team Explorer add-on, and that Team Explorer add-on can be added into Excel or older versions of projects. And with that, we can then associate our Excel sheet with a project inside of Azure DevOps. If we then specify like what's actually happening here, hopefully you can see, we can specify the type of work item, and also because it's associated to Azure DevOps, it's going to allow us to validate the data that we're using. So for example, I can select the actual users that I want to assign the user stories to, because I'm associated to that DevOps project, and I can just select it from that list. It provides that pre-validation. This then lessens the amount of issues that I might have. Now, there's another more recent integration via CSV that was introduced, but this does not give that same level of validation. But when you publish, that's not going to push all the information inside of Azure DevOps. And as you can see here, those requirements or those user stories or product backlog items are then going to be created inside of Azure DevOps, so you can then continue your work. It's also possible to create a hierarchical import as well, but this is going to depend on the type of spreadsheet that you create. Okay. So another way is basically by using project. So we had a demonstration earlier, a more detailed demonstration of the integration between PSA and Azure DevOps. So this is a very light touch where we're just basically going to push in the user stories and the different tasks and the features to Azure DevOps. Okay, so because we have the resources assigned and we have the duration and the start and the end date, we can utilize Power Automate, because Power Automate has an Azure DevOps connector. And not only that, it's basically very flexible because it really allows you to specify the different work items, the different fields via custom values, if that makes sense. So the schema is a little bit tricky, but it's also tricky because it's that customizable. Okay, so here I'm just going to flag that I want to send it to DevOps, and when I press save, this is going to push all the information that I've saved against that project to Azure DevOps. So going into ADO, just going to refresh the screen. Here you actually see the list of features and user stories and tasks created, and they will be in the correct hierarchy as well. Okay, and as you can see that they're assigned to the applicable person as well. Okay, cool. Now the third way, of course, because we did use Power Automate for this, and Power Automate can be used to integrate any work item with Azure DevOps, we can actually take it a bit further and actually think about other things. For example, Power Apps. So if you wanted to create a Power App to, for example, create risks whilst you're out and about, you can also do that as well. Or if you wanted to push in product backlog items via that way as well. Now, the third way is a method that Kayla just talked about in her demonstration, which is an integration with LCS or via the Business Process Modeler. Now, this is an older version because I don't actually have a supply chain instance available and up and running, but the actual setup is the same and the process is relatively the same. So you're able to creates a business process in the business process modeler. And when you configure the integration with Azure DevOps, you specify the hierarchy that you want to use, okay? So you can actually associate it to an epic, feature, or user story. So it will integrate and create those types of records. So here I've actually associated this to epics. So when I basically synced it, when I go into Azure DevOps now, what's then going to happen is you'll see that all of those work items or all of those business processes have been created inside of my system as epics. Okay, now I just need to give a little bit of advice here. The integration between LCS and Azure DevOps is one way. So if you do configure that, then any change that you make to Azure DevOps will not sync to LCS. You will need to use LCS as your primary. So that will then allow you to sync back to Azure DevOps. If you do make any changes to ADO, it will be overwritten. Okay, so that's just something to know. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is actually go into a little bit of system demo. How am I for time? Perfect. A little bit of system demo. So in this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the actual product backlog item and what that actually looks like and how it can be configured to be useful. So let me just change this because it's a bit small. Okay, great. Hopefully you can actually see that and it's not too small. But here we have an example of the product backlog item. Now I've extended it and I've actually added a lot of information to it to just kind of show different things as to what you can do out of the norm. Okay, so what we can do is pretty much highlight information. We can add any emojis, we can add images, etc. to make it more one, easy to read, user-friendly, and obvious as to what we actually need as a product owner of the delivery team. Okay, so here you obviously have the acceptance criteria and the description. These are two of the main things that I, as a member of the delivery team or the Scrum team, will be looking for. On top of the business value, how important is it to the business? And this is something that was mentioned before in one of the previous demos. So how important is that to the business? So you can specify the business value, but you can also specify the priority. Okay. So on top of that, what we can do is specify the personas affected. Now, the personas is not actually within a standard part of Azure DevOps. Okay. Now, we can, similar to how you can with Dynamics 365, bring in other apps from outside of Azure DevOps to extend the standard functionality. And this is going to be available in the Azure DevOps Marketplace. So instead of the Azure DevOps Marketplace, I've added the Personas app. And this basically allows me to create those different user roles, as what Neil Benson would refer to them as, and specify the different pain points, the different challenges, what they're like, add images, and kind of make it personal for people to be able to relate and empathize with these personas. So when they're thinking about the design or thinking about how important or where the business value lies, they can reflect against this with the different personas that will actually be affected by these types of work orders or product backlog items, sorry. Okay. So not only that, it's as we actually flesh out a product backlog item, we can then have discussions. Okay, so these discussions will assist with when we need to estimate a backlog item. So when we start off, the backlog item probably won't have a lot of information, but as we actually go through, we'll get enough information to ensure that we have all that information to be able to estimate. And unlike when you actually have a spoken word or emails flying all about the place to have that discussion, because one, people will leave the company and that information will go with them. And two, to be honest, you can still be searching for an email because that email might be, well, a very long time away. You might have accidentally deleted it. So it's best to actually keep all of the discussion points inside of Azure DevOps. And the reason for that is because when we actually look at the history of an item, so if I go here, for example, I can see the different state changes. I can see the changes. I can see the comments. And when I do my reporting, I can see what actually changed. So if we're looking at many months or a year or 2 years down the future, that information is still there, and I can see the progress of when it started to all the things that have been changed since. Okay. So the next thing that you'd actually do, so as a product owner, obviously I've created the product backlog item, I've now fleshed it out. Now basically as a member of the Scrum team, I'm going to now estimate this. Now this is another app that is available to be added to Azure DevOps from the marketplace, and no, it doesn't come at a cost. Okay, this is a free add-on. And this free add-on allows me to interact with other team members who might not be in the same place as me to play planning poker to estimate my product backlog items. Okay, so it uses a Fibonacci sequence, and what I can do is, if I believe that this is pretty much 8, it basically hides it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my next. Hold on, I'm going to go to this screen here. One sec, I'll bring this over. So you can see that on the same place, what I've done is I voted for 13. Okay, so pretty much different people in different places in the same team can estimate for the different product backlog items. So if I basically do a reveal, it basically reveals that, although to be honest, I think I did that one way too early, but it would have actually revealed all the different votes, and then I can actually choose which one that I want to use. So if basically it's all 8, that's great. I can actually just choose that, and now this is going to be saved as the estimate on my product backlog item. Okay, so that's pretty much in a nutshell how I, as a member of the delivery team, can estimate that product backlog item. Now, once I've estimated it, the next thing that we need to do is basically go into sprint planning sessions, right? So in sprint planning sessions, we're assuming or expecting that we have the effort already there. We understand the business value. The backlog is already ordered. For example, I can reorder this backlog and specify that actually this is more important to me. So I've dragged it up. Okay, and as I dragged it up, what you'll see, I'm just going to drag that back down. As the last. So as I've dragged it down, what you'll see is 2 things. Okay, one, it's telling me that these are, the sprints that so these are the product backlog items that should be assigned to these sprints. So I don't have any work scheduled yet. But Azure DevOps is kind of helping me to create my sprints, because if you're going through Azure DevOps and you're completing your tasks and you're completing your work, it is going to calculate the velocity for you and set that velocity. Now, in the first time you do it, you might need to set the velocity yourself, okay? So it can be, for example, 13. And if it's 13, then what will happen is it then adjusts the sprints to be what you can realistically achieve with the velocity that you've set. So what it's looking at for this functionality is the velocity, the order, and also the effort. Okay. So once I've actually done that and I'm ready to now start planning, so I'm going to move this back to 20 to make it more, so I'm ready for sprint 2. What I can do is I can just drag these items into sprint 2. Okay. And that's going to drag not only the item, but any tasks or anything that I've got associated to it. So that's all dragged there, and I don't need to then worry about that anymore. So we've now got sprint 2 planned. Okay. So that pretty much in a nutshell is how we can actually utilize Azure DevOps for not only creating our product backlog items, but updating them, going through the discussions, associating with personas so we can actually get the empathy and understand how it relates to the business value, but also also using it to estimate and plan for our sprints as well. Okay, so the next thing that I want to talk about is basically the daily scrum. So in the daily scrum, just going to go through. So in the daily scrum, what I'm going to do is just show how we can actually utilize to effectively run through. In a daily scrum, we tend to pretty much do 2 or 3 main things. One, what did you do yesterday? What did you do today? Or what did you do? What are you doing now? And also, do you have any impediments? So that's pretty much the main purpose, the main goal of that scrum. So we can utilize is the task board. So Azure DevOps has what's known as the task board. And in this task board, as you can see, we have to do, doing, done. Okay, so pretty much I can see what the product backlog item is. I can see who it's assigned to. I can see the current state. I can see any tags that I might have as well. So if I need to quickly associate things or group things together, tags are a really good way of doing that. Okay, now if I had an impediment, if something was blocked, how can I see that really quickly at a glance? Well, with a task board, we can utilize styling. So we can actually make things change color based upon a different, based on criteria. Okay, so here, because this is blocked, this is now highlighted to be red. Okay, now from this, if I needed, for example, if I've completed some of it and I need like 10 more hours, I can change it directly on this board. I can also change the progress like this, or I can actually move it back. So I can drag and drop if I wanted to. Now, not because you actually see these cards. These cards are customizable. So I can add more fields to these cards should I want to directly by using this cog. So I can actually configure this board by using and customizing from this cog here. Okay. So the other thing that I want to talk about is also that we can known as capacity. So with capacity, I can use the work details to understand how much time I've actually got associated to my resources. So if I've got 2 members on my team, let's say, and each of these members are associated to different types of activity, and I can specify the different how much capacity they have per day. This is then going to roll up to how much time is then available in that sprint. Okay, and this is then going to give me that capacity. So that is basically where this chart is coming from. The development is based upon the activity that we had in that capacity. In the past, it wasn't possible to customize and add additional activity types, but that is now possible. So that's changed. We can now add, you know, things like reviews, etc., if that is something that you wanted to add. But this is basically highlighting the fact that, to be honest, we have 2 resources. They are available, but these are not the right types of resources, or they have too much capacity for one thing and not enough to do development work, or development tasks are too much for this sprint. Okay, so it basically helps us to plan how much work and where those resources are going to be assigned. Okay, now another way of actually going through and looking at your sprints is basically utilizing the product backlog board. So the product backlog board has a little bit more functionality that you'd have, a little bit more functionality than you'd have available in the task board, in that you can also include swim lanes. And with swim lanes, as you can see here, I've got like urgent. So these are things that you need to look at more sooner than what's below. But someone mentioned before about where you can actually see things that have been removed from scope, or things that you wanted to bring into the scope, but you things that you brought into the scope, and you might want to separate this. So you can use swim lanes to do that. Okay. Not only that, but you can identify or specify how much work should be possible to be in progress at any one time. Okay, so if you wanted to ensure that once a product backlog item was approved, we actually look at it and we're only expecting 3 or 4 product backlog items to be in this state at any one time, you can specify that as your limit, and then you can see Azure DevOps will calculate and display for you how many do you actually have. So for example, we're not expecting over 5 to be committed. As soon as it's committed, we need to be testing it so we can move it to done. So we've got 2 currently in that status. Not only that, of course, another thing that we need to have is the definition of done. So with the definition of done, each team might have a different definition. You can specify that definition of done, again, using the cog that's available within this board. So when you're setting up boards inside of Azure DevOps, it's very important that you tailor it according to what your team needs, because every team is going to be different. Okay, you can specify the definition of done. You can specify your swim lanes. You can also do your color coding as well. And the reason that I really love this board is because directly from this board, I can see the different tasks. Okay, so if I'm, for example, running my daily scrum, I can actually check things off, go into it to validate things, or I can actually see which test cases have actually been created. Or if I wanted to, I can actually run a test case directly from here as well. So if I clicked on run, it will actually open up a test for me to execute right now. So that's a really neat functionality that we've got there available. Okay. Okay, so the next thing is, after we've actually got the plan, and now we're doing our daily scrum, and we've actually built the iteration or the product that we're going to release. The other thing that we typically do at the end of it all is have a retrospective. Now, typically when I've had retrospectives in the past, we all go into a room, we talk about it, we debate, we put our things on the notepad and or on our little, little sheets, and we stick it to the board. We try to combine it, and then we talk about what we can do, what tasks should we do to kind of improve things. So we can do this inside of Azure DevOps, again though, using an external application that we brought in. So this is something, again, that is available in the external app source. So although I'm saying the external app source, Microsoft also themselves release extensions to Azure DevOps inside of the app source. So it's something that, just like D365, it's discrete little bits of functionality that you can just plug in to extend what you want your process to be. So if you want to still use retrospectives as a face-to-face thing, you can also do that. But this, to be honest, in light of the current situation and what we have now, where we're all working remotely, is a very good alternative, where we can now have remote retrospectives. So with this retrospective, we can actually create a retrospective. We can specify what we actually want to be asking. So in my retrospective, I basically said, I want to know what went well, what didn't go well. You can take it further and even say, what should we continue doing? Okay, but I'm not really fussed about what we should continue doing for this one. But I can add new feedback here, or I can add feedback there as well. I can group feedback together. So for example, we have 2 people that said, well, they're having meetings about meetings, and someone else saying too many meetings. Well, this is the same. So what we should actually be doing is we should be going to the group tab, and we should basically be dragging this on to basically associate them. So here we can actually see that these are related and these have now been grouped together. So this is now mimicking that sticky tab where you'd actually associate everything that is the same together. The next thing after we've associated the similar things together is we'll all basically vote on what we would constitute as the most important things to tackle. Okay, so for example, if I wanted to upvote this, that we're having meetings upon meetings, which to be honest is one of my main complaints all the time, is I would just upvote that. Now, as more people upvote it, then this gives us the idea as to what we then need to act on. Okay, so going into the Act tab, we can then specify what tasks we need to then add on to resolve these issues. So this then creates an actual task inside of Azure DevOps. You can then associate these tasks to like a requirement in terms of retrospective, the date, etc. And this basically gives you that traceability to ensure that things that you're talking about in your retrospectives and you're doing in your retrospectives aren't going missing, they are actually being dealt with. Okay, so it gives you that accountability. So not only that, you can see a history of all your retrospectives here and also see, where you stand with them, what's the status, what the priority is set at, who it's currently with. Okay, again, giving you that traceability and accountability within the system. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is another piece of the puzzle is documentation. Now, a lot of people say Scrum doesn't have documentation, but I kind of don't think so. The artifacts itself are technically documentation. So you've got the product backlog, which you can export and save for prosperity if you wanted to. It's great, but that's a working document, right? Another working document that you might have is the wiki. Now, the wiki can be used to help the dev team, help the testing team understand the process. So if you've got like stakeholders that understand what they want it to look like, what they want what they want a process to look like, or you might have a architect that's designed this discrete bit of functionality or discrete bit of functionality in a particular feature, they can actually draw it out and document it in the wiki and associate it with the relevant work items that it affects. So here, I've got a wiki and I've associated it with my work item. So if I am testing, if I'm basically going to be creating tests for any of these work items, I can come to this wiki, I can review it, I can understand my based upon a video, based upon diagrams, based upon text, what it's all about. And I can actually then do my work. It's also something really useful, just so I can understand if I needed to be trained on what's been done so far. This is what we've actually done, So what are the different things that I can actually do with the wiki? I can include diagrams, as I mentioned before. And now this uses the mermaid syntax, which if you wanted to know a bit more about, I've got some resources that I'll share with you and you can refer to that. But the different types of diagrams, you can have your class diagrams, your sequence diagrams, pretty much any diagram. You can have mentions and also links, okay? You can embed videos. So when I say mentions, by the way, this is mentions to people that are users of Azure DevOps. So if you've got your stakeholders also included in Azure DevOps and you wanted to drag their attention or drag attention of anyone, you could do that. And they will be notified via email if they've already got notifications turned on, okay? And then the other thing as well that you can do is you can include dynamic lists. So for example, this is a list of product backlog items that do not have a state of approved. So if I wanted to create a query or create a list and embed it here, I could do that as well. And the last thing that I'll talk about for the wiki is being able to include checklists. So if I wanted to ensure that for quality, these are things that I'm checking out for every release, I can include it here, and this will then be a list that I can use. Okay. So we've talked about the retrospectives, we've talked about the wiki, and the next thing I want to talk about is, and the final thing actually, is reporting. So once we've actually gone through the whole Scrum process, how can we ensure that we're doing what we said we would? How can we ensure that everything is running on track, right? So there are different types of. Now, this report, or this dashboard rather, is actually is an older dashboard that I've created. But basically, it shows the different widgets. So each area or each item that I add is actually known as a widget. Okay, so that widget, for example, here I can actually see the burn down chart, which will show me any show me how the team are working through the product backlog items. Do I have any scope increase? So for example, total scope increase, because during this sprint that we have here, we added 15 backlog items, which is clearly not best practice, but we can easily identify scope increase by utilizing the standard widgets and the standard tools available as part of Azure DevOps. On top of that, we talked about how DevOps will automatically identify your velocity to allow you to plan your sprints better. So I have an average velocity of 4. Bear in mind, this is a very old dashboard, so I haven't utilized this project in a while, but I wanted to show you how it will pull and create this information for me, okay? So if you were actively using it, your velocity would clearly be a lot better than that. We also have the work in progress, where we can actually show the fluctuation of backlog items being closed, being resolved, being active, and also test cases and what's assigned. Different things are assigned to me because I'm logged in as myself. So this would actually be for each user that is assigned to. Okay. Now you can create different dashboards or different types of dashboards. So in projects that I've worked on, we've created dashboards specifically for customers, which have different information that's applicable to them. For example, issues that we're waiting for them to resolve, or things that need their attention, or just state of play in terms of how well the project is doing, you know, because you can also include deployment or build metrics on the dashboard as well. Okay, and top of that, you can also include or associate security roles to the dashboard. So you have particular dashboards are only available and visible to particular members of the team because that's based on security role. Another thing as well that I want to draw your attention to is in previous versions of Azure DevOps, the analytics view was a part of the marketplace. So you would have to go into marketplace and add the analytics view in as an app. Or as an extra functionality. But if you create new versions of Azure DevOps, the analytics view is going to be available now as standard. But what exactly is the analytics view? This basically allows us to have standard queries that extend the default queries that we have available in ADO, but these queries are only going to be visible and usable within Power BI. So it will include things like the history. So, you know, where we talked about before about fleshing out the product backlog items inside of Azure DevOps, because all of that is going to be treated as history and we will have visibility of it. Well, this is where we can actually get that visibility. We can view the different state changes as it goes through the progression of the life cycle of the project. We can view the previous comments and the history and the discussion of those comments by utilizing these views. But although we have these views, we can of course tailor and extend them. Okay, when we extend the views, we can add additional fields, we can tweak it. So when we actually then go into Power BI, these views, Power BI, the dashboards and the reports that we're creating will have the correct information. So I'm going to show an example of a Power BI dashboard that I've created previously. Again, pointing to my older project because I needed actual enough information for this. But this is also using those queries. By the way, I'm not a Power BI wizard, so my dashboard doesn't look the best, but I just needed to show an example of what it can do. Okay, but my favorite feature really is the natural language where I can do things or show things such as tasks sorted by task discipline. And this, by asking this this, it can dynamically generate lists, it can dynamically generate charts just by asking the question, which is something that I think is super useful, especially if you're not a reporting genius or reporting wizard, you know? So those are the basic things that I could utilize. Now, another thing as well that I wanted to talk about is another part of documentation. One last document that would be valuable, it's not a part of the artifacts available in Scrum, I grant you that, but it is still available, is being able to share our tests with our customers to prove we've tested this. Okay, so we've tested these product backlog items, and these are the current statuses of them. Okay, so how can we do that? Well, within Azure DevOps, we have the ability to actually export test plans. Okay, so if I go to this test suite, which currently only has one test, I can actually go and click on export. Okay, when I click on export, I can then choose what I want to export. Do I want to export the test outcome, the test cases with steps? Do I just want to export this test suite, or do I want to include any child suites that I've actually got as well? What I'll end up with is something that looks very much like this. So this is basically my test suite, and each test case or each product backlog item will be counted as a child test suite. Each of those will have the relevant test cases. It's always useful to have your summary to explain what that test is about. Because we've specified we wanted the test steps, it's brought through to test steps and also the parameters and expected outcomes that we have in our test. Now, I also wanted the latest test outcome because, of course, you can rerun your test as many times as you want, but we only really care about the last outcome, so that's also included in my test documentation. Again, this is available as standard as part of Azure DevOps. Okay, so let me go back in. To be honest, I've actually done a very whistle-stop tour of this. What I want to do now is just talk about some of the useful tools and extensions that we have. I'm gonna just switch it. That we have, and we haven't talked about some of this, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. So when we're actually interacting with Azure DevOps, the whole point is collaboration. Now, there are different ways and different tools that we use for collaboration. For example, Teams. We also have Slack. So these are available. Okay, so this is a link to the Slack integration that is available with Azure DevOps. And if you're using an older version of Azure DevOps and you still wanted the analytics feature that I mentioned, you can also still bring that in from the marketplace. And also, if you were utilizing or using different teams, then delivery plans is a really useful way, a really good way of being able to visually see the status of all the different teams with the different sprints that they're currently rolling to ensure that any dependencies will be met. Okay, and also the sprint drop plan as well is the same thing, but from within the sprint. The retrospective feature is one that I demonstrated where if you wanted to run remote retrospectives, you can utilize that. And the work item visualizer, if you are familiar with Azure DevOps, you will know how difficult it is to actually see which work items are associated to which. So that work item visualizer really simplifies it. Okay, now we demonstrated the estimate feature and that's available in the marketplace as well, and showed how that also is useful for remote-based teams to be able to estimate work based upon planning poker. Now it does say Microsoft Flow, of course, it's now Power Automate, but we also have the Power Automate connector that we can utilize, and we demonstrated that in use for the PSA integration. And then also, one of my favorite features, the feedback client, which allows stakeholders to provide feedback directly back into Azure DevOps based upon a product backlog item that's ready for testing. And we demonstrated the Team Explorer, which allows integration to and from things like Microsoft Excel, and if you have an older version of Project, it will actually work for that as well. Okay. Now, the last thing before I go is the useful resources. So how I've learned about Scrum, I'll share them with you. Customary. So we had the Neil Benson, who came, I think, 2 sessions before, and he basically gave a really good overview of Scrum. So I would really recommend having a look at that. But he also has a lot of good resources on his blog, and his site is thecustomary.com. You've also got my blog, and I go into depth about a lot of the Azure DevOps features, particularly what I've just demonstrated. I've written it all down in terms of the different processes that are available, and I'm going to be fleshing out a lot more in terms of custom processes and how you can actually generate your own custom process, just in case you needed to tweak anything that is available as standard. Okay, so that's my blog there. Now, the Azure DevOps release updates, they release DevOps updates very regularly. I think every 2 weeks you probably have a new update. It's not always related to boards, but it's always related to Azure DevOps. So this is where you can actually see what they're planning to release, and also see if it's actually something that's going to affect you. Is it something that you've been waiting on for a long time? It's always good just to keep an eye on those things, okay? And also Azure DevOps Labs. If you're not familiar with Azure DevOps and you wanted to get started, there's a lot of labs available there that will take you from pretty much zero to hero. It starts from the absolute basic, and it will build you up as you go along. And then finally, the latest release of the ALM guidance based on the Power Platform. So with the Power Platform, of course, we have to factor in a lot of these things. It does not include what I've demonstrated today. It mainly focuses again on continuous integration, continuous deployment, and it totally misses out the first bit, which is, you know, how we actually ensure that you have your correct requirements, etc., in to be able to associate it to what's being deployed. But I still recommend having a look at that guidance. Okay. Now, before I go, these are my details. Are there any questions?
Again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to unmute yourselves and ask Trisha directly.
Hello, is there any additional licensing required for the feedback client?
For the feedback client, no, there is no additional licensing. You can actually be a stakeholder, and stakeholder users don't need an Azure DevOps license. And this is the main intention behind that, that feature. So you assign, you basically request feedback from your stakeholders, and they can use the test and feedback extension. So they can have that extension in Chrome or Firefox, and provide that feedback directly into ADO. Again, no license needed. Any other questions? If you wanted to see the feedback client in use, I do have a blog on that on my site, showing you how it's used and what it looks like. Okay. Well, thank you very, very much for your attendance. If you want to reach out to me, please feel free to do that on any of my channels, and I would be happy to answer your questions.
Trisha, thank you so much for an information-packed and very, very insightful session on ADO. There's definitely so much to take away from this and to learn and to play around with to get better with it. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thanks all.
All right, so we have 2 sessions to go. So let's take 3 to 4 minutes and again, come back on the hour. We have Dustin, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce Dustin's name because it's just, you know, that's just going to be a disappointment. So we have Dustin doing a session on how do I get people to use my system, user adoption challenges, and practical solutions. That is a super important topic around user adoption. So let's take 3 or 4 minutes and be back on the hour for some more awesomeness.
365 Saturday hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliffs extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
Hello, everyone, and we are back. So it is time to give the stage to Dustin. And again, Dustin, I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name because I'm just going to miserably fail at it anyways. So I think everybody's excited to hear how you pronounce it. Without further ado, let's hear from you on some user adoption challenges and how to solve those. That is a super important topic. Excited to have you on board. So fire off.
Absolutely. Sounds great. You guys can hear me okay and can see the slide presentation all right? Awesome. So let's talk a little bit about this. One of the main reasons why we've kind of had a lot of time here today to talk about a lot of technical things and some of the new stuff that's coming. And I want to take just a little bit of time, and we're going to switch gears just a bit and get a little bit more basic. And I think this is going to apply to a lot of projects that you do. And it's so important for anyone who's available and kind of a part of the PM process to really be thinking about some of these things as it relates to user adoption challenges and how we do those things. So the way that we've kind of positioned the session is you have an amazing system, everything that a user would ever want, fully configured, and now what? How do you actually get them to use the system to the full potential? And this really is one of the most common things that we see in any innovation that we work with. And the truth is if you wait until you've gone live and you've built the system to really start with adoption, then you've already lost most of the battle. You have to start at the beginning. You've got to begin to plan some things and put a lot of basic practices in place that'll help to drive some of those user adoption and help solve some of the challenges that you face along the way. So as we walk through this, well, I'll show you a little bit more, but the things you're going to learn today are super basic. It's a lot of just kind of common sense things that sometimes we forget when we're so focused on the technology. So quick introduction. My name's Dustin Damaris. That's the way you pronounce it. It is very phonetic there. And so I'm a senior solution architect and managing partner with Dynamic Consultants Group. I've been working in the Microsoft space and consulting around banking, manufacturing, sports entertainment, construction, software for about 18 years, and about 15 years in the software as a service, platform as a service implementation. Worked with Salesforce, SAP, and then most recently Microsoft Dynamics. And kind of a fun fact about me, I guess not technology related at all, is I'm also a certified marriage and family counselor. So something that has nothing to do with technology, just some things that I like to do to help give back to people who need it. So thank you guys so much for being a part of such an amazing community and giving such a valuable time, especially on a Saturday, back to the community to be able to learn some new things. And thanks so much for all of these amazing speakers that have given us their time today. It's been pretty awesome to see some of these sessions and to learn a lot of really cool things. So a quick shameless plug about Dynamic Consultants Group. We are a Microsoft partner-to-partner consulting firm. So what that means is we focus on helping Microsoft partners to either have the staff that they need and or the ability to add new practices where they may not have been able to before. The ecosystem's so big right now, it's becoming really difficult for partners to be able to do everything. And so we can help provide those areas and fill in the gap for partners that need help. We have partners in North America, Europe, and Africa. We also have onshore and nearshore resources, offices in California, Missouri, Texas, Belgrade, Hyderabad, and London coming soon next year. So we certainly can help. If there's any needs that you have, feel free to reach out to us, and we can help you with some of those needs that your company may have. So let's really talk about the way that our customers think that implementations work. And so our customers really have kind of this utility mindset about their projects. The software is supposed to fix their business, supposed to make them more efficient, eliminate all of that double entry and the mistakes that they make. And then they get kind of upset or frustrated when it doesn't seem like the system just automatically fixes those problems. But the reality is that a really simple implementation can be extremely complicated. So systems are complicated, and it's not only the systems, but it's the processes that customers have. And a lot of those have multiple departments that have different processes, multiple countries that may have different regulations, multiple types of businesses, all under kind of a single brand that they work with. A lot of variety of backgrounds in a project. You may have some people that are technical, some people that are not, systems that need to be integrated, legacy data that needs to be migrated, and very complex and company security policies that have to be orchestrated. And if you think about it, a lot of this stuff is all before you ever get to the technology. There's just so much stuff to consider before you really ever get into some of the nuts and bolts about how we implement a system. But all of those things are what makes these things so complicated in what we do. But out of all of that, that's probably not the most complicated part of a project. The hardest problem and the most complicated problem to solve is the people. The people are difficult. Humans are complicated. And if you thought systems are complicated, humans are even more complicated. They may have years of industry experience in their industry that has given them bias. They may have new employees that are in the organization that are trying to leave their mark to try to make a name for themselves. You have many different ways of doing things that sometimes the process is more about unlearning or helping them to think about things not to do than it is to think about ways to do things. And also you can just have different personalities. And we'll talk more about this in a little while, but the sales personality, so to speak, is not always the same as the way that you would work in a finance personality. And there absolutely are some differences in the way that we should approach our team members. People can have different goals on why they're implementing. You may have 3 different departments, and each one may have a completely different goal for why they're implementing the system. You've got egos that get involved, company politics between departments, people jockeying for position within the organization, and even within the team and some of their social hierarchies. People are complicated. And guess what? They're the ones that have to be the end result of this system that you're going to build. If they don't use it, then the entire system is completely worthless. So that is what makes this so hard. And if we can begin to focus not so much on the system or the tech or some of those things and start to focus more on the people, natural adoption will happen. And natural adoption is always the best. You want people to want to use the system. That is always the best approach to being able to get good user adoption. So as a part of the presentation, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to walk you through some simple things that you can do either beginning, during, and at the end of the project to try to engage your people and to try to solve some of those people problems that are out there. So before the project. So let's talk about, I'm going to give you, everyone loves a good top 10 list, right? So I'm going to give you 10 things that you can do to try to drive some user adoption beginning, during, and at the end of the project. But the truth is, let's talk about before the project, because if you're waiting all the way until the kickoff and you're waiting until the point where you've started the project, then you've waited too long. So number 1 is change management. And really everything that we're going to talk about as a part of user adoption has a component of change management to it. But change management doesn't have to be this mythical thing that we all talk about and no one really does. There can be some really easy ways to help facilitate. So as we walk through some of these other things, all of it really has to do with change management and how that you govern some of those things and how you make things exciting and so that people are at least less anxious, if not excited, about the change that's going to occur. And no matter how big and how small the project, really think about change management. Even if you're doing an 80, 100, 120 hour implementation or some sort of customization, change management should always be a portion of that project. Now, there's always the question on how do we get budget for it? How do we ensure that we've got the time that we can spend to do some of those things? And it really comes down to it just being a focus of your organization to make sure that change management is important. And if you can somehow raise that priority within the company up to a level where they understand the need for change management, then you'll really have a lot easier time in finding the budget for it and being able to do what it takes. So the other thing is, making sure that you have somebody that can do the change management. If you are in a position where you've got someone who's good at this sort of thing in your organization, man, make use of it, right? But if you don't, outsource it. Hire a consultant that is very focused on the change management process, and that will really, really help you to be able to kind of go through this and find some deep expertise to help with that change management process. And one good framework is my good friend Andrew Welch. He has a platform called the Power Platform Adoption Framework that he's worked some on. I would really encourage everybody to take a look at it. I think you're going to find some amazing tools there around change management and the way that you do some of the user adoption. This could be a good way for you just to get up and running quickly on some of the principles that we're going to talk about today. So number 2, throw a party. So everything that you do as a part of implementing a new system should be exciting. Now, we all know that some of these systems are not exciting. No one loves to enter their opportunities, but you can use a new implementation on anything as a way to kind of hit reset on a company. And so if you throw a party, if you make it exciting, some of those things will really, really help you to garner some enthusiasm or at least lower that anxiety level of those that are going to be involved in this change. But there's some things that you can do to help kind of make that process a little bit easier. Take photos of your meetings, of your kickoff, publish some early screenshots of what's coming with the system. We have some customers that like to do a weekly or a monthly newsletter about the project, just to tell everyone and kind of communicate some of the most critical things that are going on in the project. Make it exciting. Communication is always the most critical way to combat fear of a new system. And that's true across any type of relationships. The more you communicate, the less that fear and anxiety is going to be able to penetrate your project. Also, we've got some customers that like to come up with cool project names, right? Instead of just calling it the sales implementation or the field service implementation. Instead, come up with a cool Microsoft themed name or some sort of company branded name. And you can even get coffee mugs and t-shirts and mouse pads and some of the other things that will really help to raise that excitement level in the organization. But sometimes making things exciting can buy you some time to get away with some implementation things that you wouldn't have been able to do otherwise, because you can now implement some new things that are maybe a little bit harder, that are a little bit more change, because you've made it exciting. There's always this fine line there. You don't want to overdo it, because that will sometimes have the reverse effect as well. You don't want to be too enthusiastic about something that users know is not going to be fun, but you can at least think about this as you progress through projects to think about ways to make it exciting. So number 3, so once you have thrown the party, you've kicked everything off, the next thing that you need to do is you need to identify who the leaders are for the project. And sometimes those leaders come from unexpected places. It's not always the decision makers who made the decision on starting the project, or even those that are in the departments that are leading the project. Sometimes it's the ones who are complainers in the organization. It's the ones that are passionate about wanting to solve problems. Those are the ones who you're looking for. Those are the ones that are going to help facilitate that change inside of an organization. The key is to find a group of individuals that are so honest and so transparent with each other that nothing in the project is going to go unsaid or unheard. If you can find those group of people, no matter where they are, they don't have to be key decision makers. They can just be individuals within the department that are passionate about what it is you're doing. And if you can find those, that will really help for your project to be successful. But every single project, in my opinion, we try to identify 2 key roles inside of every project. First one is a visionary, and the second one is an integrator. So the visionary, think about this personality type. A visionary can come up with 100 new ideas, and 99 of them are terrible or are at least out of scope or something, right? 99 of them we're just not going to do. But that one idea could be amazing, and it may be the catalyst to what could be an amazing project and an amazing system. But if you leave your visionary alone to run the project, and honestly, most of the time, companies are led by visionaries. And so those visionaries end up being very involved in setting the overall direction of the project. And if you leave them unchecked, you're going to have 100 change orders. You're going to have users that are not sure what the system's supposed to do. It's going to be all mixed up. You're going to have all kinds of things that are floating around in the system that are just not that are just not a part of what the original scope of the project was. So the other thing to think about is who is going to be the integrator, or who's going to play that integrator role in the project. And so contrary to the visionary can come up with 100 new ideas and 99 are probably not something you're going to do. The integrator is a personality that is very, very task focused and results driven, and they get their energy based on executing someone else's ideas. They're not necessarily the one that's going to come up with all the ideas for what it is you want to do, but it may be the most important role in the project. Most people put visionaries in charge of a project. They let them lead it, they let them run it, but that's not really who should be running the project. The integrator, or the person that can be very task-focused, results-driven, that is the person who you want to lead the project. So the key there is to try to gauge who your team members are, and then as the course of working with them, you're going to be able to pull out, okay, who's my visionary and who's my integrator? Generally, your integrator is the person furiously taking notes. They're the person who's creating checklists. They're the ones who are sending things out to everyone saying, here's your task list for the day. That's how you can identify who your integrator is. Your visionary is a person who's generally not taking any notes. They're doing the majority of the talking. They're the ones kind of driving the meetings. And those are the ones that are extremely valuable. The visionary, without the vision of the project's going to be worthless. But without a good integrator, the visionary will be left unchecked and your project will go off the rails very quickly. And this is a conversation that we actually have with our customers as a part of starting a new project. We sit down and talk to them about this because we want to make sure that they fully understand how we view the different roles in the project. And finally, the other thing that you're looking at here is if you see the bottom line, sales and marketing, operations, finance, some of those things, all of those, keep in mind they can expand. You probably will as you have different divisions and you have different organizations. All of that, you can really begin to expand that bottom line. But the top line really should never expand. You have one visionary, one integrator, and then you have a bottom line of all of your decision makers within departments or people that are going to be making the key decisions on how the system operates. The key there is to find the right people, put them in the right seat. We always use the slogan, hire slow and fire fast. If someone is not working in that seat that they're in, get them out of it. Find someone else to sit in that role because there's not enough time in these projects for it to drag on. If you want another resource for some of this, there's a book out there called Rocket Fuel. There's also a book called 5 Dysfunctions of a Team. I'm sure some of you have heard some of those books before, but take a look at those 2 books. Rocket Fuel and 5 Dysfunctions of a Team are really good ways to kind of get up and running on some of this type of methodology on building a good team. So once you have the team selected, another thing that we really like to do is we like to record a video from the CEO or the visionary or the president or whatever it is, whoever's kind of running the project, record a video outlining the excitement, what the system's going to be doing, how it's going to help our company, all of those things. So that way you can then release that video to get people excited. That can be a part of your newsletter or a part of some of those exciting things that you're doing across the organization. So after you have built an amazing team, what do? Well, after you've built an amazing team, you have got to trust them. You have got to let go of the rope and let those team members run the project. So many times, especially when you start getting to the leadership of a company or individuals who are decision makers in the company, they like to hand things off, but they don't like to let go of the rope and let them run it. And again, this is something that we try to coach on all of our project teams, that once you've established the team, let them go. Are they going to do it right all the time? My goodness, no, they're not. But unless they fail and unless you see where they are succeeding, how can you ever make corrections and handle things the right way? But even if they mess it up, if you learn to delegate, trust, and then correct, that is going to be true and really going to help your project to then help people buy in. There's nothing that will kill user adoption more than engaging your users and engaging your team members in the decision-making process and then giving them absolutely no authority to actually make decisions and to do things in a way that they see fit. So once you have a good team, let go of the rope, let them be able to make decisions and run the project. That will truly help your user adoption. So number 5, set measurable and attainable goals. It is so common in projects where we get to the very end and someone says, this takes more clicks than it did before in our old system. Well, Was number of clicks one of the goals that we were trying to shorten the number of clicks or eliminate number of clicks as a part of doing this? Maybe, maybe not. Did anyone make a specific scorecard that said we want to be able to reduce clicks by 10 clicks? Maybe it was written down somewhere, but so many times we don't hit the goals of the organization because no one ever took the time to measure them and write them down. So if there are things like that in the project, make sure that you're taking the time to really pull that requirement out and document it so that way everyone knows what the goal of the session is, and everyone knows what the goal and the outcome of a meeting is. Everyone knows what the outcome of the project is. At every level that you're engaged, set measurable and attainable goals. You have to start with the end goal in mind, otherwise you're going to be off track and lose focus, especially a visionary will pull you off focus very quickly. So think about this as some examples of measurable and attainable goals for an implementation. We want to eliminate entry into 2 different systems and combine it into one. That's a great measurable goal. Now everyone knows where the target is. The target is, we used to have 2 systems, now we need 1. So everything that was in one needs to be in the other. That's a great goal. Maybe not the ideal goal, but at least something to strive for. Second possible goal, reduce the customer service clicks to log a ticket by 10 clicks. We want it to be fast for customer service to log a ticket or a work order or create a project or whatever the business unit you're working with. That is perfect, right? Because now we know things need to be on a single page. We need to reduce the number of clicks. We need to try to make things easy. We need to simplify the number of fields. So that way when we go into the discussions about it, we can fully understand what the end goal looks like. Another possible goal for a project could be, I want to be able to create one form to view everything about a customer. This is that mythical 360 degree of a customer, right? Where I want to see everything about a customer on one screen. Great goal. We can now all drive towards that because we know everything that we're building needs to be accessible or at least viewable in some way from the customer screen. Those kind of things will help set the goals of the project. So make sure before you ever kick the project off that you've done those things and try to set those goals. So we've kicked the project off, we've started it, we've got a party going, we're all excited, we're all wanting to know exactly where this thing's headed. Now we have some direction. We've started the project, things are going well, some things start to slip, some other things start to go wrong. Now what? So what do we do when things begin to go wrong in the project? Well, as you're working through these things, getting through sprint cycles and releases and design meetings, all of these things can just get stressful. And this stress can cause things to go wrong. It can become so easy to fall into a trap. So let's talk about what some of these traps are. And I know that a lot of you have heard these before, and you'll see this pattern. The first thing that you generally hear whenever things start to go wrong is, it's all my previous partner or the previous consultant that we used, it's all their fault, right? They didn't implement it right, or they selected the wrong architecture, or they just didn't listen to us. Whatever the thing is that you're hearing, that's one of the first things that you should start noticing is when they start blaming things on a previous partner or consultant, that should send up a red flag. Because guess what? Most of the time, previous partners or consultants did things according to what things they were given. So a lot of times this is a red flag to look at leadership problems inside of the organization to truly try to gather, is it a leadership problem? Is it a department problem? Where is the problem in the company that I'm working in? Don't always accept that previous partner or consultant blame game that happens. The other thing that you hear is people begin to blame the person who had the job before them, right? They didn't really understand what the job entailed, or they didn't understand the requirements. You start to blame people. And man, I mean, people can certainly be complicated, but they're not intentionally trying to make mistakes. So clearly there's something else going on here. Let's try to dig in and figure out why that person had the problem in the job role before them, not necessarily just blame the person itself. Let's try to be more understanding about where people are coming from and things, because most of the time they're not all wrong in every decision that they made. So then once they've got finished blaming the previous partner and the previous person that had the job before them, they begin to blame who the vendor selected. So things really start going wrong. Now it's the partner's fault, or it's the vendor's fault who's helping them to implement the system. That's typically one of those red flags that you should see come up as well. Because guess what? Most vendors are pretty good. I mean, I have met a few incompetent partners out there in my time, but those are so few and far between anymore. Most of them can at least think logically about a solution, and Power Apps and some of the things that you're doing these days are pretty easy to configure basic things. So you're even getting customers, and the whole concept of the citizen developers beginning to take off, and I'm so glad about it. But blaming the vendor is never going to fix the problem. Most vendors are pretty talented. Most of them have people that are very talented. So make sure that you're challenging those things whenever they begin to say, well, it must be the vendor's problem. And then finally, what they would do is blame the software. So they would blame software. We should have went with Salesforce, or we should have went with NetSuite. We should have went with some other product instead of this Power Platform thing that we selected. And guess what? Most of the time, that is not the problem either, because most every system can support the majority of processes that a company needs. Now, certainly Microsoft is far beyond everybody else in the whole platform as a service game, and some of the things that they're doing there around automation and machine learning and some of those more complex processes. But most customers aren't there yet. They are still trying to figure out how to get a sales and marketing and customer service system really humming for their organization. So most of the time, it's not the software's problem. Challenge that. Don't accept that as an answer whenever you hear them just blame the software. Really try to get to the root of what's going on inside the organization. And guess what? It's probably the customer. Most of the time, you have to admit that you just don't know how to fix it and ask for help. And that is really challenging for the customer to do, is to say, guess what? It's me. We have a leadership problem in our organization, or we have some departments that are dysfunctional, or we have some people that just don't have the capacity to do this project. What is the real problem? And admit that you don't know how to fix it. And that's when you will help your team come up with brainstorming ways on how to really fix the problem. Do we need to get somebody else in this role? Do we need to free up some of their time? What is the real problem? Don't accept that previous partner, previous person, vendor software as the problem, because it's generally so much bigger than that and so much more complicated. So really take that time to drill in. But stress is normal. Budget should be tight, right? You consume the budget you have so many times in these projects. And if you have too much budget, then you didn't estimate right. And if you have too little budget, then you don't have any money left. So budget should be tight. It's normal for budgets to be tight, but don't let any frustration that happens with the project spill over into the users. Make sure that you're doing really good internal project meetings. Make sure those meetings are intense and they're passionate and people have discussion and you're really trying to get into the guts of what's going on in an organization. As soon as you walk out of that room, though, everyone in the project team should be completely unified in what the decision is. You cannot let that frustration spill over into the users. You can't let the frustration spill over into the people that are actually doing the work, because that's what ruins the project, is when you let that frustration leave the project team and leave the rooms where you're having those discussions. People begin to find others that will sympathize with them. People will begin to find other individuals in the organization. So be very clear that we can talk about anything in our project meetings. We can talk about anything in our design meetings. But as soon as we all leave that room, we need to be unified in the vision and the direction that we've selected. So number 7, every project, in my opinion, needs a war room. Now, this doesn't have to be a in-person war room, and in the remote world we live in today, this can be a Teams meeting, but sometimes you need to spend a lot of time on a meeting. And that is going to be critically important to making sure that the project is a success. And it's even more important whenever you begin to run into issues or things begin to go wrong in the project. You can use this war room for conference room pilots, which would be kind of a walkthrough of a beta system. You could use it for user acceptance testing. You can use it for training. Make sure that your project has a war room that you can all get on a call. A lot of times we schedule one-off phone calls, we schedule one-off meetings, but really making sure that whenever you start to see the red flags that we talked about in the last slide start to go up, everyone needs to be in that war room. We need to solve this problem. Don't let things go too long without jumping into that room and fixing the issue. So we've got to the end of the project. Everyone's loving it. We've solved all the major issues. Now what? Throw another party, right? The more you can get your users excited, the better they will feel about change. It's really hard to be too critical of a good party. And I'm not saying that you need to go to the extent of confetti and hiring a DJ, but a simple pizza party or some sort of a company outing or some cool team building event, all of those things will really, really help the success of the project. Because what happens is you pull everyone together and you are forcing them into some kind of communal atmosphere that then if they break away from that community, it's noticed that they're the ones that are breaking away. If you invite everyone into a party or into some sort of an event to kick off this new system, it will really help to help drive some of those user adoption things. So, well, I think we're probably all done, right? Once we've got go live finished, we've trained the users, we're all finished. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And most of the time, if you think about this, this is where people begin to think about user adoption. It's when things are going wrong. It's when we're kicking the project off. And it's whenever we're training users that we begin to talk about user adoption. We can't start there. We have to start thinking about user adoption all the way from before the project ever begins. So that way we can put some of these best practices. And so, as you can see, some of these things are so simple, but they will absolutely help you with some of these user adoption points. So don't just go live and run. There's some more things to do once you're live. And here's some of the things that we do as a company, and I think they will help you as well. So we set up recurring touch points with the users. So your key users in each department that are going to be kind of your power users, so to speak, of a system, put them on the calendar. Set up some recurring touch points right away with those users. Don't let them get too far into using the system before you're constantly talking to them and making sure that you're then correcting any of the things that need to be corrected. Also, after the project, we like to actually use training videos and record videos of all of our training sessions to then set up recurring training meetings that happen periodically. It could be a lunch and learn. It could be some sort of a learning plan that you have for new employees or individuals that need more coaching. Whatever it is, you can use those same videos that you worked with in the beginning, and you can take those and repurpose them now for some of the things that you do after the event, after the go live. The other thing that we do is we put quarterly health checks on the calendar as soon as the project goes live. And those were quarterly health checks with that project team that you've established. It could also be some decision makers or some leadership or steering committee individuals as a part of the organization, but making sure that you have them on the calendar and you don't forget about it. Most consultants are on to the next project. And by this point, you're kind of already moved on to the next thing. You're already on to the next customer. But we can't let the previous customers that we've worked with go untouched. So making sure we have those health checks on the calendar as well. Another really cool thing that we've started with some companies is something called an innovation lab. So this can be your same project team. It could be a different set of project team. What you're looking for is you're looking for those individuals in the organization that want to drive change. And in those instances, what you can do is you can set up an innovation lab meeting, and that's the place where all your new ideas come from. You can set those up quarterly so that people can just get on the phone and just come up with all those new ideas. Visionaries love these meetings because they can throw those 100 new ideas at you and you can write them all down, right? We're not going to do them all. We're certainly not going to try to do them all tomorrow, but at least we have a list. We now have our backlog that we can begin to refine and build sprints for the future. And that is so important for kind of continuing the process. It does not end when the project goes live or when a piece of the system goes live. That is just when your project is really beginning, as long as you have a good and healthy customer. Anytime you begin to feel that adoption slipping away, and everyone who's been a part of an implementation knows exactly what I'm talking about, where you start to feel like, wow, no one's logged any opportunities in the last 2 days. What's going on? Or in the last 2 weeks, no one's logged any activities. Or why isn't anyone updating the status of their work orders? Those kind of things is when you start to feel the adoption slip away. Anytime you feel that, stop, reset, hold people accountable for the decisions that were made, and immediately get back on a war room call or some sort of a health check to make sure that you're letting it happen quickly. A lot of times you'll have someone who is a complainer. They'll love to talk about the things that are wrong with the system, right? Or they'll love to talk about the things that it doesn't do, that if it just did those things, then I would use it. You can listen to that, but sometimes our role is just a therapist for those individuals to listen to them complain. We don't necessarily need to fix anything unless there is a reason and a purpose to the complaining. Otherwise, it could be another problem that you have to address. So number 10, you've gotten all the way to the end. You've tried your best to get natural adoption, and natural adoption is always the best way. Anytime you have someone that wants to use your system, you're going to have so much more success than if you're forcing them to use it. But sometimes people just won't adopt a new system. This is where you begin to fall back on some of the positive and negative reinforcement methods that we can use to help force change. Unfortunately, this is a lot of times where people start thinking about adoption, right? Is, well, what do I give them in order to get something back? Can I create some sort of an incentive that the person who wins the most opportunities in the next quarter gets a free laptop bag or whatever those kind of cases are? You're already too late if you're getting to that point. So what you need to do is you need to try to eliminate as many that you can get through natural adoption as possible. So that way, when you get to this point, you're only dealing with a very finite set of users. And generally, it's 3 or 4 within an organization that just won't use the system once you get to this point. If you have more than that, you probably have bigger problems. But hopefully by this time, you're dealing with only a set of individuals that can use, that won't use the system. So the way that you fall back and try to solve some of these problems is a little bit more of your traditional methods. So the carrot and the stick. So the carrot is we're going to give you money or swag for some sort of incentive to incentivize the behavior that we want to see out of you. We want to see you log your time entries. We want to see you update your project statuses or your task statuses or any of your user story statuses. You need to be doing that every day. So some of those things, maybe you can create prizes for it. And that's where some gamification comes in to really help that. But there's also the stick approach, which is you're going to be in trouble with management if you don't make your calls this week or if you don't log your calls this week. If it doesn't exist, it's not in D365. It doesn't exist if it's not in D365. I'm sure some of you have heard that before, right? We're going to run our sales meeting off of the opportunities and the leads that are in Dynamics, and if it's not in there, you're not allowed to talk about it. Well, that kind of goes back to more of the stick approach. And you hope by this point you're only dealing with a few users. So that way you can really focus in on what their specific issues are and try to solve them, or incentivize behavior that fixes those few individuals that are still having a problem. So let's talk a little bit more about this carrot and stick approach to some things. And this also just kind of helps you think about a variety of different roles inside of an organization. And I completely realize that I'm getting ready to paint a very wide brush against a lot of individuals. So what I want to talk to you about is a sales personality, a customer service personality, and a marketing personality. I completely understand that not everyone in an organization falls into this typical sales personality. So I'm going to use very general terms here. But think about it, because you will immediately know some of these personalities whenever you hear them. Not that they necessarily work in sales, not that they necessarily work in customer service, but you will recognize the personality, and it'll help you to incentivize them in the correct way. Because every single person kind of has a different way that they need to be motivated. And what works for one person will not work for another. And what will work for me may not work for you. So we have to make sure that we're thinking about this in a way, about their personality. So the sales personality, let's talk about this. The sales personality is motivated by competition. This personality, if you think about it, these are the ones that are always competing. It doesn't matter what it is. They're the ones that are competing to get to their destination in their car faster than anyone else. They're the ones who are competing on the basketball court or anywhere else like they were a pro player. I mean, they are the ones that compete at everything they do. They also are ones that enjoy an incentive around you are in the top X or you are better than Y, those sorts of things. So think about that whenever you're creating language around your incentive programs. You want to make sure that this type of competitive sales personality is incentivized to say you are in the top 10% of all sales reps this month, or you have generated the top percentage of opportunities for the pipeline in this quarter, something like that, or you are better than X percentage of your peers. That type of competition will really help to drive that personality in sales. The sales personality loves public individual recognition. They like to be called out individually in public for their achievements. So think about that as you create some of those incentives. They're also very territorial around the things that they own. So these are my customers, these are my accounts, this is my territory. That type of personality you can use to be able to incentivize the right behavior. So maybe they get a new territory or they get another key account if they do X. Those types of things will really help not only drive user adoption, but will help with just behavior in and of itself. Also, predictive analytics. Again, it goes back to that competition. And are you in the X percentile? The sales personality really likes predictive analytics. One thing that we found that's really successful for a lot of companies is something that we've looked at called predictive sales commission. So we can tell you what you will make in sales commission if you achieve your goals, or if you close 50% of what's in the pipeline, you will hit this sales commission. Some sort of predictive commission can really, really help drive that sales personality. It's also crazy what someone will do for a reserved parking spot. Because guess what? We said that sales personality loves public and individual recognition. There's nothing more public and nothing more individual than a reserved parking spot. So think about those kind of simple things that you don't have to get complicated with your incentives in order to drive the behavior that you're looking for. So how do you promote to the sales personality? Well, some sort of a sales dashboard that's visible by the company, public praise within the organization, showing the results in a public place, having some sort of a board that shows the sales opportunities or the winners, the top 10%, those kind of things will really help. Gamification is also another good way to do it. And basically just a way to capitalize on the motivations of people, creating badges, levels, points, award systems, all of those kind of things. And it's not always about cash prizes. Sometimes it's just the points that people care about. Again, that sales personality is competitive. So it really doesn't matter what you're giving them. If they have more points than everyone else, sometimes they're happy. Airlines do this all the time, right? I can't even imagine how many how many dollars I've given American Airlines because I like having the points. And I certainly don't think that I've got my money's worth out of that deal. I'm pretty sure that they figured that out in a way that they're winning. But I still keep doing it because I like the points. And that sort of personality can really be used to then incentivize the correct behavior that you're looking for. You want to make sure, though, that if you're creating some sort of a game, you have to allow people to reset the game. You got to allow new people to be able to get on the board, use some sort of themed games, make sure that your people can get access to the game, because you want to drive behavior across the board, so you need to be able to do that. And gamification does not have to be a product. Don't overthink it. Keep it simple. You can create a quick dashboard. You can create a quick custom entity that tracks what the goal is and what the metric is. You can update it every week. Don't overthink this. Make it simple. As long as there's a way to keep track of the scores and the badges and the levels, you don't necessarily have to have a product for it. We've done a lot of this without Fantasy Sales Team or without another ISV product. We've done some of it with them. I'm not knocking those products, but you don't always have to have a third-party product to implement gamification. Gamification is a concept, not a product. So think about that as you start to do it. So customer service. The customer service personality is not the same as the sales personality. The customer service personality is focused more on quality instead of quantity. So whereas sales is interested in total dollars in the pipeline and the amount of new customers closed, customer service personality is more concerned, am I doing a good job? And if you can show them that you're doing a good job and that they are doing a good job, then you will incentivize the correct behavior. So think about this. What are the highest rated knowledge base articles? Not just the number of articles, but like as an example, who has the highest rated knowledge base articles? Who's being the most helpful to the customer? Those kind of stats will really help drive that customer service personality. Also, a public board is good. Same as sales, like having some sort of a public display of what the stats are, that's great. But for customer service, think about it more in terms of totals more than it is individual. Whereas the sales personality really likes seeing how I'm doing, customer service personality is really more concerned about how the company is doing or how their department is doing or how their team is doing. What is the total customer satisfaction score in your team, or what's the total customer satisfaction score for the company, and how did I relate to that? Those types of things can really help motivate that customer service personality. It's not really a leaderboard like sales. It's more about what is my position and how am I contributing to the overall success of the team or the department. The customer service personality can also be motivated by a position on that leadership team that we talked about earlier. A lot of times knowing that they will have influence or that they will be able to be a part of something bigger than themselves will really help motivate that customer service personality. And of course, you need to be able to survey the customers to get most of this. So having some sort of a good survey mechanism in place will really help drive some of those results. So how do we measure and how do we look at that customer service personality? Well, most of the time it's about craftsmanship, the highest rated knowledge base articles, the most read blogs, some sort of a quarterly measurement on customer satisfaction. What is the highest customer satisfaction? Who has the highest scores? And sometimes you can track these things quarterly or monthly, but having some sort of a longer term look at things motivates customer service a little bit more. Having a shorter term look at things sometimes motivates the sales personality a little bit more. It's crazy what the sales personality will do for $5 today versus what they would do for $1,000 next week. Sometimes that short-term incentive is more for the sales personality. The longer-term incentive is better for the customer service personality. So let's talk about marketing. Marketing is different in and of itself. And obviously I know that there are some sales personalities and customer service personalities that work in marketing, and there's some marketing personalities that work otherwise. I know I'm kind of doing broad sweeping personalities here, But I know that you'll think about these types of individuals whenever you begin to look at your team, and some of this will begin to make more sense as you begin to analyze some of the team members that you have. Marketing personality is motivated by being able to see the end result of their work. That is the most important thing. So you've got to find a way to help them understand what they do and how it affects the overall company. Help them see the finish line. Also, this full circle marketing. No longer is marketing just all about filling the top of the funnel and then pushing things down to sales and eventually customer service and customer satisfaction and engineering and delivery. Marketing is full circle. So they need to be constantly marketing to existing customers, prospective customers, filling the pipeline, engaging new deals, engaging new customers on products, social engagement, all of those things. And they need to understand how that impacts the organization. You can also track campaign costs. Marketing, the marketing personality really likes, am I doing the best I can with the money that I have? So if you can show them a budget and help them see how that budget is impacting the company, sometimes that will be a great motivator for it. So you can incentivize them on the maximization of a budget or on ad spend. You could also track opportunities such as return on investment can be seen. If you could show marketing what the return on investment of a lead is, I can promise you they will work harder to get those leads. They'll work harder to make sure that stuff's in the system. They'll just be more engaged as a part of a system and as a part of a company if you can show them the end result of what their labor is producing. They really like to see the end result, because sometimes marketing feels like they're on an island all by themselves. They feel like they're doing all of this work and no one appreciates them. When that's nothing could be further from the truth, right? Marketing plays a key role in every organization. So we have to make sure that we're showing them the value of what they do. So as an example, some metrics that you can track there is something like highest buzz campaigns, most read blog articles, the most beloved, how many social responses have you had? What's the number of new followers? What's that engagement look like on all of your social? Those types of things will really help drive some of that adoption. But again, like we said, seeing how that generates revenue for the organization and how many leads were qualified and how many qualified were won, those kind of things will even more so help marketing. Or seeing how they reduce customer churn, all of those kind of things could be good metrics to look at for marketing. But how you recognize the marketing personality is a little bit different also. The marketing personality typically likes to be recognized publicly, but outside of the company. So some sort of a social media campaign. You can even have about our marketing department on your website. Press releases to your partners and vendors talking about the cool things that marketing's doing. All of those kind of things motivates and helps build them up to understand that there's value and the company sees value in them outside of the organization. Sometimes marketing feels like they're just internal only, and that the customers and the vendors and the partners don't really understand what they do. If you can help broadcast that information, help communicate that worth and that value, that will really help the marketing personality. But also just department based. So within an organization, praising the department. We want to say congratulations to the marketing department for earning the highest number of Busy Bee badges. Or we want to congratulate the marketing department. They generated the lead that was the biggest sale last quarter. Those kind of things can really, really help whenever you praise the department. So sales is more about individual recognition. Customer service is more about team recognition. And then marketing is more about department level recognition. Some of those things will really, really help you to get the recognition out there and to start boosting value, which will then in turn give you back the things that you need. So why is this so hard, right? Why is getting user adoption so difficult? Because every person is different. There really are more than one right answer to the problem. Every individual in the organization is different. Different things motivate people in different ways. We have to find the way to promote the behavior in that individual so that way they use the system and that it's important for the organization. But balancing the people is the most important part. Changing systems is hard. Implementing new functionality and new technology is hard. Why? Because it's change. All change is hard. When we're losing that predictive nature of what we do every day, it makes us uncomfortable. Am I going to have a job tomorrow? Am I going to know how to do this? Am I not going to be able to use the system? Am I not going to be involved in the decisions? All of that kind of anxiety and pressure gets put on people whenever we have change. So be patient with your people, encourage them, motivate them, and most important, communicate with them. You can eliminate a lot of issues by just simply communicating and following some of these really simple things. If you don't use all of those items, that's fine. Pick some of the ones that you can implement quickly in your projects and do something. I want to encourage you to do something. Don't just keep doing the same thing you've always done, watching your customers not use the system that you build for them. Take the time, unpack the people, understand the people, help them, encourage them, and really kind of take the next step in order to implement some of these things in your organization. I know I'm running really close to time, and I apologize for that. I was trying to fit a lot of content here into the 1 hour slot. So if you would like a copy of these materials so that way you can see and try to implement some of these things, if you just scan this QR code with your phone, it'll take you to a landing page where you can enter your information. I'll send you the PowerPoint deck so that way you can have it and you can help try to tie some of these things into some of the projects that you're working on. So with that, I will kick it back over to the team here and we can move on to the next session. Again, thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you, Dustin. That was a very powerful session. We don't have any time for Q&A for this one, unfortunately. Let's again, thank you for your time for giving an hour to the community for them to learn on user adoption and how to get the maximum results of the systems that we're implementing. With that, let's actually switch on pretty much on the fly to Mr. Rafael Santos on some awesomeness around portfolio governance and compliance in Project Online. Why does it matter and how to implement it? With that, Rafael, you have the floor.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me well?
Yep, all good.
All right, so let me turn on my camera here to see if you can see my face, and it seems I'm here. Yes, so yes, I was just following Dustin's presentation. That was a very good one, and it's going to be a big responsibility for me to take it over from him. I hope that I can do a good job. So first of all, I just wanted to thank you all that are here with us in this beautiful Saturday. At least here in Brazil, it's really beautiful. And, who are dedicating a little bit of your time to come here and to share experiences, to exchange some ideas. So that's pretty nice to have you all on board. And thanks, Auntie, and the team for putting all together and for the invitation. I am really pleased to be here with you guys today. So without any further ado, I will just get started with my session. And let me just organize myself so I can make sure, so I can make sure that we are doing this right. Okay. And actually, this is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do swap. All right. Yeah. Okay, so as I said, everybody, so thank you very much for being here with us today. My name is Rafael Santos, and this session will be dedicated to talk about governance and compliance, portfolio governance and compliance within the PPM platform. I will be just discussing, some topics on why it is important and how we can implement it in our organization. So that's going to be our topic for today. Wanted to do a quick introduction about myself. My name is Rafael Santos, and I am a PPM consultant at Sensei Project Solutions. Have been participating in the project MVP team since 2016, and I am based in São Paulo, Brazil, but have been working to adopt in projects, I would say, to adopt and implement the PPM platform, working with Project Server, Project Online, now working with Project for the Web, getting started with the Dynamics world as well. Have been more than 10 years of experience working on those projects in South America, here in Brazil, where I live. But I also spent 5 years in Africa, where I was working for an organization there in Angola. And now, even though I am physically based in Brazil, I am working with the North American market. So since he is based in the United States, I'm working with the people in the United States. That's pretty much my background here. About my company, just real quick, as I said, I work for Sensei Project Solutions, which is a US-based organization, but we also have offices in Australia. We have been nominated as Partner of the Year in 2014 and have been finalists in the following years, 2015, 2017, 2018, and also 2019. We have had more than 500 PPM deployments since our foundation, and also we had more than 5,000 users that have been trained in either administrators training or project managers or resource managers, team members, and so on and so forth. We do offer 4 blocks of content to organizations. So we do work with PPM consultancy and managed support through our services block. But we also have some solutions that we do implement, such as Jumpstart for you to get started with your PPM environment in a more faster way, I would say. We work with report packs and integration and some other very good stuff. We do deliver training, and also we do work with apps. So if you didn't know Sensei upon this time, we encourage you to just visit our site, and then we will be able to help you there. So yeah, so since we have done all of the introductions, and I want to be as much dynamic as I can in terms of delivering this content, I wanted to get started this presentation just putting a question for reflection. So, and the question would be, when it comes to project management, when you do have a PPM platform, when you have a solution that you use to track your projects and to make sure your portfolio is running, there is a fundamental question, which is, do you trust your data? So this is a very important information, because when we are working with a PPM solution, we do take, and this is not just for a PPM solution, this is for all kinds of solutions that we might have in our organization. But the thing is, when we are working here, specifically talking about a PPM solution, much of the data and much of the work that we do in a day-to-day basis is gonna be consumed through reporting. And some executives, some portfolio managers, some people in the organization will use this information to have an understanding of how our projects are performing. And based on this performance, based on, for example, resource utilization, if we have over allocations or over allocations, they are going to make some decisions. So data is always used for us and for our organization to make decisions. And then the fundamental question that we have, and that I would like to start this presentation, is, do you trust your data? So when you see the information in your dashboards, when you create a Power BI report that tells you how the information is how your portfolio of projects actually is performing. Are you confident that the information that you are seeing there is really representing what it is or what is the truth? And this is very important because, as I said, when we come or when we use a PPM solution or any other solution, people will be basically making decisions based upon what they're seeing in terms of data. And one thing that we really see in our work when we do consultancy, when we work with organizations, when we understand how organizations are working in order for us to be able to implement a PPM solution for them, is to understand if their project managers, if their team members, if their resource managers are doing their daily job in a way that the processes are being followed. So if the processes are not being followed, it means that we probably have some bad data being entered in the environment. And when we consume this data in the reporting, we are likely to have something that we cannot trust. So that's basically the topic of this session, which is how do we make sure, or how do we ensure that the information being submitted or being processed is the right information? And also, if this is not right, how do I understand what piece of information is not right, and how do I take an action them to share some training, to provide some content for the users to understand what the most common problems are and how we can remediate them, how we can eliminate them, so then the processes are being followed and the information we have is something that we can trust. To that end, I wanted to bring to the discussion how the enterprise reporting process usually works in an organization. So if you have a PPM platform in your organization, what we see typically happening is that in a weekly basis, we will have the project team, and the project team will be working on their works or on their tasks, I should better say. So they will be working on their tasks. They will be collaborating through the project sites, for example. If we are talking about PPM, a PPM platform such as Project Online, which is the case here, they will be submitting their timesheets. Maybe they have risks or issues they are responsible for, and they have to track those. So all of this can be distributed across many different projects in our system, right? So typically speaking, in a weekly basis, users will be submitting all the activities that they have done for all the tasks they have been assigned to during that particular week. So that's basically how the process is going to get started. So once this information is submitted, once that information is submitted, we will have the project managers being responsible for getting that data and processing that data. So, if tasks have been completed, they will have to make sure the tasks are okay. If the tasks have been pushed forward because there was no time for us to accomplish them this week, we will have to then understand what's the impact of those tasks in our schedule. Maybe we will reschedule some tasks, replan the schedule, and things like that. If there are if there are risks or issues that have been captured, or if there are risks and issues that have been changed or that have been updated, we will have to process those as well. So there is a very heavy work for the PMs to accomplish here at this moment, because they are understanding the inputs that have been submitted by the team members and then processing that inputs to become an output. So then that output, which is the latest version of the schedule, the latest the most updated version of the schedule, is available, and this is going to basically feed our reports and dashboards. So then our executives will be able to, as I said, understand them, make sense of them, and then take some decisions if needed. So if this process, which is a very complex process because we will have many different people interacting and exchanging information back and forth. So if we don't, if we are not sure that all of this process is being correctly done and being correctly reported, then the decisions we make might be based on wrong assumptions because the data that's there does not reflect the reality. So this is a situation that can happen, and we need to try to avoid that. We need to try to make sure that this is something that we can capture and that we can correct before any decision is made. So what we normally do and what we usually recommend to our customers is that we can put together some governance and compliance reports in a way that every week before the PMO meeting or the executive committee meeting in which we are going to be taking some decisions based on the data, we can run some reports that will be telling us if there's something that we need to pay attention to, because maybe that's not something that's something there that we need to correct or make an enhancement or make an adjustment before being able to go ahead and make the decisions and make things happen for the next week or for the planning that we have for the next week. So out of those elements, I have selected 4 of them, which I'm calling the key compliance and governance metrics. Of course, that can be more, so we can implement in our organization more metrics, more items that we should be checking every week as a PMO team, or as PMs. Even the PMs can go ahead and do this for their own projects. But the key compliance and governance metrics, the 4 key compliance and governance metrics that I wanted to share here through this presentation are the following them. So first one, and the first item that we see more often, is the lack of planning data. So in our mind, every time a project gets into execution, we need to baseline that particular project. So then when we baseline it, we will be able to really track any variances that we might have in our schedule, right? So we can have a schedule variance in terms of finish or start date. We can have a cost variance. We can have a work variance. And for all those variances, the way we are able to understand that they are happening and the way that we can make sure they can be tracked is by setting a baseline for the project. So then one of or the first one of our compliance metrics is every time a project gets into execution, we need to make sure that that project has a baseline. If we have a project that is 5% completed or 10% completed or 50% completed, but that project doesn't have a baseline, then this is a bad data for us, and we need to capture that. We need to be able to see that, to take some actions and make some corrections. So the second governance and compliance metric that I wanted to bring to the discussion is about the not statused projects. So when we are doing as PMs our weekly updates, when we are applying the weekly updates to our projects, we need to make sure that we are setting up the project status date, because the project status date is a very important item that we need to use to understand how our project is performing, because that basically sets a line in which we should be. So it basically determines where we should be in the schedule based on this date, what's the progress that should be accomplished for the tasks in the schedule. And if we do not have status dates set in our projects, then we might be missing something in terms of how the project is performing and how the project is progressing. So same thing as the baseline. If we do have a project which is in execution, and when I mean execution, I mean, if there is a % of completion that's greater than 0%, then a project must have a status date. So that's something that we need to capture as well. If there are projects that do not have stats dates, we do have to see that. We need to be able to capture that information and to make take an action and make some decisions based upon that and make some corrections as well. So then we have the third key compliance and governance metric that I wanted to present, which is the aging projects. So this is pretty straightforward. So if I have a project that's in progress, I need to periodically update that project. So there are some organizations which will define in their process that the periodicity in which the projects are going to be updated is going to be, say, weekly. Maybe it's going to be in each 15 days. Maybe it's going to be monthly. So it's going to be depending on how our organization or how each organization defines its process. But in essence, when we have that definition, we need to make sure that in that periodicity, all projects are going to be updated. So if I open a report and I see that a project has been published last time, maybe 30 days ago, then this is going to be a problem for me, right? Because something that can be happening within the project might have happened, and the project that I'm seeing does not reflect all the things that have happened in the past. So I need to make sure that all projects are being updated based on the periodicity that has been defined by my organization. And then last but not least, for this particular subject that we are discussing here, I wanted to bring in the work left behind. So the concept of work left behind is we have some tasks that were planned to be basically happening in the last week, for example, maybe in the last month, but nothing has been reported. And if nothing has been reported, the work that's in the past will never get done, right? So if something is in the past, there's no way we can get something done that is in the past. So we need to be able to understand which work is in the past, and then based on that understanding, we need to take a decision. So maybe we will be moving this work to the future, into the future. So then if there's something that needed to be done last week and it has not been done, I will have to move this for the next week, maybe 2 weeks later, but I will have to move that into the future. Or if that thing is no longer required, then we will take an action, or we will have to take an action, which is pretty much end up the task. Maybe we will deactivate the task, or maybe we will basically zero out the remaining work because the remaining work is no longer needed. But the thing is, we need to be able to identify if there is work in the past, and if there is work in the past, we will have to move this into the future, or we will have to basically zero that out. So that's the decision that we will taking, in a case by case. So with that, with those four compliance metrics in our mind, in our heads, I will just jump on to the demonstration, because I will try to make this session as more effective as possible. So we will basically create all of those items within Power BI to create a report that's going to be a governance report, in which we will be capturing all of this information, and we will be understanding how we can manage them, which is the piece of data that we need to retrieve from Project Online to be able to create those reports. So that's going to be a hands-on session. With that said, I will end up the PPT deck portion of the session, and we will just jump on to the Power BI. So let me move some things here to my second monitor. All right. And if you allow me, that's something else that I wanted to do here real quick, which is activate my Zoom platform. Yep. So then I can, when creating things, I can zoom in and out, so it's easier for you to follow. All right. So let me explain a little bit what this report is and what we are doing here. and then we can jump in creating our governance and compliance report. So let me move Teams to the second monitor here as well. So if there are questions, I will be able to basically see them and provide you guys with answers. Okay. Oops. All right. So I think I was just presenting my PowerPoint deck. So let me see if I can share. Okay, can I share desktop? Yep. All right. So you must be able to see my screen now where I have my Power BI deck, my Power BI file. So let me explain what it is and how we are working here, how we should be putting together this particular report. So the way I have configured this report is I have connected to 3 different data sources. So here in the right side, you can see the data sources that I have connected to. So I have connected to the projects data set, and I'm getting this data from Project Online. I have connected to my project baselines table as well, so I'm getting some baseline information from there. And I have also connected to the assignment time-phased data set, so I can get some time-phased data to be able to really understand if there is work in the past. So those are the 3 data sets that I have used in this particular report: projects, project baselines, and also assignment time-phased data set. Okay. So first thing is, as I said, we need to understand if the projects which are in progress have been baselined or not. Okay, so I have created a table which has all of the project names and owners and start date and finish date. So this is just general information, starts date, the last time it was published. So just general data. But the first thing is, if a project doesn't have a status date, or if a project doesn't have a baseline date, if the project hasn't been baselined, maybe that's because the project has not started yet. So maybe it's a non-started project. It's 0% completed. And I have lots of situations here, or lots of projects which are available in my demo environment, which are 0% completed. So for all those projects, I don't necessarily need to verify their compliance, because they have not started yet. So I don't need to include them on my tracking, on my assumptions. So what I will do is I will go and navigate to the transform data, because I really like doing the things within the Power Query editor. So of course that you can do this, or some of this, you can do this by creating new columns within the data set, but I will just go back and go to transform data, because I will do most of the things here in Power Query. So the first thing I will do is I will navigate to the projects area, which is the projects table, where I have all of the project information. I have not collected every single information, every single piece of information from there, just so I'm just using some portion of the data information that's important to me. So things such as project finish date and start date, and the last time the project was published. I am also capturing the project status date to see if the project has a status date or not. So just a piece of the data. And what I will do is I will create a new column. So this new column, the first new column, is for me to understand if my project is in progress, or if the project has not been started, or if the project is even completed, right? So I will have to create a new column to understand what's the current status of the project. So to that end, I will click add column, and then custom column is what I'm gonna get created. I will zoom this a little bit, so then it's bigger and we can have a better visualization. And I will call this column, for example, project status. Of course that we can call it something else, but I would just call it project status. We could call project state or something like this. And to that end, I will use the project percent completed, right? So I will start with an if function, and I will say if the project percent complete is 0, then it means the project hasn't started. So the answer here is going to be not started. I have to put an else, but I have to have another if because I have two other possibilities, which are projects in progress and projects completed. So then I will use the project completed again, and we'll say if this is 1, then I think it's 100. So if it's 100, then it means the project is complete. And if the project is not 0 or is not 100, so it's in between, it's going to be in progress. It's something very simple, very straightforward. Let me minimize here my zone. Yes, should be 100. That's right. We'll click OK. So then we will have different status, right? So we'll have projects which are in progress. We will have projects which are not started. And we will also have some projects, or possibly have some projects which are completed. That's pretty cool, right? So we have our project status. So then the next thing is, how can I know if a project has a baseline or not? So we will have, or we do have in our queries, a query here that I used, which is the project baselines. So what I did was, in the project baselines, I just retrieved three columns. So we are using project ID, we are using baseline number, and we are using baseline finish date. And what I did also was I created a filter in which I only care about baseline number 0, because baseline number 0 is usually what we use to track the current plan for the project. So the current planning for that particular project should be placed in baseline 0. So what I will do is, since I know I have some projects that have been baselined, and this information is available for me here in this particular table, or in this particular query, I will come back to the projects table, and I will use a transformation option here in the Power Query, which is the combine option that merge queries, allow me to merge queries. So what I will do is, I know that I have lots of projects in the projects table, and I know that I have some of them in project baselines, which are baselined. So what I will do is, I will combine the two. So I will use the command to merge queries. And I will pick from projects, project UI, the project ID, which is the one that I can establish a relationship with project baselines. So I will basically combine the project UID from the projects table with the project ID from the project baselines table. And for all the projects which are matching, that we do have a match, there will be a table here that I can expand, and I will pick the project baseline finish date. So in the projects table, I am now bringing in some information that's available in the other table, which is the project baselines. And what I wanted to see, or what I am interested to see, is the project baseline finish date. So with that piece of information, that's going to be pretty easy for us to understand if a project has a baseline or not, because we will have the project with a baseline. The dates, or the baseline finish dates, are going to be displayed in here. And for all projects in which we don't have a baseline, they will just be nulls because they do not exist in the project baselines table. Pretty simple. So let me change the name of this column. I will say baseline finish date. And if I wanted to have like a yes or no flag to determine if the project has baseline or not, I would be able to just go ahead and add a new column. That's not something that we necessarily need to do, but we can do this. So then we have, lots of different columns which are going to be flagged for yes or no. And I will add a new column, which is going to be custom. Let me zoom this a little bit, and I will say project as baseline. So that's the name I will be giving to this particular column. So with that, I will pick the project baseline finish date, which is what I have just used, and I will use a if function here. So if this particular column is null, then this means we don't have a baseline. So the project hasn't been baselined. But if that's not the case, if it's not null, then it means the project has a baseline. So then I can use the yes here. So to that end, I have an if function that's working within a custom column in the Power Query area in which I can easily see and I can easily determine if a project has a baseline or not. So I can click OK. And then for all the projects in which the baseline has been set, they will be displaying as yes. And just before we go, I will just reserve some time to see if there are questions, but just before going there, I will add another custom column because now what I wanted to do is I wanted to basically apply the same rules to see if the project has a status date or not. As I said, if you are a more advanced user, if you are more familiar with Power BI and also with the project online data model, you would be able to just do this, in a faster way without having to create the additional columns here. But I will just, get started creating them because I think it's pretty helpful. So I will create another column, and this custom column is going to be called project has status date. So this is gonna be the same expression or the same logic that we have applied for the projects in which we were checking if we had a baseline or not. So I will use an if function and say, let's verify the project status date. If it's new, then it means we don't have a status date for this project. But if that's not the case, then it means we do. So same logic, now just changing the baseline finish date by the project status date. With that, we have a new column, and this new column is available here as well. So I can basically go ahead and choose close and apply, because I think everything that we need for this particular piece is ready to go. So we will need to just wait a few seconds until the data is loaded. All right. And let me save this just in case. And then what we can do is, I know, for example, that in this particular report, we have 63 projects, right? But the thing is, how many of them are in progress? Because that's what really matters to me. So what I will do is I will create a filter on this page by using my project status column that has just been created, this one. And what I will do is I will move the project status as a filter on this page. And when I do that, I will say I only care about the projects which are in progress. So when I filter this, all of my report will be just focusing on the projects which are in progress, which is what should be subjected to my analysis. So then the next action that I will take is, all right, so I have 25 projects. I wanted to see the percent of baselined projects. So how do I accomplish that? So if you see here, I have created a quick measure into my report, which is called quantity. So this measure here called quantity, what it does is it counts the number of projects that I have in my report or in my visualization. And here, this is basically what's being used. So this is the quantity of projects that we have. So what I will do is I want to see how many, not how many, but the percentage of projects that have been baselined. And what I will do is I will click and create a new measure. And when I do create a new measure, I will call this % of baseline projects. And let me zoom in it. Let me put some zoom here so we can better see how this is going to be organized. And my measure is going to be using a calculate function, because I need to use a filter because I only care about the projects that have been baselined. So to that end, I will count the project ID, for example. Let me bring it in, project ID. So I will basically count the project ID. And I need to count how many projects we have. So I will use the counter function and count the project IDs. But to that end, I need to have a filter. And my filter is going to be if the project has a baseline, right? So then it's going to be projects. Project has baseline, because I just wanted to see if the project has been baselined or not. And my filter is going to be yes. So this is going to be basically counting the number of projects that have been baselined. And if I wanted to understand what's the percentage of projects being baselined, I just need to divide that by my quantity measure that I have already created. So this is going to be counting the number of baseline projects, and then I will divide that by the quantity of projects, and this is going to give me the percentage of projects that are baselined in my environment. So what I can do is I can kind of duplicate this to here, and then I will replace the quantity by this one, and I might have to just change the information to be percentage. So I know now that out of 25 projects that I have which are in progress, 84% of them have been baselined. And maybe another thing that I do here is create just a stacked bar, and maybe count the projects by the status of the baseline. Maybe something like this, real simple. Of course, that we can make it better, put some more effort to make sure that we are putting, the information or the design or the layout that our organization wants to see, but basically have something like this. Maybe it's going to be something like this as well. And if we do that, we then are able, let me just disable the interactions here. I don't want this to filter. But maybe if we say, all right, show me the projects that are not baselined and are in progress, for example, I can click no, and it's going to be telling me, or it's going to be showing me the projects that are not baselined. So I can, as a PMO or an executive, or maybe as a project manager, if I am filtering the projects to my projects personally, I can go ahead and take an action and make sure those projects are baselined, right? So then moving forward, the next thing is, okay, so how many projects what's the percentage of projects that are that have a status date, for example? So that's going to be pretty much the same thing. I will get started creating a new measure. And the new measure is going to be pretty much equal to the previous one. So I can define the percentage of status, and it's going to be basically the same logic. So we will use a calculate function. We will count the project IDs. And as a filter, we need to make sure that the project has a status date. So it's going to be status date yes. And after we get all of this, we can divide this result by the measure that we called, which is the quantity. So it's going to be exactly the same, no differences. And once we duplicate this in here, we do have the ability to replace. And we can see that for status date, we have a worse performance if compared to the publish, because out of the 25 projects that we have, only 76% have been or do have a status date is something that our PMs are doing. And the same thing can happen here. I can just add a new chart if I want. I can bring in quantity of projects, and I can define if the project has a status date. And maybe I will just disable the interactions. I don't want this to have interactions with my tiles at the top. And when I click no, I can easily see the list of projects that do not have a status date, which is pretty cool. That's just pretty straightforward. Right, so just going back to one of the other measures that we had, which is all the projects that have not been published in the last, say, 7 days. So if my organization is doing a weekly update, or if my processes establish that we have to do a weekly update on our projects, maybe having the projects being published in each 7 days is going to be our expectation from PMs. So what we can do is we can create another measure, and then let me just increase the zoom again, and we may call this percent of projects published last 7 days. Oops. And then it's going to be pretty much the same thing. So we will do a calculate. We will count the project IDs. And as a filter, the thing that we are going to be doing here is we are going to be using the today function. So this is going to be a little bit different, because we are going to be using today minus the day the project has been last published. So let me try to search for last published date. And the thing is, we are going to be basically deducting the day of today minus the day of the last day the project has been published. And if that difference is less than 7, then it means the project has been published in the last 7 days. So we are okay with that. And to that end, once we get this information, I think it should be less or equal to 7. And then we get this and we still divide this by quantity. So we will understand how many projects have been published, or what's the percentage of projects that have been published in the last 7 days. So if we do that, hopefully it's going to work, and then we can just move this on, and maybe we can bring this information here and change this to be percentage. And this is more disturbing, I would say, than the previous two, because we know that 85% of the projects are baselined. We know that 76% of the projects have status date, but only 40% of the projects have been published, which means that our PMs appear not to be so active in our environment, right? So let me change this status, and this is going to be published. So that's a pretty low number that I was not expecting to my organization, and I need to make sure that the project managers understand they should be publishing their projects periodically, so that they are in compliance with our organization. So this is a number that I should be paying attention to very closely. And to get to our latest metric here, which is the amount of hours which are in the past. So what we can do in order to make this happen is I will go back to the query editor in Power BI, just real quick. And now what we are going to be doing is we are going to be using the assignment time phased data set. So the assignment time phased data set, if you are setting this to be captured on a daily basis, it's going to be having all of the dates for, in which you have data from assignments. And this is pretty cool because I can see all of the dates, the amount of remaining work. In this case, I am using the remaining work information, and I also have the task name if I wanted to know exactly which task we are talking about, right? So what I can do is everything, if I look at today, so today is the 13th, if I have anything that is past today's date, so June the 13th, so if I have anything that's in the past and still have remaining hours, it means remaining hours is something that's, sitting there waiting to be done, waiting to be complete. And if it's there, then we should take an action, as I said, to move it forward or just to go ahead and zero out those remaining hours, because we all know that work in the past doesn't get done. So what we are going to be doing here is pretty simple measure, not a measure, sorry, but a new column. And I will add a custom column into the Power Query editor, which is going to be past date. I would just call this past date. And I will say if the time by day, which is the column that basically determines what's the date in which that work should be done. So if the time by day is less than, and then I can capture the local time. Oops, let me close here the window. There appears to be some fight here between my boys. So I can take the date and time local now. So if we get the time or the day in which the work should have done or should have been done, and if it's less than the local time now, and I should use a if function here, I'm sorry. If that's the case, then it's in the past. If that's not the case, then it's not in the past, right? And maybe we just need to change this if to be something like this. Yeah. Okay, so if the time by day is less than what we have today, then the date is past, the date's in the past. If not, then it's not in the past, right? And if we do this, I will see all of the information. We will see that all of this that's in the past, back in the month of April, back in the month of May, we have some dates here which are, in the future, so then they are set as no. So we have a flag that tells us if the date's in the past or not. And based on that, what we can do is we can go back to Power BI. And once the data is refreshed, once we have the newest data based on the change that we applied, we would be able to go ahead and create a chart that would be basically telling us which projects have worked in the past. So I can go ahead, create a new chart, and it's going to be a stacked bar, stacked bar, and I can bring in, for example, the project name, and I can bring them the remaining work. And what I can do is, instead of keeping all of the remaining work, I shouldn't be doing this because there might be some remaining work which is in the future, which is okay. So then I will filter this particular visual to use that past date flag that we had added, which is going to be placed in here. And I will say, I only care about remaining work which is in the past. So then it should be just filtering past dates. So then based on that, we can discover this project here called Northwind Traders Data Center has pretty much 3,000 hours which are in the past, remaining work in the past, and we may need to work with this project manager, the responsible of this project, to make sure that he gets all of this work corrected, either move the work to the future or zero out the remaining hours, so then the work is not in the past, and we have a correct visualization of the demand that's going to be happening in the future for the resources we have in our organization. So that's pretty much what I wanted to share with you guys. Of course, that this is the initial insights that we can get started using in our portfolio to make sure that people are really using the system and people are following the processes, following the governance that has been established. But we have, more metrics that can be used for us to have a better understanding of our portfolio. We could put some more things here, some more thought. We could understand, our processes and understand how that information can be captured here. So there are lots of space for us to improve this kind of chart, to improve this kind of information. So then as an administrator or as a PMO manager, you do have the ability to open this in a weekly basis and really understand if there is something that needs to be corrected. And we have been often seeing this or using this as an input, for example, for training. So if we understand that people are not doing something, maybe that's because they don't know that they have to do that, or maybe because, or maybe that's because they don't know how to do it. So if we understand what's causing this, we can also be proactive and work with our customers or work with our project managers to have them participating on trainings and understanding the importance of following all of those guidances, so then we can trust the data that's available in our organization. But now, just wanted to see if there are some questions here that have been raised. Let me check. We'll just take a quick look at the conversation. I'm not sure. Yep, there doesn't appear to be any conversation. So back to you, Auntie, and the team to basically wrap this up. And then I don't think there will be any other session moving forward, but just wanted to, take it over. Auntie, maybe you are muted.
I was, yeah, the end of the
Okay.
day. Yeah, so anyone with any questions, feel free to unmute yourselves and just ask away. And the good thing about Teams Meets is that you can, kind of pass the event, you can come back and ask questions, and those can be then answered later on in the meeting, even though the sort of like the live part is done.
Yeah.
Raphael, if there's no questions, thank you so much for giving an hour of your time for the community. Really interesting topic, and this isn't specific to a tool. It's equally important. Whatever tool you use, whether it's Project Online, whether it's PSA, MS Project, Azure DevOps, whatever it is, it's equally important. And for all the attendees, once more, thank you for joining on a Saturday, for taking your time to learn. Thanks for the team behind the whole event. It wasn't me. It wasn't one person or two people just putting this together. It was a group effort. So thank you everyone for helping us proctor, helping prepare for the event. And it was the first project management event that we've had. I would say that we will probably have another events down the line. It was a success from an attendee point of view, from an attendee number point of view, anyways. So again, thank you so much. I wish you all a very good Friday, Saturday, wherever you are, evening, morning, afternoon, night, and yeah, we'll see each other in the community. With that, I'm signing off, and have a good one.